original brand of cereal whose mascot's name was Cornelius. 215-263 WMMR. And we will go to Mike. See if we can get the answer. Hi, Mike.
Hi.
Hi, Mike.
All right, Mike. Do me a favor. Tell me what cereal had the mascot named Cornelius, please.
Would it be Kellogg's Cornflakes?
And that would be correct. Kellogg's Cornflakes. Hang on, Mike. We're going to give you a pair of tickets as MMR presents Rival Sons, the Dark Fighter Tour with the record company and special guest star caller, and that is Saturday, June 3rd at Franklin Music Hall. Tickets are on sale now at AXS.com.
So what was Cornelius?
Cornelius, I believe, was the rooster. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's the only thing I can think of.
Yeah. All right. So Brooke Shields, new documentary, Pretty Baby, made headlines at the Sundance Film Festival due to her revelation that she was sexually assaulted in her 20s. And in a new interview with People magazine, she revealed it was a powerful Hollywood executive who assaulted her over 30 years ago. She says, it's taken me a long time to process it. I'm more angry now than I was able to be then. If you're afraid that you're rightfully so, and they are scary situations, they don't have to be violent to be scary. She said she never went public with the sexual assault until the documentary because she thought no one is going to believe me. And she said people weren't believing those stories back then. I thought that I would never work again.
Oh, no, and that's the bitch of it, is it? Yeah, and it's her situation to deal with, and it's her story, and she can deal with it as she wants. There's a part of me that says the fact that this scumbag is walking around and not having to be held accountable for this is horrifying.
And that's kind of the power that people held back then, and in some cases today as well. It's gotten a little bit better, but they knew it. They knew it. You want to be a star? You better keep your mouth shut.
And the industry protected them.
Yes,
like
absolutely.
there were a ton of people that knew about Harvey Weinstein.
Yep. The sexual assault happened at the lowest point in my career, she said. She was a recent graduate from Princeton University, I'll remind you.
Yes, yeah.
And booked a meeting with a Hollywood executive. The meeting took shape as a business dinner. She said, I thought I was getting a movie job. The dinner ended with the Hollywood executive bringing her back to his hotel room, where he proceeded to assault her. She said, I didn't fight, I just froze. And she blamed herself for the assault afterwards. Said, I kept saying I shouldn't have done that. Why did I go up with him? I shouldn't have done that, had that drink at dinner. She said it was really easy to disassociate because by then it was old hat and because it was a fight or flight type of choice. Fight was not an option, so you just leave your body and you're not there, and it didn't happen. You know,
it's pretty wild.
Yep. In her 2-part documentary, which Variety called Fascinating and Accomplished, and its rave review out at Sundance, Shields opens up for the first time about her earliest experiences in Hollywood. The film tracks her rise as a child advertising model to her sexualization in movies starting at 12 in Pretty Baby in 1978 and then 15 in Blue Lagoon. The documentary is helmed by Lana Wilson, best known for her Taylor Swift documentary, Miss Americana.
How old was she when she did the No One Comes Between Me and My...
Well, since I would think she was probably around 13 or 14, Steve, because that was right before Blue Lagoon.
Yeah.
So she's 15. She was 15 in Blue Lagoon, I'm guessing. So Brooke Shields' Pretty Baby debuts April 3rd, and that'll be on Hulu if you would like to see
I want to see that.
Yeah. Thruples are becoming the new it trend in Hollywood by the sound of things, since Selena Gomez is the latest celebrity speculated to have joined a relationship as a third with none other than married couple Nicola Peltz and Brooklyn Beckham.
What a dream come true. Because they're super interesting people.
While fans have been theorizing about the potential three-way relationship since the launch of Selena's mental health-focused documentary, My Mind and Me, Nicola now seems to be in on the theory as well. The trio were seen looking very cozy in clips from the documentary viewing party, leading fans to wonder about a potential relationship blossoming between the three stars.
There seems to be all sorts of canoodling. In this studio, on this show, who do you think would be most likely to break into a throuple?
Stop it.
Go ahead.
Where do you think that's going to go?
Who do you think is going to be the most viable throuple?
I'll do it. I think it'll be me, Nick, and Casey.
Hold on.
I think so.
Actually, you know what, dude? That is probably the most likely.
Well, it makes the most sense.
Yeah. I mean, Marissa and Kathy are just out. Period. That's all there is to it.
And
It just ain't gonna happen.
I'm too much of a loose cannon.
Yeah.
We just had the assault story.
Yeah.
Now you
By
ask-
default.
No, but this is consensual. Yeah.
Steve, I just found out a friend of mine is in. She's the third.
Yeah,
in
and
a
the
horrible situation right now, and I was. She's very content with it. It is a little odd for her because it's two married people, a man and a woman, and then she's a woman, obviously, and she's the third. But they're all getting along just fine right now.
In my 20s, that could have been fun.
Yeah.
To throuple it up?
It could have been a thing.
Oh, God.
For a little while to try it out and have some fun.
Hey, I nailed your wife.
Yeah.
We're a throuple.
Yeah.
But put your hands down. We're a throuple.
She says there's zero pressure, and she finds comfort in that. And she just came out of another relationship, so that where there was a lot of pressure of actually being in a relationship, this is mostly sexual.
It's kind of another term. It's kind of a swinging variant. A former intern of ours was for a long time, might still be a part of a throuple, and loved it, or continues to love it.
So Selena has even gone as far as to share a picture online with a bit of a fun caption that says, fine, calls us a throuple, and then she hashtagged forever plus one. Now, Nicola is igniting the rumors, a la Ireland's own Una Healy, after opening up about a relationship with Selena and mentioning her husband, Brooklyn. She said, we are three best friends. The three best friends that anyone ever had.
They sure
Anyone
are.
ever had?
She told Cosmopolitan UK of Brooklyn and Selena's relationships too, teasing, saying, well, she said in a teasing way, yeah, we're a throuple. We're like a throuple.
How much more problematic does a quintuple get?
Oh, that's got to be twice as bad. I
There's
would
always
think
two
so.
people sitting out.
But it's
And
only
we're
three.
the three best friends that anybody could have. We're the three best friends that anyone could have. We're the three best friends that anyone can have. And we'll never, ever, 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 ever leave each other.
The tongue-in-cheek comment comes after Nicola described how their relationship started to grow after having clicked at the Academy Gala last September. She said, then we became
That could be medical.
super close. And she said, I feel like she's my soul sister. I love her so much.
And who are these people?
This is, Brooklyn Beckham,
Is related to David?
Victoria Beckham and David Beckham's
Son.
kid.
Oh, gotcha.
And Nicola Peltz, who I'm not familiar with.
She is a model. She's also, I think, part of a wealthy family. And the word is that Victoria Beckham and Nicola Peltz don't get along.
Oh, really?
That's the word.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm tired. You know me, I'm a huge Vanderpump Rules fan. And
Yeah,
this
you
is
know
the
this
world I live in.
Well, we're going to go to Canada for a moment. Viewers of the Juno Awards got a big surprise this week as a streaker walked onto the stage while Avril Lavigne was introducing an act. Wearing pink pants and a matching pink bandana, a topless woman calmly walked on stage with phrases like land back and save the green belt written all over her body in black marker, apparently protesting a highly controversial development deal in Canada's Greenbelt region. And at first, Lavigne tried to ignore her and then finally turned and yelled, "Get the F off." And with a laugh, she flicked the protester's breast and said it again.
Stop it.
And it was at about that point during the broadcast that a security guard finally walked calmly on stage and led the woman away. As for the awards portion of the show, Lavigne picked up a Fan Choice Award for her album called Love Sucks. And speaking of her, there is a tell-all documentary in the works about Avril Lavigne. Details about the project are very scarce at the moment. Initial reports only cite vague insider sources who claim that the film is currently in production. Per the sources, the documentary will take an in-depth look at Lavigne's life and decades-long career, saying from how she got her break in music to the renaissance she's currently experiencing.
I can't wait for that.
It'll apparently also dive into her personal life and explore the many public relationships that she has had, presumably addressing her most recently split with Mod Sun and the new fling with Tyga, though we're not sure if that's really
Wait a second.
happening.
Tyga is Kylie Jenner's ex.
Oh, really?
What an incestuous world.
Yeah, so it's not confirmed that those two are together, but there is.
Well, you can dream, can't you?
We can dream. 2 months after Todd and Julie Chrisley reported to prison, their son, Kyle Chrisley, was arrested in Tennessee.
See, once they're out of the picture, the whole family falls apart.
He was booked for felony aggravated assault before posting bond set at $3,000 on Tuesday.
I would have arrested him for the show.
TMZ reports, according to police, his boss claims he threatened to kill him before
Wow.
beating him up. Kyle also allegedly had a fixed blade knife on him. So, yeah, they arrested his ass. This is interesting. Tom Hanks' son, Chet Hanks. Okay, so you have Colin
rapper,
Hanks,
yeah.
who seems to be on the right path and seems like a good guy. We've talked to him before.
Chet, not so much.
Chet has a bit of a checkered past. So he and actor Eric Andre appear to be having a beef. During a recent interview with Rolling Stone, Andre said Chet was, quote, dangerous while on the set of the Eric Andre show. And he said he is emotionally disturbed. He said he stole a motorcycle and rode it around. He almost knocked a bunch of grips and gaffers off of their ladders. And he said he's not well. How did Colin Hanks come out so good and Chet Hanks come out so bad? So according to Page 6, Chet took to his Instagram stories to respond to these comments on Tuesday night, and he called Andre a pussy and a bitch.
That doesn't seem very Tom Hanksy-ish.
Wow.
A shirtless Hanks said that he was, quote, just going along with the vibe of the show, saying that Andre seemed genuinely nervous and easily scared. So following this, Andre shared a video to his Instagram stories.
I love that Eric Andre put Chet Hanks' stuff on his Instagram.
Yeah, so he goes on to on his Instagram story saying, guys, everything Chet Hanks just said about me is an effing bold-faced lie. He is an effing liar. He is an effing liar. And he said, and I love this part. And I dare him to take an effing DNA test to prove that Tom Hanks is his effing father.
Oh, my God.
How is that possible?
Liar, whore, and you know it.
So, yeah.
Chet Hanks seems like he'd be more suited to be Nicolas Cage's son.
Yes.
Right?
This will be fun to watch.
Yeah.
If this
I'm enjoying
continues
it.
on. So
We should start a beef with Chet Hanks.
yeah, if we just kind of get in the mix with all of this.
Well, then we'll
Would it be
never
wild
get-
if Chet Hanks turned out to be our best friend ever? The best
Best
friend.
friend ever is Chad Hanks. All right, so let me see what else I have here for you. Let's go with this. Yeah, The Bachelorette. During Tuesday's Women Tell All episode of The Bachelor, Charity Lawson was announced as the next Bachelorette. So they have a new one, Steve.
Yeah, so I ended up watching about 25 minutes of, I guess it's the episode where the Bachelor goes and he was meeting the families of his two likeliest candidates.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, it was horrific. And the guy is just dumb as dirt.
Oh,
and I'm sitting there and I'm like, what woman? And he's not even that good looking. Like, I'm like, what's the sell here? And even the family, like, the family's like, really?
Yeah.
Well, he's the Bachelor, and now they have an official Bachelorette.
So what's she like?
I don't know, and I did not look her up either. Charity Lawson, if anybody wants to do a search on her, was announced as the next Bachelorette, and host Jesse Palmer asked Lawson to
He's a
choose
moron, too.
between the Bachelorette or Bachelor in Paradise while playing a game of this or that.
I love you.
When Charity chose
No, I'm the host.
the Bachelorette.
He gives the host a rose. No. The lady's over there. Who?
Wait, I lost my place here. When Charity chose the Bachelorette, Palmer said,
I love place.
well, I'm glad you said that because, Charity, I want you to be our next Bachelorette. And she replied, no, stop. Is this for real? No way. No way. Is this for real right now? I'm going to cry. Are you kidding? No way. I'm going to cry. It's a yes. Absolutely. 100%. Absolutely. I'm reading this verbatim, by the way. She's pretty, as you would imagine.
Yeah.
And they definitely do that. So I have no idea personality-wise what she's like.
Oh,
I'm
it's so
watching this,
it's so formulaic. I mean, annoyingly formulaic.
All right, I think we have a piece of audio of this. Yesterday, Ryan Reynolds and T-Mobile released a joint statement announcing that the company has acquired the Deadpool actor's phone company, Mint Mobile.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for a tidy sum.
All right, let's play a little bit of that. Here we go.
I am thrilled to announce that T-Mobile plans to acquire Mint Mobile. Ryan, we are so happy to have you and the whole Mint team join the T-Mobile family.
Well, I wouldn't call it a family, Mike. A family's a place for misdirected hopes and dreams. I'm hoping this will be much better than that. I'm certain that I'm finally gonna fill whatever hole I have inside my soul, which possesses me to emphasize external success over quieting an inner child, futilely craving some sort of illusory acknowledgement from my now deceased father.
You okay, Ryan?
Yeah, just, yeah. When do we hug?
I think we better do it.
I think we better do it right now. Oh, nice to have a new dad.
By the way,
He's so funny.
He's just the best. He had said in a statement, Mint Mobile is the best deal in wireless, and today's news only enhances our ability to deliver for our customers. And he said, we are so happy. T-Mobile beat out an aggressive last-minute bid from my mom, Tammy Reynolds, as we believed the excellence of their 5G network will provide a better strategic fit than my mom's slightly above average mahjong skills. And I'm so proud of the entire Mint team and so excited for what's to come. So
$1.3 billion.
Yeah. How much of that is his? Do you
Well,
think?
he's one of the main shareholders. He's one of the main guys. So that's it's going to be a tidy sum.
He has made some wise investments. And obviously his star power helps to sell it, and he doesn't mind getting on and selling these things.
What is it? Aviation Gen? Is that his other?
Yeah. So he's doing okay.
Absolutely.
Yep. Let's see. Couple more things that we can go to. How about this? Drew Barrymore, MTV Movie and TV Awards. She is going to be the host.
That used to be such a big thing, and a lot of times I'll just. Does it air on MTV? Because I don't even know where it airs anymore.
I believe it does. Hang on, I have to skip to the end of the story to tell you that for sure. Sunday, May 7th, Eastern Time, and it says the MTV Movie Award. So,
Yeah.
So anyway, she was announced, revealed as the host in a press release sent out by MTV yesterday, which included a clip of Barrymore breaking the news herself on her talk show. She said, wow, I am so honored to have been chosen, especially this year when the show is all about the fans. So she's no stranger to the award show. She's been nominated 9 times.
9 times.
And has taken home 3 golden popcorn statues.
Times.
Yes.
9 times.
9 times.
She first won the Best Kiss category for The Wedding Singer.
Yeah.
Before going on to win Best On-Screen Team for Charlie's Angels and 50 First Dates.
And so it used to be very creative, the MTV Movie Awards. And then I guess, I don't know, it lost its oomph.
She was most recently nominated for Best Topical Show in 2022. And in 2020, she and her cinematic soulmate Adam Sandler were honored as Dynamic Duo at the MTV Awards Greatest of All Time. So the award show is going to be Sunday, May 7th, 8 p.m. You will be able to check that out. Then let's see, we got time for another quick one or two things. Oh, yeah. Here was a thing. And I've seen this pop up a couple of times, and I really haven't touched on it much. But in an interview with E! News published on Wednesday, Matthew Lawrence amended the comments he made earlier this month about planning to have kids with TLC's Rosanda Chili Thomas.
Oh.
Sucking on a chili dog. Sucking on a chili dog.
I'm so glad that
Well
was
done,
there.
Casey.
Yeah.
Speaking about his older brother, Joey Lawrence.
Whoa.
He said, Joe and I were commiserating about this plan that we had to have children together when we were growing up. And I missed the first go-around, and now he's starting a new family. And I was thinking, man, it'd be great if we could do it again when I didn't have the chance to raise a family together. He said, so that's what I meant by that. I didn't mean to put any pressure on somebody I was dating or anything. So he had stated he and Chili wanted to have kids together and something.
Right.
And that kind of got everybody all abuzz that they were immediately going to try to make family, because he is the ex of Cheryl Burke, the dancing pro from Dancing with the Stars. And so they broke up. I think they were engaged or something like
Wasn't
that.
there another Lawrence? Like there's always
Martin Lawrence.
A third
The not
in
so
this
good-looking-
family?
Yeah,
There were 3 boys, Joey, Matthew, and Andrew, and
Martin.
they were married. Matthew Lawrence and Cheryl Burke, and he's from Abington.
All right.
Matthew, and he was, he's the kid in Mrs. Doubtfire, Boy Meets World.
Oh, yeah. That's right. And that's why we spoke about this before.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Now I remember. All right. I think do we have clips? Or is it mystery clips?
Are you kidding me? Really?
Mystery clips.
All right.
So if you have never heard mystery clips before, normally I do a little setup and tell you who is talking and what they're talking about. We have no idea what this is. So in the studio, if you think you know who it is, raise your hand, you get to guess. Otherwise, it remains a mystery till the very end.
Mm-hmm.
Here we go.
I did move to America when I was very young. It has been really hard for me, if I'm being candid, to be away from family. I've spent my whole 20s basically in another country.
I have no idea.
I know. I don't think you guys even know this name.
Okay.
What the
It is Maria Mitchell? Is
Maya.
Maya Mitchell.
And what the hell is she talking about?
M-A-I-A. I know.
You got to go to Marissa.
I still don't have the form, the information. Marissa?
You guys are going to have no idea. It's a freeform show called Good Trouble, which is a sequel to The Fosters. Maya was on the show the whole time, left last season, and is returning just to officially say goodbye this season. But the Good Trouble returns tonight at 10 p.m.
I don't even know who the hell you are.
All right.
Her face looks a little
A little familiar, right?
Yeah.
She was in the Teen Beach
I
2.
knew it.
Teen Beach 2.
Yes,
And
Teen Beach
movie.
1.
She played Lottie.
No, she's the main girl with that's with Ross
Lottie.
Lynch. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
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 Which, hang on, I'll get you her name in that show, Casey, in case. She was Mackenzie.
Mackenzie.
I think she might be. Wait, what was
Teen Beach
What
2.
was the accent? Because I thought she might have been an Aussie.
Ozzy?
Might be
I
an
did
Aussie.
move to America when I was very young. It has been really hard for me, if I'm being candid.
Yeah, she's definitely Aussie.
And you wouldn't move to America if you're already here.
You're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
You're definitely right.
All right, let's do the next mystery clip.
All right, here we go.
If you know, raise the hand. Here we go.
You raise me up.
Josh Brolin. No, not Josh Brolin. Josh Groban. Josh Groban. God damn it, I got him wrong.
Wrong. All right, Steve, what's your guess? It's not
Josh
Josh
Groban.
Brolin. Yes.
Yeah.
Shut the f*** up.
Here's the clip.
I read the book when I got the audition. I crammed it before I had to go in person, and I started with the intention of cramming it, and then actually genuinely binged it, and became a Daisy Jones stan.
Daisy Jones. Stan.
I recognize her voice. She was in something I watched.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Napoleon Dynamite.
Yeah.
Shut up.
What?
About your delicious bass.
Yeah.
I have no idea who it is, but I'm interested because I think she was in something I watched. I recognize that
All right.
voice.
Magnata?
All right, it's actually a show I started watching last night. It's really good. It's called Daisy Jones and the Six. It's a television adaptation of a book. She plays the lead singer of the band, Daisy Jones, and that was her talking
What's
about the
her name?
audition
Who is she?
process. Her name is Camilla Maroney.
Camilla Maroney, was that a former Leo DiCaprio squeeze?
Oh, I don't know.
Or is it the current Leo DiCaprio squeeze? Nick, I send it to you.
Well, she was in Death Wish, Never Going Back, Valley Girl, Marmalade, Mickey and the Bear.
Oh, Kathy, you loved Mickey and the Bear.
That's it.
Yeah.
No, I'm going to find it. I
What
know
was
she's
Mickey and the Bear?
I have no idea.
Okay.
We don't know.
All right.
The show's good, though. It's got like a almost famous type of vibe.
I heard good things about it.
On
Yeah.
Amazon Prime.
All right, Camilla Marone. There you go. All right, and that's the last bit that we have for the entertainment report. But we are very excited to mention to you, when we return from this commercial break, we are going to play a series of clips from Mr. Bruce Springsteen. It's called Bruce on the Road. All you have to do is identify the songs. We'll play the clip. We'll let you absorb it a little bit, and then we'll take calls at the end of the segment. But at the beginning, you don't want to miss what we're going to play. And if we don't get a winner, we'll keep doing it throughout the course of the morning. And I think it's a little challenging.
Well, it really should be because these are highly coveted tickets, and you got to work for it a little bit.
Breaking news.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Steve
Are you
Morris.
going to break this?
Yeah, well, yeah.
All right, go ahead.
Steve is a genius. Leonardo DiCaprio's ex, Camilla Marone. So you were right, Steve. They dated. They are no longer together. Guess how old, by the way, Steve
I'm
Morrison?
going to put her in the. Well, she's probably now 28.
She's 25.
Oh, okay.
So
she hit the mark.
Yes, she's no longer.
You're going to have to
available.
leave.
She aged out of Leo.
Do you think DiCaprio wakes him up after mid? Wake up. Wake up.
It's your birthday.
Yeah.
Get
Steve,
out.
It was his longest relationship since, who was it Giselle Bundchen? Did he?
No. That was Tom
what's
Brady.
the other
Gigi
one?
Hadid, is there a was there?
It wasn't
Hadid
Hadid.
is the current.
Anyway, they went a long time
Oh,
according
wow.
to Hollywood standards.
Okay.
It's a lifelong relationship.
All right. We'll monitor her and see what happens. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in just a second. Hang out the Bruce Springsteen tickets on the way. Bert Kreischer's on the show as well. We got other things happening too. Stay put.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Yesterday, I'm going to bring it back to this. They were like, it was so enlightening to hear you guys talk about a female-based product, the menstrual cup, and not fart jokes and porn.
Here we
But
are.
we're back.
And we just did it all.
Don't worry.
We did it all.
Absolutely.
Hey, this might be the perfect opportunity. All right, Marissa, I sent you guys this instructional video.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday. Did you watch it?
I heard you watching it in the office, and I could hear it, and I'm like, what? It's got to be some sort of sex toy or something.
So it's this bizarre product, and I sent it to all of you guys, and the subject line I used was instructional video. Please watch. Nobody got back to me. Like not one person responded to me, and I'm like,
yeah.
Did I offend Marissa and Kathy? Well, I know I didn't offend Kathy because she was in the same room. But
that's a terrible feeling when you send out something you think, oh my God, did I cross the line?
Right.
And I wanted to watch it, and you were making such a thing about it that I wanted to not be distracted, and I never got around to it.
Marissa, see if you can grab the audio from that, and I don't know if it's fully. If we can play it or not, but there are specific body parts. I don't think it talks about insertion or anything like that, but it is this quote-unquote massage piece of machinery that is one of the most involved-looking things I've ever seen. If it's indeed made for, it has to be.
Back here is the carburetor.
Oh my God,
it's complicated.
Oh
It is.
yeah, and it is there for pleasure, right? You know, if you make it all the way through, okay, you know, because things go in things and other things go in other things, and
there are some things that and we've talked. I remember one time we did. I think we were doing an appearance at maybe Brisquet's store or whatever when it existed, and there were things in there I would have thought were actually involved in construction that were that there's no way that is a sexual thing.
But Kath, when you were talking about sending things to people, and I have done that, I've sent things to you, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that, and then I go, oh wait, no, she has sent me the picture of that guy sitting on the on the side of his bed
with his giant
with his giant thing hanging out. I'm like, okay, I think I might be safe here.
I love when they will insert. They will have like a dignitary at some meeting, like a parliament, and they will insert that picture in one of the frames behind him.
Dude, the latest one, it was a COVID test.
Yep.
And I sent it to Kathy. I'm like, dude, I think I came back positive, and she's like, dude, I got this like 3 days ago.
I didn't say that. I sent you a screenshot of the text that Preston sent me
I had already
that said,
sent
I
it
think
to
I
her.
tested positive.
There was only one person I wanted to send that to, and that was Kathy. Yeah, listen, I bought Kathy for one of her birthdays like a butthole polisher one time. Right?
Yeah,
I thought it was nice.
Right?
Yeah. So you can't cross the line with her. No. I don't think so.
No, there's. I don't. Yes, I don't get offended by anything. I don't think it's all funny, but I don't. Right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I don't get offended if you get me a butt plug.
Like I've lost. I traded in, and I've always said this. I say of offensive things all the time. I do not have the right to get offended. You know, it's just it's my deal.
Right.
If I dish it out, I have to be able to take it.
Right.
But if Kathy ever wanted to like get us fired,
Oh my God!
Jesus. Oh yeah, there's so much ammo. It's not even.
I mean,
then all you have to do
remotely
is
funny.
show the text from her on the phone.
Yeah.
You'll be reinstated.
I will also
my mind.
I will also think of the time that you put a Sharpie in my butt crack, and you don't remember that, but I do. I'm like, yes.
Did I draw on your butt?
No. I was like bent over, and my crack was showing, and you were like, bloop.
Wow. Okay.
Do we have it over the audio?
No, I don't. Are you editing it?
It might
Marissa?
have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's you don't need to. We don't need to hear all of it. It's just I want to give the tone of this guy that is doing the narration for it. That is actually the instruction. It's like he's being as serious as you can possibly be about it.
I love that.
And talking about this stuff that's just like
It's like these things. We never play these fully, but
Dad, can I talk to you for a minute?
yeah.
there's a much longer piece of that. But I love. And
What is the exact product?
I don't
it's like
even
a pleasure
know.
device. It's something you buy for, and
It's
there's
got to be extremely expensive
Yeah,
because it's super complicated.
I was curious as to what the cost was, but it's for the front and the back and the underneath.
simultaneously.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
Yeah.
So
And
is
the
it
thing
like
that goes
is it
in
like
the
a
back-
Sibian?
The thing that goes in the back, no, it's like nothing you've ever seen before.
Is it a revolution in home entertainment?
Like I can't even explain it.
Okay, so remember when we were talking about packing a flounder before?
Yes,
Okay. So there's essentially this thing that packs a flounder for you, but it's there to stimulate things.
Oh.
So it,
Okay.
But it's just wild that, like, Press, you talk about the narration, but like somebody also had to animate this.
Yes,
like,
there's a professional animator with it too. Here, I'll play some of it.
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager, all body parts in contact with the massager and the massager itself shall be fully cleaned.
music.
After assembling the massager, lock the rear massage bar in the initial position, adjust the front massage bar to the maximum angle away from the body, and tie the belt at the waist.
There's a belt.
Smear the orange lubricant on the anus and surround.
Oh, you got to watch that one.
She missed that.
She missed that one.
That's okay.
I would say
The anus sensor. Yeah,
So
It is funny what we can and can't say because it's all technical terms.
it is.
You
But
know,
there are some. We get away with murder in so much.
And
the
I guess
skin,
Yeah.
the surrounding skin of the perineum, thigh, inside, and all surfaces of massage head in contact with the skin uniformly.
Okay, that's all we're going to play.
So initially when I saw the picture of it, I thought it was one of those office chairs that you sit in that doesn't have a back to it, but it's actually a device that you wear. You can wear standing up. There's a pin on it like a grenade.
I would need the instructions for this device. What the hell?
This
is happening?
you have seen nothing like this. I want to get one of these in the studio. Do they have a price?
No, but I'll bet you it's a few $1,000s. Look at this.
So
Wait, I'm sorry.
I can see that wraps around.
is that supposed to go over your Johnson?
There you go. And then it goes up and
There
down.
you go.
Watching the animation. But what I can't figure out is the seat part of it.
The seat looks like a ski boot.
It does. It looks like a ski boot.
So you sit on a ski boot.
Hey,
while it.
Without looking behind you, Steve, who do you think is in the studio now?
Bill?
Yeah. He just came into the studio. He's shaking his head. He's not happy.
He has one of these.
It was his birthday on Sunday.
He came in to clarify.
he's going to let us know the price.
What do those things cost, Bill?
You should get one that instead of a motorcycle seat.
Bill, honestly, have you ever seen anything like this in your life?
You know, I'm in my office last night, long after you've gone.
Right.
I listened to the Kathy Menstrual Cup segment because I missed it live.
Right.
What'd you think? It's pretty straight ahead, right?
No,
There was look. It's like, well, I actually looked up. It's been so long since we've talked about FCC and the liability of obscenity and all of that stuff. It hasn't been in the conversation. I looked up the definition again, and I think you guys are dancing on that line because it has something to do with sexual or excretory activities and organs, which is what
There's nothing sexual about it. I mean, it deals
with
biological, if anything.
It deals with a sexual organ.
Right. Yeah, like a Wurlitzer.
By my by Kathy's very apt description of what that does. Anyway, and you're doing this today. I'm like, I dumped the lubricant on the thing.
Yes, which we would only.
I got you.
Our agreement with you is always we'll swing for the fences and you excise what you think is appropriate.
People are wondering what the name of it was. Again, I'll play the beginning. Just it says the name of this.
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager,
Shinfly full coverage men's massager.
So I need to imagine because so much of this is written and appears to be in Mandarin, right?
Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely an Asian product, I believe. But it's got subtitles, which brings us full circle to the conversation we started.
Says great for dads and grads.
Oh, jeez. Okay. All right. So yesterday, today's discussion just kind of brought me back to those good old days where we're really working the dump buttons. But
good.
Yeah. So
by the
maybe
way,
a
Bill,
Preston and Steve logo in the merch shop, in the rock shop. You know, we could make some money on this.
Yes.
Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Again,
and you could be the narrator. Bill's a great narrator, by the way.
Yeah.
He does wonderful narration.
I get all.
Wait, hang on. Let me see.
all body parts in contact with the massager and the massager itself shall be fully cleaned.
I think you're better than this guy.
Yeah.
I don't know what you want from me. Santa's got to go.
All right, I'm gonna go.
Santa's got to go. All right, so you need to see this thing. You need to do a search on the. Hold on, what was the name of it?
I mean, it'd be easier to go out and get a girlfriend.
Yes,
by far.
Just putting this thing on, just all the straps and hooks. And various things you need to put together to put this thing on your body is more work than going out and trying to get an actual relationship.
And what do you think? It's like, you're at the office. Can I come in? No!
Before using the Shinfly full coverage men's massager,
Shinfly full coverage men's massager. Marissa?
We're sharing it on all of our social media
Okay.
accounts,
All right.
so
You
can
got to
find the
see
link
this
there.
thing. There's nothing full-on graphic
No,
about
everything
the
is,
animation, but I mean, it's
suggested.
It's certainly suggested, but I've never seen anything like this product before.
I mean, there has to come a point about 3 minutes into using it where you just feel like the lowest scum on earth.
Or you finally found the
euphoric.
greatest thing
Yeah.
that's been created by man.
Honey, I want a divorce.
Wow. Okay. All right. Eddie Vedder is heading out on the road tomorrow night in support of his new solo set, Earthling. Vedder kicks off a 9-date run at New York City's Beacon Theater, although he played a surprise show last night, right, Nick?
He did, yeah. He was in a place just outside of New York City, and the Earthlings were with him, and that's Chad Smith and Josh Klinghoffer and a few other guys. And so there's a whole bunch of songs that I've never heard of that he did last night. And then, tomorrow night at the Beacon Theater, and then Friday night at the Beacon Theater. And I will be attending Friday night show.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Nice.
While chatting with the New York Times, the Pearl Jam frontman recalled discussing his and the band's career with U2's Bono, who had very specific opinions and advice for Vedder.
What do you think about baloney?
He does.
I like it.
He recalled saying, I've had a conversation with Bono back in the day. He was suggesting that we needed to work harder and that you didn't want rock and roll to become a niche. And he said that when U2 makes a record, it's like they've got a racehorse and they don't want the horse to in the race. They want to win the race. And I said, we race the horse and then we let the horse run free. He said, I wasn't trying to be...
To be honest, I don't know what you're talking about.
He said, I wasn't trying to be clever. That was the truth. And he was frustrated with me.
Do me a favor and put this device on. I think you're going to what is it? This part here goes over your manhood. This thing that looks like a ski boot just behind your nutsack. Now do a deep knee bend. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
33 WMMR.
Thank you, Kath. So, Bruce, the boss, the man, the myth, the legend, has traveled this nation, and he knows it backwards and forwards, so much so that he puts it in songs all the time. There are locations that you can pick out throughout Bruce's entire career that he sings about.
Exactly right.
And so we've had Marissa take 10 Bruce Springsteen songs and isolate the moments where he mentions locations or cities or states or towns or anything like that.
You know what, Ed?
What?
Basically, it's always about location, location, location.
There you go. Bruce was the guy who originally said
Absolutely.
that.
He
All right.
coined that phrase.
So I'm gonna play the clip. I will play it 2 times. We'll let you think about, or do you think I should just do it once?
Oh.
I say give him 2.
All right, 2 times.
I agree that this is there's a level of proper difficulty to this because these are highly sought after tickets.
All right. So, and then at the end of this segment, we will take a caller and see if you can identify the 10 songs. So here we go. This is first time through. This is it. And it's just that simple.
That's so easy.
Juniata Park. Okay. All right. I'll play it one more time. This is it again. Bruce on the road. All right. Think about that later on. You're going to need all 10 titles of the songs in order to win those tickets, and you'll go to the show tonight.
Give me your best guesstimate on the duration of the show tonight. How long?
Wow.
Because he's legendary.
Yeah, he usually does the 3-hour-long show.
And it's been a while since he's been here. Yeah.
Good question. Yeah, I'd say 3 hours and 10 minutes.
All right.
That's just a guess. But I don't know. But that was Bruce's thing for the longest time. That was his legend, was he would put on these marathon shows.
Did he clock a near 4-hour show?
Something like that.
Yeah, it's a long time. I mean, I go to definitely at least 3-hour shows with my favorite band. But they're, it's like an hour and 10, 15-minute first set, and then like a nice set break, and then, an hour. 15,
So they'll take an intermission?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Fish usually takes an intermission?
Yeah.
At every show?
Yeah.
I have no idea. I don't know if Bruce takes intermissions
Usually.
or not. No?
There's like a set break occasionally, and then come back for the encore, and then sometimes another encore. But
I'm
I've
just
seen
going
him.
to stay on stage, and you all can go pee. I'll stay right here.
Yeah, I've seen him a few times, and it's just an unbelievable show. I wish I could go tonight.
Do you remember the longest one, Nick?
Longest one that I ever went to was probably either at the Wells Fargo Center or I actually got to see him at the Spectrum once. The last time I saw him was at the ballpark.
Yeah.
So I'm looking forward to seeing that again this summer. I'm hoping to get to that show.
Sure. Fish did a 7 or 8 hour concert one time.
No.
So it was
I'm
the Millennium. So when it went from 1999 to 2000, they played it from midnight till sunrise.
Wow.
Nick, when I went to see Bruce, I was at the Wells Fargo Center as well, and it was nice. We were in somebody's suite. It was a friend of ours, and he invited us, my friend and I, to go. And so we were in the suite, and it was, you have drinks, you have food, whatever. And at one point, I remember I looked at her, I was like, "What, this is still going on?" Like, it was like, we had a couple of drinks, and I'm like, he's still playing.
The dude's like sweating blood on stage and. Could I have another wine, please?
Seriously.
I'm dying up here.
I mean, Jungle Land, the studio version of Jungle Land is nearly 10 minutes long. And you go see it live, and it's like 12, 13, 14 minutes long. And yeah, I mean, but if you ever get a chance to go see him, and that's why these tickets are so coveted, it's a fantastic show.
By the way, I'm the fan of an intermission at shows.
Oh, yeah.
I think it's a nice reset, especially if they can kind of tailor each set to something specific. Like they'll do the kind of maybe some of the newer stuff in that first set, and then the second is like, okay, we're going to bang out the hits here.
So a lot of times when they'll do an album in its entirety, they'll do that, and then they'll do the split, or they'll do that on the return. Yeah, it's a good mark.
Yep. So that's tonight, and we'll take some calls. We'll take a call at the end of this particular segment, but I want to talk about something else. It's in the news. I hate to bring this up because the story is based on something unfortunate. About a guy who we've had a friendship with for a long time, Danny Briere, who is the interim GM of the Flyers right now.
Just a great guy.
And if you didn't see it, his son, unfortunately, Carson, did something stupid.
Yeah.
Did something really stupid. He's at school. He's at, what school is it? Merkhurst University?
Mercyhurst.
Merkenhurst in Erie. And they're at a bar, and there's security video. He and a couple of people walk up these stairs at the top of the stairs, which is right next to where the bar opens up to, and there's a huge crowd in there. There's a wheelchair sitting there, and he kind of sits down in it, and you can see he and his friends talking. And then somebody starts to push it a little bit towards the stairs, and he just takes his hand and just knocks it all the way down the stairs. And it was someone's wheelchair, a woman who was in the bathroom. It tumbles down this large flight of stairs, not just like 5 or 6 stairs, like a full flight of stairs. And it takes damage, and those things are expensive. And like Kathy was saying, they're usually made specifically for an individual and the way their body is and everything. And it was just, dude, that was stupid. The hell were you thinking?
Idiot.
And I have conflicting thoughts on this because I might have been that a-hole that did that, and not because it was a disabled person, and I wanted them to feel even more discomfort and pain that they've dealt with this their entire life. Just because, man, that would be funny to watch that thing roll down the stairs. You know what I mean?
Well, absolutely.
And then the other side of me is like, you moron, and you need to be held accountable. And if I'm Danny Briere, I'm calling him up going, what the F is wrong with you?
Right.
What did you do?
And
Totally.
Danny's got a lot going on right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, you never know. He could step in as GM, but if they see this little...
It sucks. It shouldn't reflect on
Not
Danny
at all.
all.
Not at all.
And it probably won't.
Because his son is an adult. And I will guarantee you, Danny did not raise his son who's... Preston, it was a dumb thing in a dumb moment.
Yeah.
And that was that. And so, I've been there. We've all had incidents where you do something and it's like, they always say the worst thing to hear is your parent saying, I'm disappointed in you.
Right.
Well, and it's super, and now as a parent, it's super frustrating when your child who you have raised not to do things like that has a momentary lapse in judgment and they do it, and then you have to say to them, what the F is wrong with you?
Think of this. Think that, what if you're Mrs. Hitler?
Right.
And you
Oh, my God.
you get the call.
But you know what?
What did he do?
I mean, listen, ultimately he has to pay the price for this,
Sure, totally, and should.
So I might, as a parent, not come down too hard on them because they're going to have to, face the consequences anyway. There was also alcohol involved, and I'm not making excuses for this guy, but, I know a lot of people that after they've had a couple of pops, they do some, listen, alcohol,
a lot of poor decisions
It affects your judgment with the very first sip.
Yep.
With the very first drink, it affects your judgment, So
That's the time you push Kathy down the stairs.
And Nick, I had to see you have your hand raised. I know you're going to mention something that you did silly when you were in college.
I like how you use silly instead of stupid.
It was not, but it's not a drunken incident, and it was me, and I was dumb. And the reason I'm going to bring it up is that I actually apologized to my dad this past Saturday. For something
no
that I
way.
did.
Oh,
Yeah.
my gosh.
Wow.
Okay. And I had sort of like, Casey, you know how like when you make amends, you really sometimes people just say they're sorry, and you're just saying it.
Yeah.
That's what I did the first time around.
Right.
And I was like, man, Dad, I'm really sorry. And it was just dumb. We were and maybe even shared this story before, but we had donut fights. And we got 4 bags of Dunkin' Donuts that were being thrown away, trash bags filled.
All right.
Yeah.
And we all got in our cars. There was no alcohol involved. This is
okay. I was
really
talking about
sober.
a different incident.
Well, there are plenty. But this one's a sober one. Yeah, that one too. Also, I apologize for that one. I'll do that after the show.
Yeah, this
Anyway,
can only
back
be
to the-
told in Sand Lake.
Back to the donuts.
Go ahead to the donuts.
So, Steve, the whole point of this escapade was it was 2 or 3 in the morning, and we were several cars were involved. And we would open the doors of the cars while we were moving and roll down the windows and just throw donuts at the other cars.
So
And
old enough to drive.
we were, no, we were probably like 21, 22, and we were just bored idiots at 2 or 3 in the morning and we're driving around. But here's what I did was I went down this hill in the car and I made a left while the door was open. And it was a Dodge Grand Caravan. The door slid off of its hinges and then was scraping along the road. And so me and my idiot friends sort of picked the door up and like shove it back into place. But it didn't work.
Right. You do?
Yeah, exactly. I felt like Tommy Boy. And
oh my God.
What'd you do? My poor father probably had to go to work the next day, when he comes out and opens up the door and it falls right off the hinges.
Oh, no.
And it was just stupid. And I think what Danny Briere's kid did was just stupid. I don't think it was malicious. And what we were doing wasn't malicious. But I got to the point this Saturday. It was like, man, Dad, that probably was a massive headache for you. And I'm really sorry. I was a moron.
I did loads of dumb things like that. I was a bit of a vandal when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah.
And, I would smash mailboxes and throw pumpkins through, at cars or, this dumb stuff. Fire extinguishers. I was a moron. I should have been busted. I should have. The police needed to talk to me, and they should have. I just never got caught. I regret it to this day. I'm not proud of it. I'm embarrassed by it.
Yes.
I can freely admit it now, though, and it feels kind of cathartic to do that.
Yeah.
But I wish somebody would have had not my dad, though. I wouldn't want my dad to put the fear of God into me because he already did that with other things. But
there's also no security footage of you doing any of these things.
Yeah,
right? Like you
that's
weren't hanging
true,
in a
too.
bar being a dumbass while there was a camera up in the corner recording you doing it.
And as I reflect on the kind of fun nature of doing stupid things like that, I can't help but think of this situation that this girl comes out of the bathroom, this woman who has some sort of disability, and sees that her wheelchair, her mobility has been thrown down the stairs and just goes, really?
Yeah.
Really? Like I don't already have enough to deal with, you know what I mean? So it's, I'm weighing these two things here. Obviously, he needs to be held accountable for that and did something that probably didn't mean to be malicious, but just did it and wasn't thinking about how stupid that is to do something
By
like
the way,
that.
his apology seems sincere.
Yeah.
Right. So, and as well it should be. But yeah, again, on that, I remember, Preston, I was 14, 15. I put rocks in the
that's right.
Yeah, in the gas in the gas.
Oh my God.
Of a car, the gas
tank?
port, gas tank, and it was. I mean, you just totally effed up the car. Me and my friend. It's going to be funny.
Yeah.
It wasn't funny.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Did you get in trouble?
Oh
Did you get
God,
busted?
yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
But also, let's also take into account his friends also were right there and saw it happen and didn't
They walked like
they all
no,
walked
just
away.
walked
Nobody
in-
was like, "Yo, dude,
Just
you
walked
don't do
into
that."
the bar like nothing had happened. Like they were just casually, oh, let's go in now.
And so these are the warnings for my children or anybody out there. Like, listen, we made a lot.
Don't do it in front of cameras.
Wow, dude, there's cameras everywhere. I mean, honestly, I was going to say that.
Yeah.
But like more in a, there's cameras everywhere. When we were
Be
kids,
aware.
there weren't cameras everywhere when we were kids. And like I remember my friend accidentally lit a dumpster on fire, and
Yeah, I remember that.
So
what do you call that?
All right. So remember
a dumpster fire?
Yeah.
No, remember when you get like a book of matches and you would flick matches at friends? So he
As
did
you
that.
light them, yeah.
As you light them, and so he flicked a match and it went towards the dumpster. I don't think we even knew that it was in there, and then we were like a block and a half away, and we turned around and the dumpster was completely engulfed in flames. Jesus. And I start running towards the dumpster to put it out, and then they all grabbed me. We were like, "Well, we gotta go!" And then so we took off. But like,
you were doing the right thing.
I was trying to do the right thing.
Yes.
But what's funny is, speaking of no cameras, when we grabbed all the matchbooks from the store that we were just at.
So you robbed the store.
No, matchbooks are free.
Free, okay.
Yeah, you could take them, but we should have been on camera taking matchbooks.
True. Yeah. Condemning evidence.
Wow. Yeah. But
Well, this kid apparently, when he was at whatever other school he was at in Arizona, he basically admitted to being a partier, and that's why I guess he got let go from the team and he moved to the new school. So, alcohol does play a part.
More than just being a partier, he did.
Well, he said he wasn't as committed to the team,
Oh, okay.
and he said basically I was partying too much.
And he's 23. And I was an idiot when I was 23.
Sure.
And I'm still an idiot, but like I was really an idiot when I was 23.
So Kathy has a history of this, you're saying? Or is partying like this?
Yeah, I looked up because he was let go from the original college that he played for, and that's why he's at Mercyhurst. And that's what he said.
Maybe it's that last thing where you're saying where the world conspires to tell you that perhaps you should stay away from alcohol.
Mm-hmm. Nick, when do you think you said you're an idiot at 23? When do you think you were stupidest? When you did the stupidest things? How old were you?
Probably
About that age?
19 to 21, 22, something like that.
Yeah.
And like, you guys have all, what a terrible college student I was, and alcohol certainly played a role in that too. But like, I look back on a lot of these things, have sincere regrets. And Preston, I'm embarrassed by that behavior. I don't just chalk it up to youth. I mean, like I made those choices willingly, so there was a brain in there saying, "Okay, this is fun and funny, let's do it." But it's sort of, I guess, groupthink. You're hanging out with your friends, and you're all idiots at the same time.
Yeah, I was probably dumbest in high school. Like, I had definitely had a fire phase. Yeah, like lighter fluid and
or the rags.
Basements.
I lit
dumpsters.
my hand on fire one time. I thought it'd be cool if I doused my hand in lighter fluid.
They'll call me lit hand guy.
Oh, dude. And then it wouldn't go out. I was like, I basically had a torch hand.
So that's when Casey got the nickname Lefty after that.
Torch hand.
Yeah. I'm going to go to Patrick. Hi, Patrick. Good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Gadzooks, what's up, buddy?
Hey, so when I was around 16, 17 when I first got my license, and I didn't realize that they have like a curfew on them. And I was trying to impress my friends. I'm from Lower Providence, Pennsylvania, near Collegeville, and I just got my new car, and it was not brand new, but new to me. And I was going out at around 2 or 3 in the morning, ding dong ditching houses with my friends, and I thought it'd be funny to try and impress my friends. Like, I'm not going to do the door. I'm going to do the garage door.
Okay.
So I started banging on this thing.
Oh, jeez.
And I run back to the car, and we get out of the neighborhood, and immediately there was the Lower Providence police that pulled us over. They're like, what are you fellas doing tonight? And we're like, oh, no, they're just driving around. They're like, well, you were the only one in this neighborhood at 3 o'clock in the morning, so we heard there's reports of ding-dong ditching.
Uh-huh.
And we're like, yeah, you know, we told them the whole story and everything, obviously, because we're stupid kids. And they were like, well, this lady that you ding-dong ditched, she thought she was having a heart attack.
Oh, so it scared her, and she thought maybe somebody was breaking in, and she has started to have like a panic attack.
Yeah.
She have to go to the hospital?
She had to go to the hospital, yeah.
Wow.
Man, so
yeah.
Wow. And think about that. You're old enough to drive and you're doing ding dong ding. Think about that.
I know.
I mean, you know, but I get it, you know, absolutely, Patrick. At that time, these are the exact things that make you go, what was I thinking?
Mm-hmm.
What the hell?
yeah.
And sometimes when you slip down that slope, you even know you're doing something that you're eventually going to say, why did I do that? And you still do it. Yeah.
Yeah, they put me in the back of that police car, and I'm hearing my friend outside on the radio. He's like, I'm not giving you my cell phone. I'm not telling you anything. And then my dad pulls up, and I have never done anything like that before in my life. I was always like a good child. He was furious.
Yeah.
And I thought I was going to die that night.
Oh, my God.
Well, yeah, you never forget
Thanks,
that.
Patrick.
Yeah.
We have serial ding-dong ditchers in my neighborhood.
Oh, really?
And-
Really?
yeah,
Even
yeah,
with the ring cameras?
Even with the ring cameras. And in fact, one of my neighbors has posted the videos and pictures of people doing it on the community Facebook page.
Nobody's recognized the kids?
I think they do, but nobody's doing anything about it.
May I suggest
I
something?
even had one of the dads come to me one night and say, hey, tell your friend to stop posting those pictures on Facebook. And I'm like, A, why are you talking to me about it?
Tell him.
And then B, I'm like, he can do whatever the hell he wants, and it's probably your kid that's doing it. You don't want to post it on there.
Somehow find your way into his house. Say, can I you go over? Can I use your bathroom and take an upper decker?
Oh, yes. Yes. It's a great payback.
Little mystery.
It's the silent protest.
But but even with the cameras, even with that, it's still happening.
The balls.
Whatever.
You guys ever get caught, like, before you even get home? Like, because I've had, on 2 different occasions, my parents waiting for me in the kitchen table going, what were you doing tonight? And I'm like, nothing.
Well, they're just fishing. They know the odds are probably.
I was caught.
I was very good on a lot of that stuff. So when my things happened, like the gas tank thing, it was like, what?
We went pool hopping a lot, and I went pool hopping in a neighbor, and we never did it in another neighborhood. We did it in our neighborhood.
You did a lot. You even,
I was an ass. Sorry, I was an a-hole.
What would you think about? Sorry to interrupt, but what would you think about if kids were pool hopping in your neighborhood now? What would you think of those kids?
Well, I think I would have an initial reaction, and then I think I would have a secondary reaction where I would go, they're just kids.
Yeah.
You know, like I think I would initially be annoyed. Listen, when I was a kid, I played in all of my neighbors' yards. I told you guys a story about I built a freaking zip line in my neighbor's yard. My neighbor comes out, he's like, the hell are you doing? In my yard? What do you do? Go do that in your own yard.
Didn't you dig a hole in another yard?
Well, yes, but we were allowed to do that.
Okay.
That
Didn't you write
was an after-school activity.
your name, Casey, on a garage door?
I did. On the side of a garage, me and Patrick, we spray painted his grandfather's garage. And then my parents are like, were you spray painting on the McKinney's garage? And I'm like, no. And they're like, it says your name on it, you idiot. Like, it says Casey and Patrick. Morons. But but I got home after pool hopping one time in my neighborhood, and my dad was waiting for me. He's like, dude, the chief of police was just at my house. He goes, you can't go swimming in other people's pools at night. And I'm like, okay.
Oh, when we would pool hop, my mom would go with us because she was worried that somebody was going to drown and get hurt.
So she would help you go.
So she wouldn't help us. So we didn't go to people's personal homes.
Oh, you went to swim clubs.
We had a swim club right next door to us, and it was like we would hear the kids every night, and like we rarely did it, but I remember one time being like, we want to go pool hopping. And she'd be like, all right, hold on, let me get my shoes on.
Oh my God.
She would go with us.
Let me get my gun.
Your parents need to write a book. They need to sit down and tell each other their stories and put it to paper.
Oh, my dad lit his hand on fire the other day. We can talk about that.
The other day.
I did that too.
I heard Casey did this. I want us to try it.
He was a teenager. Let me go to Barbara. Barbara, good morning.
Hi, how you doing?
Great. What's up, Barbara?
My younger brother did this. He and a couple of friends. He was they were probably like 10 to 12 years old. And they didn't like this one kid in the neighborhood, and nobody did, but it kind of was beside the point. You still shouldn't have done it, no matter how annoying this kid was.
Right.
They took their hose from their house, drug it across the yard, and in their bottom window stuck this hose and turned it on and left it on for like 4 hours.
Oh, my God. That's a massive amount of damage.
Yeah, and they never got caught.
Oh, my God.
I remember the parents came to my parents and, like, you know, were like, we know your son did this and everything. And my parents, like, drew a hard line of, like, no, he didn't. And it just, you know, they just never caught them because none of the parents admitted that their kids did it.
Did they? But did your parents know?
I think deep down, yeah.
How did you know? Did you see him do it?
No, I heard the stories.
Okay.
You know, like my younger brother was this kid in the neighborhood that, like, was always blowing up mailboxes.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
Like,
what neighborhood?
He had a friend that, like, put his sister's Barbies on fire, like, you know, like all kinds of crazy shit.
As a parent now, thanks for your call, Barbara. As a parent now, though, if my kids, if I found out they were doing something like that, I couldn't do the protection thing. I would have to. I'd have to make good on it. I would have to.
You're not helping them
to compensate for whatever damage took place, and then they're going to have to learn something from this, you know, because otherwise you could head down a path that'll put you behind bars somewhere.
That's when you take an upper decker in your own bathroom.
Yes, exactly.
I'll
their bathroom.
There was that family where she was talking about lighting up dolls or setting fires or all that, you know, ding dong ditch and all that stuff. There was this family growing up in my neighborhood that was that family. They were like, Jesus Christ, anything bad that happened, and they got on the kick one summer of smashing mailboxes.
Mm-hmm.
And I go, okay, this isn't going to continue. I got a bat. I was old enough to drive. I drove up in front of the house. They're all up front, like they got the beers and the coolers and the thing. I get out of the car. They see me. I wind up with the bat, and I obliterate their mailbox.
Oh, man, I'd love to do that.
Now, mind you, they're driving around destroying mailboxes. They had this ornate little German-looking... It's like... Why would you have that? And I blasted it.
Had they done your mailbox?
Yes.
Okay, then absolutely.
Yeah.
And did you just get in and leave?
They didn't
Did they say anything?
I like in walking tall fashion, Preston. Got back in the car and left. They were so stunned.
That's great.
I have a friend of mine, Joey, lives in Broomall, and he had his mailbox stolen, just straight, not obliterated. They just took his.
By the way, isn't that technically a felony?
I don't even know.
It's a federal offense, right?
But I ran into him at Wawa. I am an adult with 3 children at this point. And he goes, "Hey man, you didn't take my mailbox, did you?" And I was like, "What?" Yes, I did. As a matter, he's like, "You did?" I was like, "No, I didn't. I'm a grown up." I'm like, "Why would you think it was a great?" He's like, "Well, I thought it was either an a-hole kid or somebody who would play a joke, and you would be the person who would play a joke." And I'm like, "Well, it was not me, but
that's the reputation you have."
I'm gonna go to Dave next. Hi, Dave. Morning, bud.
Morning, guys. How's it going?
Good. What's up, man?
Casey could probably relate to this one because he's from Delco. Casey, Widener University, the old Memorial Stadium up in Chester.
Oh, yeah.
Ever been there? Winter of '83, major snowstorm. We used to hang at the radio station, WDNR. Security was always giving us problems, and we went up to the top of the stadium, watched the security guard go into the phone booth, which is about, stadium is about maybe 2 or 3 stories high.
Okay.
And took a big block of ice and dropped it from the top of the stadium onto the top of the.
That must have sounded like a bomb went off inside of that thing.
Oh, all the windows shattered out of it. What do you have, son of a bitch this and son of a bitch that? And, we took off. We took off through the stadium all the way down through Stetzer Elementary. And God knows what happened to that poor guy. I got to be honest with you. Never saw him up there again.
You didn't know that there was somebody inside the phone booth?
Oh, no, he did.
They watched him go in.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So here's the funny thing, Dave. In the very, very beginning of your story, you go, security's always giving us problems. I think it was the other way around.
Well, we were not very. Our biggest problem was we were friends. 2 of my best friends, their fathers were Chester cops. So we got away with a lot.
There you
that's
go.
only the tip of the iceberg. That poor guy, he was probably in his 60s, 70s.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
Had a heart attack.
How do you feel?
Exactly.
How do you feel? Yeah, how do you feel about it now, Dave?
You know what? You guys brought this up. I haven't really thought about it much until today.
Oh.
Listen, if you do have the opportunity, and probably not, because the guy probably, as you assume, died that night of a heart attack.
Looking back, it was probably one of the
But if you could do something that makes,
maybe to his grandkids or something,
Hey, when you have
I think I'm the guy that killed your father.
when you have a friend whose parent is a police officer, I mean, we got out of so many parties. He would alert us that they were coming to bust
You
the
had a
party.
man on the inside.
Seriously, he would call his son and say they're on the way to the house. Like his son would have to tell him where he was going that weekend, and
would he do anything about trying to curb his son's behavior to keep him from doing things where the police had to get involved?
It was all of us. They were like house parties, and so if it would get too loud, I don't think so. Or I don't know what happened in their home. Maybe he did, and the kids just kept going. But I mean, we would his father would call us and say, "Get out of the house. They're on their way."
Is it kind of the same?
Or I'm on my way. Sometimes he would come.
Is it kind of the same dynamic of Laurie Singer and Footloose, like the preachers? The police officer's kid is more likely to be rebellious.
Yeah, I mean, listen, they were a really good family, but and I was grateful because I didn't really get in trouble that much.
All right. Well, listen, I want to wrap this up because we got Bert Kreischer coming up. We have to do this contest. We got the bizarre file and all that stuff. But thank you for your calls. I apologize. We're gonna have to clear the phone lines. And by the way, I'm my heart goes out to Danny. Yes, he's such a good guy. And he's got to deal with this public nightmare right now.
And I have nothing to predicate this on other than we know how nice a guy he is. So I assume his son is not, a Charles Manson.
Right.
So, but you do something, you screw up, you gotta,
yeah, you got
to it.
Yeah, you got to pay the fiddler.
Yeah.
And then hopefully you learn after that.
Right.
And you don't do stupid stuff like that anymore, man. And I feel terrible for the person who owned that wheelchair because that's just a slap in their face. Yep. All right, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to start with caller number 7. No, you know what? No.
It's not a good number.
It's just the first caller.
We'll
do
it's ridiculous.
We'll do first caller in. Is that okay?
Yeah.
What?
And they need to identify these Bruce Springsteen songs, which all have location mentioned. All right, 215-263 WMMR. Now, I honestly, and I know all the hits by Bruce. I know a handful of the deeper cuts, and I'm not well versed in the boss.
Right.
And I only know like 6 of these songs.
I think
this is for a fan.
I'm probably in the same ballpark. I disconnected at a certain point. There's a lot of Bruce I love, but song about where you are, Preston.
Okay, so 215-263 WMMR. So we made this a little bit on the difficult side, so we make sure that a fan gets these tickets. So, all right, so we'll go.
Taking up a dicker?
We're gonna take one caller now and see if we can get a winner. And if not, we will, after the bizarre file, do the same thing all over again. Take another caller and see if they can identify all 10 songs. By the way, it started off, Marissa had like 15 songs.
Yes, yeah. It was a concert of its own.
Which is awesome because she went above and beyond. But I'm like, trim it down to 10. Let's keep it in the realm of not crazy.
I didn't realize they mentioned location so many times.
Yeah. All right, so we'll go to Greg, our first caller. Yes, Greg.
Yes, Greg.
Hey, Greg.
Hey, how you doing?
Awesome, buddy. All right, so how confident do you feel on getting these tickets?
Well, I'm going to take a guess.
Okay.
That sounds moderately
confident. All right. I am not going to stop you at any point in time. I want you to go through all 10 titles, and I'll let you know if you are correct or incorrect, all right?
Yep.
All right, go ahead.
Atlantic City.
Keep going.
Thunder Road. Jungle Land. Wrecking Ball. Jersey Girl. Streets of Philadelphia. Racing in the Street. Mary's Place. And Jesus Was a Priest.
All right, I'm going to tell you got 3.5 correct out of that.
3.5
Yeah, one of them didn't have the correct title. But yeah, Greg, sorry, bud. Nice. terrible try, but it's all good.
All you need is 6.5 more.
Thank you anyway, Greg. All right, so first time out, first caller wanted to test how difficult this is. If it becomes really, really hard, we'll take multiple callers as we go through.
Are we going to give any hints?
No, not yet, but maybe later on. We'll see about that.
Choked up with that.
All right. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second. We'll do it again. I'll play it before the Bizarre File.
Yes.
We'll take a caller after the B File and see if you can get those tickets for the Springsteen show tonight. Bruce, on the road, Wells Fargo Center. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR.
His voice gets even shakier. There you go.
Wow. That's unbelievable. Isn't that something? It's crazy.
You had to have heard our earlier discussion in order to understand exactly what we're referring to. But the video is now on our social media if you want to see.
I call this part the everlasting bum stopper.
Oh, my God. Hang on. I can't see the copy here.
And the video's back up again.
It's just such a clunky looking thing.
It is. There's no way to describe it.
Okay. No, you may not want to eat for this next segment that we're going to talk about.
Oh, man. Okay.
Kathy told us last night on a little phone call, and she prefaced this by saying, I want to share something with you guys. And she says, because we're family and we can talk about these things.
By the way, Casey was not on the call at this point, so this is going to be a surprise for Casey.
I go, what did I just walk into? And you guys said, you just wait till tomorrow.
Yeah.
I said, okay.
Yeah. So you want to try something out, I believe?
Do. Yeah, okay. I want to try something out. And when I say we're family, I mean us in the room and everyone that listens to the show.
Exactly.
Right?
Yes.
So I'm going to try a menstrual cup.
Oh,
menstrual cup.
Wow.
Yeah, a cup. I'm so surprised.
A cup. Me too.
And in no small part, because your reaction anytime Preston has ever brought this up is just complete revulsion. And
that's
so,
what
like,
we thought.
The fact that you're coming around on it, and I've heard a lot of people rave about it, I'm proud of you. I think that that's like a step in the right direction.
Yeah.
I didn't even know they still existed. I thought that this was a thing from years ago. Now, listen, I don't know nothing about menstrual and all that. But it seems antiquated to me.
Well, so I think it's becoming a little more popular because they're saying that there's benefits to it. It's safer than wearing a tampon. It holds more, so you can go throughout the day, without having to change it. It's better for the environment, things like that.
Okay, so when you're saying it holds more, are we talking like a quart or what?
Well, Steve, I haven't used it yet, so I don't know, and that's part of my issue. I wanted to. I'm hoping that Mother Nature, the flow, kind of goes along, and I get it on the weekend because I'd love to try it, not having to come to work.
Well, isn't that a big? Well, you had mentioned in passing last night that was one of the things they mentioned. Don't take your first cup out for a spin while you're going into work.
Yeah, so apparently, yeah. So I'm on a group text with my girlfriends, and
the cuppers.
I think that 3 out of the 3 out of the 5 of us use it, and they were like raving about it. Go for it. No, you have to. Here's the one I use. Here's the one I use. There's different options out there. And so
do they have Yetis?
So me and the one girl who don't use it, we were like, okay, well, give us the what should we do? And the suggestions were, don't try to take it out the first time, at least, or until you get used to it, anywhere but your own home and possibly even the shower.
Not at the mall.
Right. Well, that's what I'm worried about. I'm like,
not on all white Wednesdays.
Well, and so my other all white Wednesday. My other issue is, how much does it hold? Because
as Preston said, we don't know, nothing about this. And I too thought it was something like an antiquated, turn of the last century sort of thing. But so I do understand that it's probably very safe. The purpose is will it stop any flow? Will it?
Yeah, well, yes.
So it basically dams it up, correct?
Yeah, it holds it. So when you take it out, it's still there, and you have to clean your cup and stuff like that. But
I never see. you don't see ads for these.
No.
You know what I mean? Like
No.
tampon commercials are a regular thing.
The cup might be too much for like a television
Maybe.
commercial.
I know why we were talking about this. I had a bizarre file story
That's
of a
it.
guy who was drinking tequila out of it.
Yeah.
He thought it was a shot glass.
geez.
And it was a menstrual cup, and his girlfriend or wife had posted it online, and that's how we
That's
got
what it was.
talking
Yeah.
about it.
Okay,
That was
so
it.
I don't know, Kathy. Listen, we don't know nothing about menstrual cycles here. But how many pints will you on a heavy flow day?
How many pints?
How many
one,
gallons?
I'm not measuring them.
Okay.
Case, I don't know. That's the problem because these menstrual cups they're not huge.
No.
So,
No.
I mean, I'm guessing they're made for the average, to hold the average woman's.
Okay, so in the demonstration we're looking at here, Kathy, the woman dips a tampon down into some, which we assume is actual.
I don't think it's
actual blood.
I think it's probably
but
water.
It obviously then it becomes larger, and that's so it basically serves as a plug.
I mean,
you would do this every. For how many days during your normal
cycle?
Like the tampons,
yeah, like
you
4 or
mean?
5 days.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. Excuse me. It depends.
And do you pour that into a larger jug that you keep by the front door?
Stop. But like it's so.
It's like my belly button lint collection.
Ew.
I haven't started.
Yeah,
it.
good. Thank you. Please talk.
The other thing is, and I've watched videos, and not graphic videos, like the videos that we're watching here,
Sure.
of how to put it in place.
Right. And how many guys do you need
Well,
to?
I know.
I mean,
might
honestly-
have my mom come over and help.
For the video that we're watching, it's not. They don't have to use a blood red liquid. They could use like a blue liquid.
Well, I think they're trying to be accurate.
We don't drink blue, just so you know.
Yeah. No, you're thinking of the Smurf cup.
But like when they do like diaper commercials, they don't like use brown water. You know, they use a blue water.
It's a little icky for Casey seeing the red.
Do you know what brand you're going to go for, Kath?
Well, so here's the thing. I purchased one. I just went to Target, and I purchased the one at Target. It's called like a Himalayan salt menstrual cup. However, my girlfriend uses a site called Lola, and this is sort of like environmentally safe, chemical-free type of products for women. So I may order one from here, Nick, and try this one. Because here's the thing. There's different ones, and the one from Target has like
Lola.
Because what I've also heard is it can you might have to like dig around a little to get it out.
Bad choice of words.
Well, somebody texted in, and by the way, we're getting a lot of positive response from women listeners.
Yes.
Male listeners,
not so much.
Not as much.
Sorry.
I don't think we understand it. But
so there, one of the female listeners recommended, Kathy, that there's one with a longer tip at the bottom of
So
it.
that's what I was worried about. That's going to be uncomfortable.
Yeah. Also, Casey, there's a great documentary that you should watch. It's called Period, End of Sentence.
I feel like I watched it, or no, it won a bunch of, I was going to say Grammys, Oscars and stuff, right?
Yeah, and I believe one of the producers is local.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it's about something that happens to half of the population on the planet.
Yeah.
And so it really just dives into.
I might want to watch it. Period, end of story?
Period, end of sentence.
A period, end of sentence.
Yeah.
Are you thinking of the sequel?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of like. I read this book about this
Quit
gentleman.
boasting.
No, I know, but this guy tried to live an Orthodox Jewish lifestyle for an entire year. He is Jewish, but he's not Orthodox, and so one of the traditions of Orthodox Jews is that when their spouse is on her period, they don't touch them.
Right.
And so for the longest time, they thought that it was a like kind of the sexist sort of like, oh, gross, get away from me. And it was more, what he found out was more of like a mourning. The loss of the possibility of having a child.
Okay.
So when you are shedding, yeah,
I
really
don't judge.
interesting.
I find that very interesting. In this case, to me, it would seem, because I know there have been issues with stuff like tampons and things of that
Toxic
nature,
shock.
where toxic shock and all
Yeah.
those sort of situations.
Although
this would seem to be, to me, it actually would seem fairly easy. I was watching the demo video. She sort of rolls it up, and which allows for you to place it where it needs to be. And then once you let go of it, it expands to what you need it to be.
Right. I'm still worried about putting it in place.
Right. By the way, so do they have different sizes of them? Do you know?
Well, so I didn't know this.
You said you're using the Joe Namath brand.
No, stop it. God, jeez, Steve.
Where did you come up with that?
Hi, I'm Joe Namath. I'm not a woman, and I don't even pretend I know what goes on down there.
Preston, I think there are sizes. I'm looking now here. It says mini, size 1, and size 2, and then you can click the size.
So for the ad campaign, this would be for the regular size.
Yeah, a couple.
And the mini would be
couple.
There you go.
Oh, it actually
a couplet.
It actually goes by the sizes are based on your age because I guess your flow changes as you age. So if you're 30 or older, so that wouldn't be me. That's a size 2.
Oh, so
under 30 is size 1, and then the mini are for first time users.
We're watching the again. Couple. So this seems. So, Kathy, the little nubby at the end that one would use to extract would seem to be about kind of the similar purpose of the string.
Right. So what you're looking at right now, that's similar to what my friend uses, but the one that I got from Target, the little nubby is kind of long. So that's why I don't know if it's comfortable.
To paint the picture, gentlemen, if I will. The cup itself looks like the front end of a World War II bomb that you would see dropped.
Right.
In
exactly.
Video footage of World War II. So anyhow, but it's also got a little spire that sticks out from it.
Sort of an extended nipple.
A little handle, a little extended nipple, like a very lengthy nipple, if you will.
Right.
And that is what, now we're looking at some that actually have a ring on them. I guess these are reusable ones, Kathy.
Oh,
are
those
they
are
disposable?
No, they're reusable. You wash them.
Which is why it's environmentally better. Okay.
And it seems to be of a very malleable polyurethane sort of thing. I do see the merit in this on one level. I think it might be a way I would go. So let me ask you one thing, and again, not to be... and then
at this point, go ahead.
She's showing to me that they do have the Joe Namath brand on Amazon. That with the tampon, you are also... sort of cleaning the area when you extract. Can you extract this?
Oh, wait, what do you mean? Like cleaning as in you think taking the tampon out is cleaning?
It does it?
Cotton swab.
No. Okay, I don't know.
Yeah. No, because...
I only wipe my butt.
No, think about it. It's like it's saturated, so not so much.
No, okay, that makes sense. I was just curious if that served a purpose that I was unaware of.
On this cup, to describe that little tip again, if you were a guy and you have one of these hands, you would take your finger and flick it and go and make that noise.
Now I know you're okay.
I have to say, Kathy, I think this actually, as Nick started again, and I agreed with his perception, this seemed like something you'd be opposed to. Now that I hear it explained, it seems actually more cleanly.
Right?
Just the extraction process seems like it would be difficult because you're talking about something that's not plugged, it's not saturated into something. It's in a cup.
Exactly.
And you got to pull that cup out, and there could be spillage.
It's like playing a game of Operation.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
But
like that.
Will your nose light up if you hit the edges of your...
But you want to do it in the shower, right?
I think
in the shower, of course.
I think the shower is a good idea.
You wouldn't do it while standing on the console here in the studio, right?
No, I think I'm not going to go that far.
But if you were at work and you didn't obviously have the shower, would you then have two cups, like take one out, put the other one in? Because... I don't know how these things work, but like if you took it out and then you had to like clean it in the sink, you couldn't do that because you're still expelling it.
That's true. But I think also the point of this is you can go much longer than a tampon. So you're not going. You can go to work for the day and then come home and change.
And if you have 3 of them at work, you could set up like a little 3-card Monte game with a little ball underneath one of the cups. Ooh, watch the ball. Which one has the ball?
2 more and you have a flight.
That too. Yeah.
I have a flight of menstrual fluid. Hey, Kathy, what does an ablation do? Because I hear like some women after having babies will have an ablation.
All right, thank you very much, Kath. I'm going to play the Bruce on the Road montage for you. And at the end of the bizarre file, I will solicit for a caller to tell us what all the titles are. And then in between that, Nick, you can do that thing you told me about that you have at the moment. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to play this clip. Listen closely. Identify all 10 titles, and you can win the Bruce Springsteen tickets. Here we go. Shine. 10 songs are represented in that montage, so write those down. Hang on to it, because at the end of the B file, I'll ask for a specific caller to take a shot at winning those tickets. All right, we'll do the beat.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
And this morning, it is brought to you by Shock It. Unfortunately, it's not a question of if your business will be hit by a cyber attack. It's a question of when. Be prepared by protecting your business with ShockIt.com. That's Shock IT or ShockIt.com. It says.
Yeah.
Right, yeah, Shock. All right, so listen to this, man. A suspected thief crashed a helicopter while trying to steal the chopper at a California airport. The Sacramento police said someone trespassed onto the Sacramento Executive Airport overnight and attempted to start 4 helicopters sitting on the tarmac. The person was able to start one of the helicopters, and the chopper crashed, and the suspect fled the area. An image taken by a local news outlet shows a helicopter on its side with the tail boom cracked and rotors smashed. It is a Bell 407 heavy lift helicopter that can be employed for various uses, including firefighting.
You're in that helicopter, and you're nothing but a chameleon, lemon-headed, coward, terrorist, and I'm after you, buddy.
No arrests have been made. So they haven't gotten that guy yet. We'll see that lemonhead.
That's why he's so upset, that lemonhead.
Yeah. An Oklahoma woman was seriously injured after her neighbor's escaped monkey attacked her, pulled her hair, and almost ripped her ear in half.
Those things are freaking strong.
And they go, you remember that we called the gal chimp face? She had her face ripped apart by a chimpanzee years ago.
Her face ripped off, her hands ripped off.
They go after those soft targets, nose, lips, and ears. The attack was initially reported on Sunday when officers received a call regarding an aggressive monkey on someone's porch.
Come again?
After police arrived, the monkey attacked Brittany Parker, the monkey owner's neighbor, and pulled her hair and bit on her ear. She said he ran up my back, jumped onto my head, pulled hair out, and then ripped my ear in half like you would a piece of paper.
Wow.
Following the attack, the monkey ran into a wooded area where officers later heard a family friend of Parker's shoot and kill the primate.
Shot the monkey.
Yeah,
Shot the
monkey. The police chief said, as we were looking for the primate, 2 shots were fired. The shots came from the area of the victim's residence. Officers went to the back of the house and found that a family member of the victim shot and killed the primate. Parker was then transported to a nearby hospital for treatment.
Do you think they fired the gun twice into the air and said to the monkey, leave town?
Maybe.
Thank you so much. I was crazed. I'm not that way.
Authorities said that the primate's body was sent to
I tore her ear in half.
an Oklahoma disease laboratory for testing.
At least I didn't push a wheelchair down the steps.
Oklahoma law currently permits residents to own almost any exotic animal except a native bear or native large cat species.
Wow.
Which is pretty wild. Maybe
So
that's why Tiger King and all those guys are out there in Oklahoma, I guess.
Yeah, sure.
Except for the large cat species. Which
Is this your gorilla?
It's still early, but soaps.com is already calling this the most bizarre crime you'll likely read about this week. It involves Forbes March, a 49-year-old former soap opera veteran who starred in such programs as All My Children, As the World Turns, and One Life to Live, and who's now being accused of stealing used cooking oil from a restaurant. March and a second man, Oscar Guardado, were arrested earlier this month in upstate New York after being busted outside of an eatery called Michael's Diner. Cops responded to a call on the night of March 2nd about 2 suspects siphoning used cooking oil from the storage container in the back of the restaurant.
Is the purpose, some cars will be modded to burn that cooking oil?
Yeah, and that's what they were probably going to sell it as fuel. The container was said to belong to a company called Buffalo Biodiesel, which collects cooking grease from eateries in a dozen states and then converts it into biofuels. So thefts of cooking oil have been ballooning over the past few years as fuel prices have gone up. So why would an ex-soap opera actor need this commodity? It's not entirely clear, but Deadline notes that March owns and runs a firewood delivery company from his farm in the Catskills. The cooking oil that March and Guardado allegedly tried to steal was worth about $1,000.
Soap opera music.
Were both hit with felony grand larceny charges and released, and they're set to appear in court at a later date. A 14-year-old was killed and 2 other teens were hospitalized Tuesday after a vehicle crashed into them while they were riding horses that the Dallas Police Department says were stolen. Two of the you never hear people stealing
horses? Horn swagglers?
Two of the horses also died. Police responded to the crash.
They got hit by a car.
Around 5:30 a.m. on Tuesday. Yeah, the preliminary investigation has determined that the 3 riders appeared to be juveniles and the horses were stolen. The 14-year-old died at the scene, while the 2 other riders, the 16 and 17-year-old, were taken to a local hospital where they remain in stable condition.
When a horse is part of a high-speed chase, do you put a sugar cube strip across the highway?
Yes, so they will stop
and eat the sugar cubes.
One of the horses died at the scene, and the second was euthanized on scene by a veterinarian. The third horse was injured too, police said, but is expected to live. The driver is not expected to face any charges in that incident. And then one last story. Let's go with this one. Firefighters in Kentucky were dispatched to help a dog stranded on a cliff ledge, and then they ended up rescuing an emergency management official whose own rescue attempt went awry. WR Castle Fire Rescue said that its rope rescue team was assembled when the emergency management had reported a dog stranded on a cliff. The crew arrived on the scene and ended up helping firefighters rescue Lawrence County's emergency management director, who had become stranded on the cliff while trying to reach the dog.
You got to feel like an idiot.
Yeah. The rope team then rappelled down the cliff.
I'm afraid!
To rescue the dog, but the canine fled and was able to slide down the cliff on its own.
This is so high up!
The dog did not appear to be injured and fled the scene, by the way. The dog just took off.
The dog was completely fine.
It was fine. And there you go. That's what I have in the bizarre file for you. All right. We're going to take caller number 10 at 215-263 WMMR. We have these 10 Bruce songs right here. If you can give all 10 titles of those songs, you're going to the concert tonight. At the Wells Fargo Center.
Quick turnaround.
We'll take those calls, 215-263 WMMR. Now, before we do that, Nick whispered to me that he has something for a special someone here this morning. I don't know what it is, and I don't know who it's for.
Listen, I want this trip for Casey to be very exciting. I'm really rooting for you to see an alligator in the wild.
Oh, I thought it was flying first class.
I couldn't. Nope. All right, you're already setting yourself up for disappointment. But you're not flying first class. However, your seat and coach will be made that much more exciting and delicious by Twizzlers.
What? Oh my God! You're
travel
totally saving
bag.
me a trip, dude. Although I do have to go get deodorant.
What about peanut M&Ms?
That's a travel bag for Casey.
Full bag.
Oh, well.
What else in there?
Who's this from? Is this
Oh
from
my
you?
God.
me, yeah.
What?
That's massive.
Oh my God. Okay. Do I have to share? Yeah.
Twizzlers,
Wow.
peanut M&Ms.
I got you 3 different kinds of M&Ms. I
This
know
is your favorite, right?
Well, in case you wanted to share those.
I will share those.
Peanut butter M&Ms.
Oh, I've never had
Almond M&Ms.
crunchy cookie.
Crunchy cookie M&Ms.
Do you know what are really good? The brownie M&Ms, too.
Yeah.
I didn't get those.
Mint M&Ms.
Wow.
And then the peanut M&Ms. I will not share these.
That's right.
But everything else I will share.
All right.
Wow, that's very nice.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yeah, you're really saving me
By the way, did anyone else besides me end up with a middle seat on the way?
I got the I'm just gonna find out what seat it is when I got to the airport.
Yeah.
Crap.
Somebody
you have a
somebody
middle
put
seat?
me in a middle seat. Mm-hmm.
The hell?
So the tickets we have, when you buy them, you're just assigned a seat. You don't.
You don't get to pick them?
unless you want to pay more.
Because we didn't buy them.
You can pay more at, you can, if there's room to.
Yeah. Well, when you checked in,
you can pay more and get it done there.
Or usually there are a host of them that you don't have to pay for, and you do get to select your seat. So, But anyway,
I think it's
I'm in the
sold
middle
out.
seat. The last 2 flights I've taken, I had middle seats. So
that sucks.
I'm on a roll.
I mean, fortunately, it's not a long flight.
It's long enough. It's 2.5 hours.
It's not.
It's long enough where I would like to
Not
a window and lean my head against and take a little nap.
When you get to the,
I can't
gate,
nap in the middle seat. No way.
Here's what you should do. Tell the gate agent, do you know who I am?
That usually works, right?
And they'll probably bump you up to first class.
Yeah.
If that doesn't work.
Actually, I do have a friend who might be able to bump me up. But the problem is there has to be first class available for that.
Oh, right, yeah.
But, and I haven't talked to him in years, but.
Well, Nick, I have a
Danny.
I have a present for you now as well.
Oh.
So my friend Brad from Primitive T-Shirts.
Yeah.
Since you are now officially a resident of Delaware County. I've got you a Delco sweatshirt. Now, this is big. I know you're not a 2X, but sweatshirts you can wear big.
Yeah.
And then from our friend Fran Winky from the New Era store at the Citizens Bank Park.
Underwear?
Hats.
Oh, hats.
So we all have hats. I'm going to give you first choice.
Thanks, man.
All right.
Appreciate it.
And then also from Primitive Tees, I got you a Delco flag that you can.
Lovely.
So how many of these were just in the studio here?
By the way, there's a listener that wants us to find a hat for them while we're down there.
I'm gonna look. I'm gonna look for him.
Are you?
Yeah, because that's like not that I would reach out to somebody and say, "Hey, can you do this?" But like I kind of get the feel. I know how he's feeling. So
Okay.
I'm gonna look in the store and see if I can find.
Okay. And by the way, Jerry, if you can bump me up to first class today, that'd be wonderful.
Me too,
Just throwing
Jerry.
that out
Is
there.
Jerry our pilot?
Yeah. No, Jerry's not our pilot.
Jerry is handsome.
All right, let's.
Just want to let everyone know that Preston's a good friend of mine. And apologies to that woman who needs the special assistance getting on and off the flight.
Was she in a wheelchair by chance?
Oh,
Looks
man.
damage to me.
All right, let's see if we can give away these Bruce tickets. All right, I'll play this one more time. Listen closely. These are 10 different locations that Bruce mentions as he travels around the states. All right, we were looking for caller number 10, and that is Paul. Let's see if we can give Paul some Bruce tickets. Yo, Paul, good morning, buddy.
Hey, good morning, guys.
All right, Paul, you feeling confident with this?
Feel lucky.
99%.
Ooh. All right, I like that. All right, so rattle off the titles. I am not going to tell you if you're right or wrong along the way. Let's just see if you get them. Go ahead.
All right. Born to Run, Rosalita, Spirit in the Night, Wrecking Ball, Streets of Philadelphia, Bye Bye Johnny, which is sometimes Johnny Bye Bye, Hungry Heart, If I Were a Priest, Racing in the Street, and Thunder Road.
No, you got 8 of them. Oh, man.
8 of them.
He was so close.
You can try again.
Yeah, there were a couple of them that he missed, but that was a valiant
Very impressive.
effort, Paul.
And
Thank you for playing along.
He
bud.
gave a title variation.
Yeah, he did, and he was correct.
Yeah.
He was absolutely correct about that. All right, thank you, Paul.
All right.
All right, see you, bud. I know he's pissed, but you know what are you gonna do? All right, so we'll have another.
I hate Preston. I hate him.
We're gonna. We're going to have another chance for you to win after we talk to Bert Kreischer, who we're going to chat with next. So we're going to take a break.
Nice.
We'll come back with Birdie Boy. Stay with us. We'll be back in a moment.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
Case, I'm not exactly sure, but my guess is that it helps with because your flow gets heavier.
Okay.
I think a lot of times as you age.
All right. Calls from ladies who either approve or disapprove.
I want to hear.
Let's go to Rebecca. First of all, hi, Rebecca. Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh, that was well done, Rebecca.
Hey, Rebecca, what's up?
So I have been a cup wearer for many years. I actually started with the disposable soft cups, which are really easy to use, and you can actually wear them during sex.
All right, so let me just ask again, as a completely ignorant to this. So they make them in both disposable and reusable.
Yeah, so the disposable ones I just kind of wanted to start out with to try them out, but they do also work for 12 hours, so like you get that long-term use out of them.
Okay.
Versus a tampon, you know?
Yeah. And you prefer it?
I absolutely do. So it's super easy to use. So the new one that I use, the Diva Cup, there is like a suction that forms to prevent it from leaking. So I typically change in the shower.
Now,
you have to,
am I reading correctly that it says here on what you were going to comment on that you can have sex while you have it in?
absolutely. So there's another one that I got. I haven't tried yet, but it's similar to the soft cup. So it doesn't have that little nub. So it's kind of more like a saucer, and it does not leak when you're having sex, and it doesn't poke anything that's poking in you.
Okay, and again, we're trying to slalom this because listen, there is so much.
Thank you, Rebecca.
We get away with as guys with not having to operate all this additional plumbing and concern and so on and so forth. So I would endeavor in every way to make it easier to use. So
Listen.
I completely my heart and my accolades go to anyone who is attempting to juggle that kind of stuff.
Rochelle has had difficulty with it her entire life.
Oh, my God.
Okay, so it's not easy for her.
No.
Every single time.
Yeah.
So she's got some above and beyond issues.
And it can be
it's very tough. And I feel horrible for her every time that it happens. And it's just she's been going to doctors for years to try and figure out what's wrong.
Yeah.
And they can't figure it out.
And you know that here, no pun, it's like the clock is ticking to your next encounter with it, and
it's coming no matter what.
Yeah.
So my friend who uses it just texted me, and she said, "No way, I would not have sex with it."
Well, I guess she said there's a different kind that's like a saucer. So
What does
I
it
don't
say
know.
as far as the under the Joe Namath specs there?
But wait, I read about putting it in place, but there's also you can read about removing it, and the first step is wash your hands. The second step is relax.
Okay,
it's a picture of Joe Namath holding a football guard with my cup, go deep.
Yeah, a couple.
Hi, I'm Broadway Joe. Oh, my God.
Now, I'm not saying I know a lot about lady parts, but I do know.
All right, let me go to Kelly. Hey there, Kelly.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, Kelly. What's up?
I love this conversation so much. I've been encouraging my friends to switch for months now.
Okay, and are you being met with deaf ears, or are they opening up about it?
So I think they have the same concerns as Kathy with, inserting, removing, and then how much it holds, too.
Mm-hmm.
I think it's so much better than tampons.
Well,
many people say
it does
that, like,
make sense.
And once you go to it, you're never going to go back. Like when people who switch, they are committed to it.
Kelly, how long ago did you make the switch?
So I'm actually pretty new to it. I just switched over the summer.
Oh, okay.
And I'm actually pregnant now, so it's not like I need it.
Oh, so you don't need it right now.
Can I ask you also, so in the course of an average day, and Kathy, please feel free to chime in, I should say, how often would one normally replace a tampon during the course of a day?
Oh my God.
And Kelly, depending on, I assume, what you're used to emitting.
And which day.
Yeah.
I don't know. I would say at least 5 to 6.
So
right?
5 to 6. So you could get away with this for like 12 hours?
That's what they
Oh,
say.
yeah. I only use it 2 to 3. I probably switch it out 2 to 3 times a day.
Oh, I'd be in. I'd be in.
That would be
to avoid doing that 5-6 times a day to just doing one shot.
Oh my God! Yeah,
totally.
And Kelly,
I'm going to do it now.
Yeah.
Kelly, when you remove it, you wash it and then put the same one back in?
Yeah. So I just rinse it out. You boil it. You're supposed to boil it once.
Stick 'em in a stew.
Cycle. So it's usually
Once during
exactly.
a cycle. Okay. Nice. And Kathy, we can buy you these as gifts and stuff, like different colors and things like that.
We can get you one that says "World's Best Boss."
Yeah.
I'm going to get a menstrual cup in the mail now.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh, my God.
Listen, we have loads of people on the line that want to talk about this. But we have to take a break. Can I go to one more?
Yeah, I would like. Yeah, we
All right,
need to
let me go to
revisit
Rachel.
this.
Hi, Rachel. Good morning.
Hi, good morning.
Hey, what's up, Rach?
Using the cup, Gadzooks. I've been using the cup for a while. I'm on my third one.
Okay.
You're supposed to throw them out about every 2 years, or a little less. But, there's a measuring tool on the inside. So, Kathy, you could actually measure how much you are letting go.
Okay.
Got it.
Oh, okay. So as you pull it out, it's got little notches on the side of it that tells you how much. Okay.
On the inside, it actually says like quarter ounce, half ounce.
Wow. Okay. So
It's like a jigger. It's
exactly. Yeah. On the rocks, please.
Right.
I'm a big fan. Good luck. I love it.
All right, Rachel.
Thank you,
Thanks for the
Rachel.
heads up.
That's what anybody who uses them, that's what they say. Like, you're never going to go back once
Listen,
you get it down.
Reducing the amount of times you have to swap it out.
Yep.
It appears to be less detrimental to the environment. Also, it appears to be just in general more hygienic.
Nick, did you see any negatives on the text board? Because I didn't see any, and I didn't see any negative calls either.
No, I mean just people who are eating their breakfast.
Well, yeah, I mean that's yes,
right.
Yeah, of course.
But I'd say for half the audience, this is a really relatable topic.
All right,
most definitely.
Nice.
Okay, and those of us who are married are probably concerned about our ladies as well about that whole thing. So,
if you have yes,
I would like to applaud Kathy Romano for being so forthcoming.
No pun intended.
No pun intended with her personal life.
I will let you know how it goes.
Please keep us updated. Let's start posting your flow chart.
Okay.
And let's add Joe Namath and see if you can get an endorsement.
Yeah.
Sometimes when I play golf, I will get something stuck in my head. Either it's a song or something somebody said. And because you're spending a lot of time, walking and your mind is free to just think. And these things pop in my head and they will play for 4 hours over in my head. Yesterday, I had the weirdest one.
Yeah.
And it made me realize that I think I would have been a good husband to Kathy.
To Kathy?
No, you would not have.
I'll explain.
All right.
So all that was going through my head yesterday was, Baba Ganoush! Say it, Kathleen.
Baba Ganoush!
And what I realized is that's how she calls our wolf, Boltar, by screaming Baba Ganoush. But I realized that I actually like the sound of Kathy's voice when she's yelling at you.
Really?
Hence, I would have made a good husband.
I have not developed
to
that like
Kathy
yet.
Romano. I know.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you would be a good husband. That means that you would just enjoy a lot of the anger.
Yeah, which means I'd be a good husband.
Yeah,
You're angry most of the
constantly
time. So, no, but I realized I like the sound of her voice when she gets mad or when she starts yelling. And I know some.
You find it amusing.
I do.
You would, though, to be in close proximity to it constantly would not be as enjoyable.
I see some of the texts sometime that it drives people crazy when Kathy gets all fired up about something. I like it. I mean, I think just the sound of her voice, whatever it is, the resonance of your voice when you yell.
Here's the difference, though.
I like it.
You hop in your car and you go home.
I go home. I don't have to live with it.
Right.
Trust me.
So you're like, wow, that seems great.
Yeah.
That's I just.
What does that
it's like
mean,
people,
Steve?
With my wife, they say you must laugh and laugh and laugh all the time.
Right.
And then say, yeah, I laugh and laugh all the time.
But I find it entertaining when Kathy gets fired up and starts yelling about something. And I've realized it's the actual sound of her voice, not necessarily what she's saying.
Let's cut to the real chase here.
Yeah.
Marissa or Kathy, if you had to marry one.
Marry one?
And as you said, you could, be in close proximity.
Yeah.
Which one?
I love the tones of your yelling voice, Kathy, but I would marry Marissa in a heartbeat.
Are you sure
over
Kathy
you.
can cook?
She can?
No.
She can't. Are you crazy?
Cooks.
Marissa can't cook. I know that.
Preston would be doing the cooking. That's not even on the table.
I don't know, man. Marissa's pretty controlling.
Not as controlling as her.
I don't know.
All right,
wait.
All right, Kathy, on the show here of the guys.
Oh God.
Oh.
It's you started it, Preston, with this realization that you're madly in love with Kathy. Who on the show would you pick as the best husband? Not lover or, into your crazy S&M stuff.
Okay, all right. Just husband-wise?
Just husband-wise.
Marissa.
Now you have to pick one of the guys.
I thought it might be Steve because Steve is in schmoopy doopy cool.
She doesn't like that, though.
Oh,
Do
really?
you really think that I would
Okay.
be like
She's not going to answer. You want to know why?
I love you.
She's not going to answer because
well, let me
it's
think about
me.
it.
It's not. See, I knew you'd think that. Just on a basic level.
No. Here,
Think about
I'm
it.
gonna. Don't answer for me.
There she goes.
Will you marry me?
Yeah.
I love it.
It would have to be, honestly, it would have to be, I'm not joking, the most organized person. And I think, Casey, that's definitely not you, because I've seen your closet. I think it's going to have to be Steve.
Wow.
Yeah.
You're pretty organized, aren't
He's
you?
very organized.
I am pretty organized.
He puts things in right
some
angles.
level. Though I would say this, I am bizarrely, I will do like this. I will keep things at angles.
Yeah.
I'm not as clean as you are, Like
we could get a cleaning lady.
All right. I thought Nick might be that if you're talking organizational.
Are you serious?
I mean, not with his post-war Berlin look at a station here.
This is the only space I have.
Yeah.
It
By design.
Yeah, I know. But I allow you, Kathy, to throw my stuff away. I don't care. Like if there's accumulation of crap, it's fine with me if you grab it and toss it.
Okay. Okay, good.
All right, Marissa. Who would you? Because Marissa, you don't want to get married at all, though.
No, I would never want to settle down. Just kidding, Mom. I don't know. I don't want to choose.
You have to.
It's not an insult.
See, but she's got 4 to choose from, and we just have 2, so it's pretty easy for us.
It's okay.
Well, technically,
WMMR.
While we were waiting for our next guest to give us a call on our hotline here to the studio, Marissa got a call, thought it was him. It's not. It was somebody else. Turns out it's Jeff Ross, and he's just going to stop by in a few minutes.
Yeah. He's on his way over.
Had no idea. It's like, let me get us something to eat, and I'll be by in a little bit. So Ross is going to be by here in a little bit, which is awesome. But we are obviously excited to talk to our next guest anytime at all. He's our confidant, our close friend. Dare I say, he's our daddy.
He is our daddy.
He is.
So his special. And that is out on Netflix right now.
Great,
and,
as always.
He's got his movie coming up, The Machine. Ladies and gentlemen, do I even need to say it? Yes, Bert Kreischer is on. Morning, Bert. Oh, wait, hold on. Now we can hear you. Hey, Bert.
What's up, guys? How you doing?
Awesome, bud. How are you?
I am spectacular. I've never been happier in my life. I have more stuff going on than anything. I've got a world tour, a comedy tour, Netflix special, a movie. Leanne's going through menopause. I mean, life could,
you get menopause too. That's awesome.
Are we approaching peak Bert at this point?
This is when I die, guys. So get it now.
This is so that biopic can end on a touching note. No, man, you're all over the place, and we were really happy. Bert, when it looked like The Machine might end up, it happens a lot with movies, they get shelved and they don't get a release and they kind of languish, and now it's full steam ahead. Was that an arduous process? Did that require a lot of work on your side to get this, finally with a release date?
Oh, yeah. It was on a shelf. They weren't going to release it, and it was just sitting there, and I was frustrated, and I did one of the most Bert things I've ever done is I leaked it on Rogan. And when I leaked it, they tracked comments, and they tracked, a lot of studios did track comments and views, and it went viral. And then Sony stepped in and was like, they said two things. We love your marketing approach. We'd love to work with you marketing this movie, but more importantly, we love the movie and we want to release it. And there was no negative comments and there was no negativity. No one got canceled. So they were like, let's make it. So now we have a release date, Memorial Day weekend.
Wow.
We're in theaters. I mean, they trusted me so much. They've let me do so much wild stuff with this movie. Like I filmed the announce. I created the announce. I filmed it. We ran over my foot in a roller skate, broke my foot. I mean, it's been amazing. It's been amazing.
No, the stuff has been great. And it looks great. I mean, this is a movie, and sometimes you'll see something. It's like, oh, okay, well, they clearly cut corners there. But the actor playing essentially you. I like this guy. He has a show currently on. Is it Home Economics? Yeah. The dude's really good.
Oh yeah, Leanne picked him.
Yeah, and he's just got that way. Now, did you take to him immediately, or was it like maybe I need to work up to this guy?
No. Leanne saw him in a TV show called The Guest Book. We were watching it. And then immediately went, that's you. And I went, for real? She goes, that's young you. And I went, really? And she goes, at least that's what I fantasize about. No, I know.
Well, I got to say, Bert, when I first met you, I knew you as a radio guest and then a stand-up comedian. And then when I saw this trailer, both trailers, I was like, oh, my God. I think Bert can have a legit career in the movies.
He's going to be a friggin' movie star.
Yeah. I mean, there were some, laugh out loud moments in the trailers, especially the first trailer when you throw up in your hand. It's so good.
Dude, we got one trailer where it was all the jokes in the movie. And when you see the trailer and it plays all the jokes in the movie and then you see the movie and you're let down?
Yeah.
I didn't care. I wanted that trailer so bad because it was so hilarious. And then the director was like, no, we're going to ruin the movie. And I fought to be the guy I hate, where I was like, guys, trust me. They'll see him again. So we did not release that trailer. We released a trailer with one joke in it. Out of all the things, one joke. And so when you see the movie, you will not be spoiled. It'll be all the jokes you haven't seen, and I think everyone's going to love it.
So,
I hope.
No, it definitely looks completely in our wheelhouse. Are you having any sort of, where is the official premiere going to take place? Are you going to have a red carpet? Are you going to pull out all the stops?
Oh, hardcore red carpet. Harrison Ford will be there. Carrie Fisher will be there.
Nice. She's dead.
Oh, okay, well then hair support, I'll have a +1.
All right.
He gets a +1.
What about Preston and Steve? Will Preston and Steve be at the red carpet?
Listen to me when I say this on my family, okay? I will fly all of you out on my own dime to come see this premiere.
Wow. No, you will not.
We'll be
No,
there.
hold on. You know I'm a ride or die for you guys.
Yes.
How many people does Amy Schumer call in anymore?
No.
No.
Does Kevin Hart call in anymore?
No.
I'm your ride or die.
You never had that. We talked about this. We have some high-powered friends.
I can't sell tickets in Philly without you. I need you guys.
You know what was great, Bert, was hearing you on the Fly on the Wall, the podcast with David Spade and Dana Carvey, and they made, we've always thought this about you. You know, as far as being a machine, you are a born self-marketer, and they were freaking out about all the stuff. And you brought up on the show about skip work, call in sick to work. Those shows when you would come through town and do all that. All that stuff came from you. Were you always this way, or was there a point at which a switch flicked and you said, "Okay, I'm self-marketing, dude"?
It's why I say you shouldn't wear condoms. I think it's when I got Leanne pregnant and I had kids. I was like, time to grow up, big guy.
That puts your feet to the fire quickly.
Oh, dude, when I had kids, I realized no one cares about me. I remember having an agent. I said, "Hey, man, I'm looking for some work," and he said to me very clearly, "I can work for this guy, and I can make." Dan Cook, and I shouldn't say the name, but I'll say the name, and I can make $1 million for the amount of time I spent on the phone with him getting him into an arena. I can make $1 million, I get 10% of that, or I can work for you for the same amount of time. You get $700, and so it's not worth my time. And I was like, wow, I love that honesty,
right?
Because you're forced to look in the mirror and go, all right, so no one cares about me. I have to do it myself. And so I just started coming up with ideas, and they were stupid ideas at times. There were a lot of stupid ideas. I tried to sell a show called Moat Crashers. So but at the same time, you get a couple that hit. And I mean, I'll tell you, anyone listening right now that was at those Call in Sick to Work shows, those were amazing.
Yeah.
Or when you were in Phoenix around the same time as Casey, you guys were actually both in town at the same time, and Casey drove to the Super Bowl and then flew back home. What was it like being there at that time? Because it was, the waste management thing was happening and the Super Bowl was happening. Was it nuts? Did you get to enjoy it, or was it work?
No, it was work. I didn't get to enjoy it. Even in the green room. The green room at the end of the show is me, Mark Norman, and Shane Gillis, and the green room was insane. I mean, every NFL Pro Bowler was in that green room. My wife, the only moment was my wife touching Kristen McCaffrey's back, going like, wow. Yeah. It was so much work. I'm going to do it again next Super Bowl. We're going to do a fully loaded show there.
Is it Vegas next year?
It's Vegas, yeah.
Yeah, we're going to do it in Vegas. I already got the arena, and I think Tommy's going to go, and then we're just going to make it a party. I'm not going to do an hour. I did an hour every night, and it was just exhausting. I'm just going to make it favored nations. We all go in, bunch of comics, throw a party, and hopefully the Eagles be in again. Man, what a bummer. What a bummer.
Yeah. But, the whole dance up to it and the fact that Casey got to do the road trip out there and everything was a win. So, but obviously everyone's expectations are on high for the next Super Bowl, and hopefully we're there. But I wanted to ask you, you're doing, you have the Roast of Bert Kreischer. It's going to be on OnlyFans TV. So there are so many. I was just reading an article about how many people have become millionaires off of OnlyFans accounts for all various reasons. A lot of it having to do with porn-ish and porn stuff. But to you, as a comedian, as a self-marketer, how does that format appeal to you? Do you see that is kind of a cash cow as well?
Yes. Yeah, I've tried. I've talked about it a lot. I've tried to start my own OnlyFans. My first iteration was I wanted to release porns for me and Leanne with the face swap technology.
Will you block out the faces?
No, swap them.
Oh, swap
the faces.
Oh man!
Oh my God.
Yeah, and then now I just want to do tasteful nudes.
Tasteful nudes. That's hilarious.
I would watch.
Yeah, and listen, I love the back and forth that you have with Tom. And listen, Two Bears, One Cave is really, really great. But I saw Tom stand up a couple of months ago in Atlantic City, and he pokes fun at you in his act. And then I watched Razzle Dazzle, and you poke fun at him in your act. And I love that. And I love how thick-skinned you guys both are.
Yeah. I mean, the one I have in my act right now that I'm doing is a little aggressive, and he was like, "It's really aggressive. It's really aggressive."
Well, have you ever flinched, either one of you, because you clearly love the hell out of each other, but you do go at each other? Was there ever a moment where you said,
He's way worse than I am. I have a heart and a soul. He's dead inside. The day Ralphie died, he posted a picture of me and said, "R.I.P. Ralphie."
No.
He is dead inside. He gave me Nazi memorabilia for my birthday.
Oh, that's right. You got a Luger, didn't you?
No, he gave me Hitler's teacup.
Teacup, yes.
Oh my
yes,
God.
I saw that. That was messed
wow.
up, dudes. Yeah.
Wow.
That's depraved.
Yeah, he is dead inside. He has his children are like him. His son went to the toilet, filled the toilet water with a cup with toilet water, and then brought it to me and said, "Here you go, Bert. I got you a drink." And then Tom immediately goes, "Don't drink that. He can't reach the faucet."
Oh, that's phenomenal. Wow.
Oh, yeah, he's dead inside. I will never hurt his feelings.
Okay, all right, well, that's good to know.
Done and done. All right, well, listen, we know time's tight today. Normally, we spend a long time chatting with you, but we got to wrap because you got to talk to some other people. Obviously, you're promoting the new special Razzle Dazzle. It is out on Netflix. And then the movie coming out down the road, obviously, we'll be all over that when that happens. But we love you, bud, and we're glad that things are going so well right now.
I love you guys with all my heart. You've been my ride or dies. You've taken care of me forever. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
We'll continue to do it, buddy. All right, take care. Bert Kreischer, guys. The Machine and Razzle Dazzle out on Netflix as we speak.
You know, he, again, Bert was not a stand-up comedian. And I remember clearly when he made the decision that he was going to go after it. But he doesn't do anything, as you obviously hear, half-assed. And so now he is a real deal, solid stand-up.
He has so many great ideas. That's the thing about, like you said, a promoter. And I mean, he's freaking Van Wilder.
Yeah.
The movie's about him, and he was just kind of a partier, a likable, cheerleader type.
He won, what was it, the MTV contest? Was it or was it Maxim magazine? The hardest
Yeah, I think it
partying?
was Maxim.
Yeah.
Yeah. And he's made it into this. And he's just killing it, which is awesome. All right, so I think, we need to do this. Bruce Springsteen, tickets to give away. We need to identify these songs. And by the way, we'll take caller number 12.
Yeah.
This time at 215-263 WMMR. There are 10 songs, and these are the ones. All right, caller number 12, 215-263 WMMR. Now, while you're calling in for that, just a reminder, starting on Monday, we'll have a chance to win tickets to a very cool thing. It's a trip, actually. We want to send you to Universal Orlando Resort starting on Monday, March 20th. Listen, weekday mornings that week at 8 a.m. for the Preston and Steve Photo Hunt Challenge. We're going to give a clue on the air. And then you'll check out the photo gallery at WMMR.com. If you're the correct number caller later in the show and you can identify the photo and answer from that morning's clue, you can win a trip for two to Universal Orlando Resort with flights provided by Spirit. And for more information, you can go to WMMR.com and get it right there.
We're giving away 5 of these things.
I know. It's amazing.
And we're so thrilled because we've been and we know how fantastic it is. And again, I don't care how much of a curmudgeon you are. That's not my style. Trust me.
Yep.
You will fall prey and you will be 100% converted.
It's one of my all-time favorite trips I ever took with my family was to Universal.
It's my favorite trip I took with your family.
And so Nick hasn't been there. Casey hasn't been there. Marissa has not. Kathy,
has.
you
I've
have
been there, yeah.
All right, so you know, but we get to show these guys how cool this is. And Kyle, I don't think he's ever been there. Kyle's going on the trip with us, so.
Awesome.
All right, we have caller number 12 on the line. It's Mike. Hey there, Mike.
Hi, Mike.
Hey, guys.
All right, Mike, we have the 10 songs. I need the titles. You identify those. You're headed to the Wells Fargo Center tonight to see Bruce Springsteen. So when you're ready, man, start giving them to me.
All right, I think I got him. Johnny Bye Bye, Wrecking Ball, Jungle Land, Hungry Heart, Spirit in the Night, If I Was a Priest, Born to Run, Incident on 57th Street, Streets of Philadelphia, and Rosalita.
He got 8 of them right.
Oh, dude.
Sorry,
That
Mike.
pause.
I know. I knew he hadn't gotten
Don't
them
do
right.
that to it, man.
I'm sorry, but I had to count how many. Sorry, Mike. Oh, all right. Well, that means...
I hate Preston. I hate him.
You said he got 8?
He got 8 of them,
Okay.
which is the same thing that the last caller got.
It's like 9, Nick, but one less.
That's right. Thank you, Bruce.
In case you didn't know. All right, so we'll have another shot at it. If we don't get a winner off the first attempt...
Chicken dinner.
What's that? Oh, chicken dinner. No, if we don't get a winner, chicken dinner of the first caller next time, we'll start taking multiple callers. Okay?
Yeah,
That sound fair enough?
Listen, they're all around it.
Yep. All right, let's take a break. I know we have some guests coming up when we return, so hang out. One of those is going to be last minute edition, Jeff Ross.
Yeah.
And we love Jeff. He's stopping in the studio, and we're going to have actor Adam Shapiro, who had a really cool relationship with the Oscars this past weekend, and he's from the area. We'll be back in a moment. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
I'm much more attractive. Yes.
No, I don't know. You guys all have your own good qualities.
I would pick you for Preston. We can make it
He
happen.
does play instruments. I do like guys that play instruments.
There we go. You would call them musicians,
He
right?
has a beard, kind of, a little
He
bit.
has a facial
He
hair.
likes
He has
cheese.
a beard.
He likes cheese.
He loves cheese.
I love cheese.
There you go.
Well,
He's a good cook.
we are meant to be
It's a
friends.
match made in
Swimming in
heaven.
Briere. What's that?
Because you know you do these things as you start when you're in the dating. There's and the check columns. you know.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Cheese?
Cheese.
Hair?
Beard. His beard is made of cheese.
Kathy, do you think I'm attractive?
Wow. All the Buckle Bunnies laughed.
Now I have to reveal it.
We're excited to have our next guest on, and outside of acting, he has a whole world of music and is bringing that here to the Philadelphia area. It was just announced he's going to be playing Ardmore Music Hall on March 12th.
It's a great venue.
Tickets will go on sale tomorrow for the show, so please welcome Kiefer, William Frederick, Dempsey, George, Rufus Sutherland to our show this morning.
Thank you very much. Good morning.
That's what the Wikipedia page calls you, Kiefer, but I had no idea you had so many middle names.
Yeah, I think my father was in a lot of debt when I was born, and I think he just kept telling people that I'll name my son after you if you forgive the bill.
Wow. Well, that's the way to approach it.
Plan. Kiefer, so question about the show at Ardmore Music Hall. Is this a full band? Is this you and a guitar, acoustic? What kind of show is it going to be?
It's going to be acoustic. So part of the show is just going to be me, and then I have two fantastic special guests: Mark Copley, who's an extraordinary guitar player, and Rocco DeLuca, who's going to be playing pedal steel and lap steel.
Ooh, it's a cool sound.
I beg your pardon?
That's a cool sound. The pedal steel.
Yeah, it is, and he's a phenomenal player as well. And but what I really enjoy about the show is it's so intimate, and we get to kind of tell some stories about why I think these songs are worth you listening to in the first place, and have a drink and play some songs, and it's just a really nice night to kind of come together, especially after the last 2 years.
Yeah.
So really, really looking forward to it.
As a performer, as a guy who I'm sure, since you're musically inclined, has probably played with bands and so on, you and a guitar, that's pretty naked up on stage. Did it take a little while to get to that point and feel comfortable doing shows like that?
I'm still not comfortable. I mean, I think one of the funny things, as an actor, if you get a little nervous, and I do, I use that nervous energy. You put your hands in your pocket if they start to shake a little. Doesn't work as well for a guitar player.
Yeah.
And look, if it does, I've always believed very strongly, if it doesn't make you a little nervous, you should probably doing something else.
Okay.
And so, for me now, it just kind of goes away after the first or second chord. But certainly waiting in the wings to go on stage, either as an actor or as a player. It gets my adrenaline going. And,
cool.
And I hope it will feel like that till the day I die.
Well, the album is called Bloor Street, and it's your third. And and it's funny. I know that when you have somebody who's known for what you're known for, and you take the foray into music, of course you're obviously going to be met with the initial, okay, what's this guy doing? And the truth of the matter is, as I was listening to a lot of the music, it's very good, and it's and also reading about your approach to it and your love of it and how visceral it is to you. You love your acting world as well, and in fact, during the lockdown and pandemic, most of the hardcore stuff, you were still busy. I think you did 2 movies and a limited series. And the question I have for you is, prior to that all happening, you wrote a couple of songs, and then you wrote the bulk of it during the pandemic. Would we be able to discern the songs that were written prior? Do you think?
That's a great question. I think you would. I had such a profound kind of reaction to the lockdown. I've been moving at a mile a minute for the last 20 years. I don't think I've been home for more than 3 weeks for the last 10 years. And so all of a sudden, I'm actually sitting in my house, and it's like, oh, wow, I actually like my house. And, oh, cool, I actually like my dog. And I like my girlfriend. And, wow, this is pretty cool. And so I became profoundly grateful. I've been fortunate enough to have a career that people can only really dream of. I've been allowed to do things that I'm interested in, and I know that's not what everybody gets. So a lot of the songs, whether it was songs like So Full of Love, if you had told me 4 years ago that I was going to write that song and write a song that was so positive, I'd have stabbed you in the heart with a pencil. I just wouldn't have believed you.
It would be hard. It's hard to wrap your mind around it. Yeah.
And there I am sitting in the shower going, so full of love, I can't hold it together. I'm like, who the is this guy? So that was kind of my reaction to the pandemic. And I don't want to minimize how difficult a time this has been for so many people. But I couldn't help but be really grateful for my family and my friends who I wasn't allowed to see like everybody else. And it afforded me time to take stock in my own life and how lucky I have been.
Well, I wanted to ask about the title track, Bloor Street, because I don't know at what point that song was written, but, it seems to be a nostalgic look back at a hometown. I get this kind of, Bruce Springsteen, My Hometown, lyrically, Main Street from Bob Seger, something.
Bob Seger, one of my favorite songs. Yeah.
And I've always loved that type of song. It can be talking about an existence, a place that I have no connection with growing up, but I still get an emotional connection to it. Is this indeed about Toronto, your hometown? Or?
It is. Bloor Street is the main thoroughfare through Toronto, going east and west. And we were shooting a television show there called Designated Survivor, and I hadn't been home. We were there for 3 years, and I hadn't been home for that long a period of time since I was maybe 16 years old. And I came upon this kind of main intersection in Toronto, Bloor Street and Yonge Street, and I realized all of my firsts had happened there. My first job at the food court in the Hudson Bay Center, my first meaningful kiss with a girl in front of the Bloor Street subway.
Wow.
I think the first fight I ever got in and lost was on that corner. So I just got very nostalgic and just started writing really about how grateful I was that I could grow up in that town, which afforded us a kind of freedom that I certainly know that my kids and my grandkids did not experience. We were on the subway at 11 years old. I mean, who would do that now?
Right, right. You're saying so much that's true, because that is, I actually am, it's been a while since I've been back to the town I was raised in. It's been 20 plus years. And I think I'm at that point where I want to go back, because it does mean something. And those you pick those hallmark, benchmark moments in your life, and that does mean something. And you need to reconnect. I agree with what Preston was saying about songs that do that. So much of what you write about with this album has a resonance to your experience. Two-stepping in time is kind of just a real love song, and I assume it's written for your girlfriend, correct?
It is.
Yeah.
It is. And a friend of mine who I was recording with and I was writing a lot of songs. I was being kind of prolific at this moment. And he said, you should really write a waltz. And I started on the guitar, literally sitting around the kitchen island. And I was going through a kind of thing as a writer where I wanted to write about what was in front of me. And I think the very first line of the song is cigarettes in the ashtrays, all in a line, empty glasses of whiskey show the passage of time. And those were the items that were, in fact, right in front of me. I have since quit smoking, the one thing that I can thank the pandemic for. But yeah, so it's, and then, so the guy was sitting to my right and my girlfriend was sitting a little farther down the kitchen island. I figured I should start writing towards her instead of him if I wanted to have a good evening.
Did you?
And
did you
and
write
I
it?
just,
I'm sorry. Did you write that song quickly? I was reading.
Yes,
like 20 minutes, I think. Right.
Every once in a while, songs kind of write themselves, and this one was certainly that. It was finished because we were actually having a nice evening, and my friend had kind of put this task in front of me, and I wanted to go back to having our nice evening, so the song got written very quickly. But it's a love song. Again, not something that I spend a lot of time kind of doing. I don't write a lot of love songs. So when something like that happens, that's a great kind of song to put in your pocket and take with you.
It was interesting to read that you consider the touring, and you haven't had a chance to do a lot of touring over, obviously, the past couple of years. But I think you run contrary to a lot of people who create music and say that the process of touring is sort of a detriment to creating songs. And you, on the other hand, find it very helpful, and it informs your songwriting. Would that be correct to say that?
Oh my gosh, yeah. In the 3 years that we were doing Designated Survivor, we played over 500 shows. Wow. I remember on the second record writing songs that were specifically designed to enhance our set list. The live thing is something that I just caught me by surprise. I wasn't expecting to enjoy it as much as I have. And I think that there's an amazing moment, or possibility at least, when you explain why you wrote a song. And I wrote a song called Saskatchewan about the passing of my mother. And there were times when I would play that song and I could see someone put their arm around a friend in the audience. And I could realize at that moment that person's going through something similar.
Wow.
When we can come together and realize that we've got these things in common and that we're going through this thing together, that's a great night. I mean, that's a good evening. And so it's something that's made a deep impression on me, and hopefully for the people that we get to play for.
Kiefer, I want to ask you about your voice work over the years, because you've done some narration, you've done animated movies. I loved you in Monsters vs. Aliens. The warmonger character was terrific. You've done, The Simpsons, and narrated a few other things over the years. Does that lend itself to your ability to sing, perform on stage? Do you get training from doing narration or voice work that you can then bring to your music career, or are they entirely separate?
They are pretty separate. The voiceover work started actually for me in a very funny way. My dad was doing commercials back in the early 90s for Volvo. And I think one evening he whispered in my ear what they were paying him. I think the next day I called up Volvo and told them I did a really good Donald Sutherland. I'd do it for half the money.
Undercutting your dad.
Which I don't think he really appreciated. I thought it was a lot funnier than he did. But it's its own thing. I mean, when I think of someone like Mel Blanc, who did all of those cartoon voices, and which, Monsters vs. Aliens, I hope I don't get sued for this, but I completely ripped off Yosemite Sam. Bring on the fearless freak. I hate rabbits. But it's an awful lot of fun, and it takes you back to being a kid and just loving cartoons and listening to cartoons, and so it is a lot of fun to do. But they're very, very separate kind of entities.
You have lived a very, very interesting and full life, and obviously voiceover actor, musician, but you're kind of a cowboy too. You've competed in rodeos and have won roping championships. What's that? And do you still do that?
I do not. I think 24 kind of put an end to that. I'd been doing it for a decade, and I had two partners that I would rodeo with. One guy named John English, just an amazing all-round cowboy, and a guy named Mike Wolf, who has since passed. Really loved it. I mean, it was kind of like being in a band. You and about three other
We heard this really cool story about a guy who was supplying requested food for the guest in attendance.
And it wasn't Wolfgang Puck.
No. It was a guy from Abington.
Yeah.
Who you may have seen. He was on Mindy Kaling's show, Netflix show, Never Have I Ever, played Mr. Shapiro, which is perfect because his name is Shapiro. But he owns the Shappy Pretzel Company. It's an interesting story how he went about to create this and then was asked by Jimmy Kimmel to supply the audience with some Philly pretzels. Let's give some love to Mr. Adam Shapiro this morning. Hey, Adam, how you doing, man?
I don't know if he hears us.
Oh, he can't hear us. We're looking at him on Zoom.
Yeah.
And he is staring.
He's giving Kathy the finger.
He's got the 1,000-yard stare, but he's wearing his Eagles hat.
That's a nice hat. I like that.
There you go. Adam, we did a big intro for you and everything.
Oh man, it just connected to your audio. I can only imagine the intro was fantastic.
It was tremendous.
Nothing but love. Absolutely.
You guys, how cool is this?
All right, so wait a minute. We'll get to the Oscars here in a second, but you're from Abington, and Marissa was telling us you used to listen to us when you lived out here?
Yeah, man. I mean, when did you guys start at Y100?
Oh, my God. 97? Yeah.
97, 96?
97, 98.
Yeah, so I graduated from Abington in 98. So that was just prime junior and senior year.
Yeah. So it was DRE and Y100. So, yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Yeah, very cool.
All right, and then...
That's awesome.
When did L.A. come a-calling to you?
I went to University of Maryland, and then in 2002, I moved out to LA. It was just like, what am I going to do?
Yeah.
I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna work in Hollywood in some capacity. And I worked at like 5,000 different jobs in like 2 years. I worked at Survivor. Yeah. I taught Hebrew school. I mean, I was like,
oh my God.
I was all over the place. I was working at restaurants. I was doing everything. And then I booked a T-Mobile commercial.
Okay. So you did the LA thing. You chased the dream. You went after it.
I chased the dream, and then I did 100 commercials, a million commercials. Then I met my wife like 8 years after moving to LA, and she was like a real deal actress who went to NYU and studied in London. Fancy.
Right.
Fancy. Yeah. And then I kind of was the first actor I really ever really knew and got to watch. And I see what this takes. And then that's when I started doing TV and film, and now it's been like 23 years.
It's awesome, but it's hard to say a classic story, but it is a story that's replicated by people who do all sorts of things to chase their dream out there. Because at a certain point, you eliminate safety nets and you just pull the trigger on it. But you created a show here just now. You didn't even realize it. Hebrew Survivor.
Oh.
That would be
Hebrew Survivor.
Yeah. There we go. Whole different.
By the way, I would be eliminated on the first day of Hebrew.
I thought you were going to say you would dominate.
I'd be voted out immediately.
Okay.
Hey, real quick, though, I want to ask what you did do at Survivor. Of all the quote-unquote reality shows, that's the one that I would want to be on.
Dude, it is, first of all, I almost know too much about it to want to be on it. There's no way I could survive on Survivor. I was watching it last night. The bug bites. No way. Not being able to eat or sleep on a pillow. No, I can't do that. But I worked in casting. I was a casting production assistant for like 4 or 5 seasons.
Right.
See, that's the thing. I couldn't get past that because I'm just not dynamic enough as far as the casting process is concerned. They need,
yes, you are.
Yeah.
Probes would love you. Probes would love you. Look at that hat. Are you kidding me?
Is it the hot dog hat? Is that the hat that I'm wearing?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, the real plum thing with Survivor, you got to be Jeff Probst, because at the end of the day, you go over to the resort that he's staying at the other side of the island, right? I mean, you talk about a great gig, but so
it's a great gig for Probst, and now he's the showrunner, and now they just shoot Fiji every season. They don't move around because he really likes Fiji, and then they do like 3 seasons at once. So you could just kind of go build the tent city, build the whole thing out, and then I'm a huge survivor.
Well, let me ask you, Adam. So with that, and I've always been curious with how litigious a society we live in. What kind of waiver, what kind of stuff do they have to sign away to participate on Survivor?
It's a bite. I mean, it's so the stack of papers that you sign to go on that show is insane. There's a day in the casting process just for the signing of the papers.
Wow.
A day.
So
it's
when,
insane.
When push comes to shove, is CBS liable for anything? It can't be, right?
Not really.
Yeah.
No, not when they're going on Survivor. No,
Yeah, I love that. That's just wild.
Well, listen, I want to get to the pretzel thing in a second here and find out how that came into your life. But you'd mentioned your wife, Katie Lowe's. I watched Inventing Anna, and that's what I know her from.
Yeah.
And she was fantastic in. And for those who saw it, she's kind of the friend that was in the group that was a bit of a turncoat to her because she was getting taken advantage of. Her credit card was being used when they went on this trip and everything. She was great in that, man. That had to have been huge for her career.
Oh, thank you. It was amazing. Yeah, she had just come off of doing like a decade of Scandal with Shonda Rhimes, and then as soon as Scandal ended, Shonda was like, I know what my next show is going to be, and I know that you're going to be in it. And so we just waited for a year and a half, and it was Inventing Anna. And next thing you know, I'm flying to Morocco with her with our 1-year-old, so she can shoot for 5 weeks in Morocco in the La Mumunia Hotel, which was unbelievable.
Oh, that's so
unbelievable.
Great. Oh, and you guys got to to be just hanging out while she's working.
Oh yeah, I mean me and the 1-year-old, it was just, and like Julia Gardner who stars as Anna Delvey on the show. Her husband is Mark Foster, the lead singer of Foster the People.
Oh, what?
Which I love. I love Foster the People. I love Mark Foster. I think he's a genius, and he was also just out in Marrakesh for the 5 weeks as well. So me, my 1-year-old, and Mark Foster just bombed around Marrakesh.
That's awesome,
dude.
And had the greatest time ever, and ate every single thing in that town, and went ATVing in the desert and rode camels. It was awesome.
So, all right. So I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go
Steve,
ahead.
but did the restaurant come into existence after that trip to Morocco, or I heard it was a COVID thing where you started diving into
that's
Shappy's
actually
pretzels.
It's a perfect segue because while we were doing Inventing Anna, and I was shooting Never Have I Ever on Netflix, kind of at the same time in March, and COVID hit, and it was locked down, and we kind of like the whole family met up back in LA, and we just locked down in our house here in Los Angeles. And but we found out that my wife Katie was pregnant with our second, with Vera, who's 2 years old now. So cute, and she's adorable. And I just started cooking with my son Albie while we were just trying to figure out what to do. And one day I was like, well, we should try to make a Philly pretzel. You've never had one. This is a rite of passage. You should be eating one down the shore this summer, but we're not traveling.
Right.
And so I just started like a couple months process of trial and error trying to make the Philly soft pretzel of my dreams, the kind that I grew up with, and I made some pretty bad pretzels for a couple months there.
Well, you had to hit pay dirt eventually because you were off and running then.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And there was a day where I pulled out a batch from the oven, and Katie was like, "You got something here," and I quickly wrote down exactly what I had put in there. Wow. And then Ryan Seacrest ate them on his show because Katie kind of guest hosts the Seacrest Kelly and Ryan show in the morning. And he was like, everybody should buy Shappy's pretzels. And I was like, whoa, Ryan, there's no Shappy's pretzels. There's no company here. It's just me and my 2-year-old in my kitchen.
Right.
But quickly, I just ran into my kitchen and bought ShappyPretzel.com and got the Instagram, because this is national TV, just in case.
Yo, smart move.
Yeah.
And I had a 1-page website that just said, "Yo, your mall's pretzel can go F itself, Shappy Pretzel." And if you clicked on that, you followed the Instagram, and the Instagram basically said, "If we ever become an actual Philly soft pretzel company, we will let you know here." And about a week in, we had 3,000 followers. And I said to my wife, "Should I sell Philly pretzels at the end of our driveway during a lockdown? Is that a good idea or bad? I don't know what I'm doing."
Yeah.
And she's like, "Go for it." So I just sort of like open up sales, and all of a sudden, you know, if any of you guys have been out to LA, like my street looked like the drive-through at In-N-Out. I mean, it was like cars. There was cars all the way around the block filled with dudes in Eagles jerseys.
Oh, amazing.
Screaming at me.
Oh my
God.
God.
It was like chaos on my street. And this was like during the middle of the pandemic.
Did at any point Adam McKay come by? Because he's a Philly guy as well.
Adam McKay is a Philly guy, and he's had the pretzels. If there's a Philly guy in L.A., they've had the pretzels. Wow. The morning after Will Smith slapped Chris Rock, I personally delivered pretzels that said, "Congratulations, Oscar winner," to Will Smith.
Oh, my God. Oh, that's phenomenal.
So, you know, there's this thing
Kevin Hart's had the pretzels, Bradley Cooper, Tom Verrica, who actually directed Inventing Anna, is a huge Philly guy. I watch all the Eagles games with him. All the Philly people in LA like order the pretzels for their film sets, and that's sort of what's kind of kept the company going during the pandemic.
That's amazing.
Adam, were you even allowed to sell pretzels out of your driveway? I mean, don't you have to have a permit or something like that if you're doing that?
You're totally not. These were like pandemic rules. It was like The Last of Us. You know what I mean? I thought we were all dudes.
Might as well go out with the pretzel.
So
now I was like, what am I doing? And then I slowly I found out that you could get a pantry license in the state of California where you could sell a certain amount of food out of your house. And then that license sort of turned into another one. And now we're like a full-fledged Philadelphia pretzel company in LA. It's wild.
So where's your brick and mortar location?
So we have a bakery called the Diamond Bakery on Fairfax and Beverly, which for the Philadelphians is basically right across the street from where they film The Price is Right.
So Drew Carey must pop over now and then.
Right?
Yeah.
And you know Drew Carey's popping over. And then it's like the Grove is right there. It's a great location.
Oh, that's
And we
awesome.
bake the pretzels there, and we do weddings, and we do, you know, there's so many Philadelphians in Los Angeles, first of all. It's insane. I mean, you guys probably know because you probably went to the Rams game when the Eagles played the Rams.
No.
Those tickets.
Yeah, no, we listen, we are acutely aware, though, of the robust Philadelphia connection out there.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah, and so obviously you rock your Philly love. I wanted to ask you, so you're at that level, how far, when you get the order for 4,000, pretzels from Jimmy Kimmel, how did Jimmy Kimmel get turned on to him?
All right. Well, first of all, so I had a really good friend named Jill Lederman who used to be the showrunner at Jimmy Kimmel and at David Letterman for years and years and years. And she's amazing. She actually just produced that Chris Rock Live special the other day, which was amazing. And when I was selling these pretzels out of my driveway, she picks them up for her family. And she was like, Jimmy is going to die over these pretzels, right? This is right up his alley. So 2.5 years ago, I wrote out a bag. One of our traditions at Shappy Pretzel is, let's say Preston's ordering the pretzels. I write Yo Preston on the bag and a little note from me or whatever. And it's just sort of become the tradition that we write Yo, whoever's buying the pretzels. So I write Yo Kimmel and I write him a note and I send over the pretzels to him. And for the last 2.5 years, Jimmy orders the pretzels to his set all the time. If it's a writer's birthday, if it's somebody on the show from Philly, whoever, I'll be there today dropping off pretzels.
Wow.
And so, he just was like, he called me right after the Super Bowl. He ordered like 200 soft pretzels for the Super Bowl, which, by the way, we got them next year.
Yeah.
I'm still emotional about the Super Bowl, and I don't know if it's because we lost or because I broke myself making 5,000 pretzels.
So, Adam, just to kind of put it into perspective, and a lot of people are feeling the same way you are. So because of free agency, I opened up my Score mobile app, and I had to click over to the NFL, and the first thing that came up was the score of the Super Bowl, and
it's the worst.
It broke my heart all over again. I
hate that. I have a little widget on my phone that just tells me the next Eagles game, and I had to delete it because all it just does is show me the final score of the Super Bowl.
It's too much.
Email.
Yeah, you don't need to be bitch slapped by your phone.
I don't need that. Life is hard. I don't need that.
So
Jimmy calls. He's like, let's put a Shappy pretzel under every seat at the Oscars.
Oh wow.
And I'm like, done.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? That is a dream.
Did you have the infrastructure in place to manage that order? Because
Yeah, well, the funny thing is I didn't think we did, but we did 5,000 pretzels for the Eagles, and that was to like 450 different delivery locations. That was like maybe the most complicated day of my entire life.
Wow.
We had about 200 people at our house for a Super Bowl party, and I got there midway through the second quarter. I was dying.
Wow.
Dying. But we just had so many deliveries. I had 10 people delivering pretzels.
That's amazing.
We just barely made all the deliveries before halftime.
Hey, listen, we all know that the soft pretzel is the star of the show, but a very, very important co-star is the mustard. And
Mustard, baby.
Yeah, so I want to ask about your mustard selections.
Oh, well, first of all, one of my big pet peeves is these tiny little mustard packets that are out there in the universe.
Yep.
And they don't cover a full pretzel, let alone like the amount of mustard that's on your hat right now.
Right. He has a hot dog with it. Yeah.
It's not in a mustard packet. That's a packet and a half worth of mustard.
At least.
So I decided I'm going to make my own mustard packets.
What?
And they're going to have 6 times the amount of mustard in a normal mustard packet. And they're going to have 2 flavors. You're going to have your yellow for your yellow and your spicy brown for your spicy brown people.
Nice.
Or you can rip the whole top off and put both on there, and it's the Shappy Pretzel Jumbo double-sided 2-flavored mustard.
So here,
I've never done that in all my years. I've never done the yellow and.
I'm going to do it now.
I'm going to try that. I'm intrigued.
That's a good idea.
You know, it's funny.
A good idea.
Preston and I have talked about this, and when we came to the area, years ago, I came from New York, different style pretzel. But then, it takes a while to get what makes the Philly pretzel such a unique thing. What do you think you've added, now, without giving away your secret recipe, what do you think the twist is on your pretzel that makes it so addictive?
No pun intended.
Yes.
all right. So, yeah, you're right. The New York pretzel's like its own thing. I didn't realize how specifically regional a Philly pretzel was.
It is.
Until I started trying to sell them in L.A.
Yeah.
I thought everybody knew about the Philly pretzel like they know about cheesesteaks and Rocky and, Randall Cunningham. But no, they don't know it. So I started messing around with it, and I thought I found a pretzel that was like pretty darn close. And then I started playing around with like basically what makes the pretzel sweet, right? And so I've got malt barley in my pretzel. That sort of turns into like a sweetness in there. It's not sugar when you put it in there, but it sort of turns into sugar. But then I was like, what about milk and butter? Like, why don't people put milk and butter in pretzels? Normally pretzels are sort of just vegan and they don't have any sort of dairy.
Right.
But I was like, I feel like that would make the pretzel a million times more delicious. So yeah. So I started messing around with putting milk and butter in there, not just the water. And the problem is like, I don't have the Philly water, and everybody's like, you're not going to be able to make a Philly pretzel unless you got the water.
The water.
You need the water.
And a lot of guys, it's at least once a day, a guy comes up to my pop-up tent and goes, yo, what are these? Oh, how do you get the water? You know what I mean? Like, it's always I always know it's a Philly guy when it starts out with a confrontation and then it ends up with us hugging at the end of the pretzel transaction. But there's always that sort of like, yeah, what is this? Why does it say Philly pretzel on the tent?
Yeah.
And it's my own recipe, it's my own flavor, and I just think it's amazing. I think it's like the best pretzel I've ever had.
Well, we keep jumping in and out of the Oscar story, so let me go back. Casey interrupted with the mustard thing. So you get the go ahead. You're going to do this. You find out that you can indeed put that many together and have it there. Did you get them there like how many hours ahead of time?
This is the coolest. I love this question. So he orders the pretzels. I'm like, okay, it's 4,000 pretzels. I make sure that I have enough staff that day to individually bag each pretzel because you guys know you got to rip them apart.
Yep.
You got to put them in the bag. You got to put them in a box. And just that alone would take about 4 hours with 5 people. And then we had 5 people on baking. And so once I got that all situated, I'm like, all right, we're going to be good on pretzels if we start at midnight. Totally forgetting that it was daylight savings time. So we lost an hour right there around 3 a.m., but that was fun. I'm not great with time management. I'm kind of like Andy Reid, right? So basically, I needed to call a timeout, and I didn't have any left, basically, is what happened. And so we get them all done. The Oscars asked that I deliver basically all of them right around 7:30 a.m. The most fun part was the day before the delivery, they asked if I could, I had to come to the Oscars and get a credential because I needed all these passes to get up La Brea, down Hollywood Boulevard, because they locked down like 6 blocks for the Oscars. There's snipers on top of the theater. I mean, it is intense for the Oscars. And I've never even been anywhere near the Oscars, you know what I mean? And so I get all the credentials and everything. And so the next day when I'm delivering the pretzels at 7 a.m., I got my entire Shappy pretzel truck is just filled with pretzels. And I'm helping the PAs load them into the Dolby Theater. And we go into a room and they all have to like hit their credential on this little access keypad.
Right.
And my credential turns the keypad green. And I'm like, oh.
Man.
Oh, do I have access to the whole Oscars right now?
Yeah.
So I was going to go home and take a nap because, in a few hours I was going to have to put a tuxedo on and return to the Oscars.
Yeah.
And I couldn't nap because I was like, I'm here at the Oscars. So I just used my credentials and just explored the entire theater. I was backstage.
Wow.
I saw all the bits they were going to do. I was reading the script. I saw Jimmy. I saw like everybody preparing for the show. It was the best day ever.
That's
and
amazing.
Then I kind of ran home and got into my tux and picked up my wife, and we attended.
That's awesome.
They said, how much is this going to cost? I said, don't worry about the cost of the pretzels, Jimmy. Just get me and my wife at the Oscars.
Yeah.
And it's a deal.
Dude,
Yeah,
that is
man.
badass. We got to wrap up, but I love this story. I know. We have.
We'll get you back on.
We'll definitely get you back on.
I'm going to come to Philly next time. Are you kidding?
I want to try the pretzels.
But, and that's definitely what we're going to do for sure at some point. But I wanted to find out.
Well, I can send them to you now.
Okay. But I wanted to find out.
I'm on Goldbelly now. Yeah, Shappy Pretzel's on Goldbelly now, so I can just send them to you overnight.
But you had to have gotten huge feedback from that night from people, right?
It was unbelievable. It was one of the most fun nights of my life.
Oh, dude.
Sitting in the Oscars, looking around, watching 4,000 people just chowing on Philly pretzels like they were at a Phillies game. It was incredible. It was incredible.
That's pretty wild.
We're really.
I was watching Jimmy Kimmel the next night, and Guillermo del Toro, the director who's won a 3 Oscars, and he won the night before. He sits down for his interview on Kimmel, and he's like, by the way, thanks for the pretzels. And they start talking about the pretzels, and Guillermo del Toro's like, it was like manna from heaven.
Oh, my God.
Dude.
So,
you're going to be a Fortune 500 company before you know it.
I went on Instagram and I posted the video of him saying that, just like, you guys, look at this. This is unbelievable. Follow my Shappy Pretzel Instagram, by the way, if you're not on it. It's maybe my favorite thing about the whole company is the pretzel Instagram of it all.
Okay.
But so I just reached out, and of course all my like followers on Instagram were like, we know Guillermo del Toro, or like, we know his manager, or whatever. So within 24 hours of him talking about Shappy Pretzel on TV, I was at his place delivering him a fresh batch the next night.
That's amazing.
That's awesome, dude.
All right. There's a ton we have
So
to
the
talk
winner
about.
goes the spoil.
Yes.
I love it. Adam, we're so psyched for you, and we will definitely be in touch. We'll be talking again in the near future. But it's
You
such
guys are the absolute coolest. Congratulations on just an amazing run. I'm so glad that you guys are still killing it out there.
Thank you, man. All right. Abington native Adam Shapiro. Thank you, Shappy. Shappy's
Bye, guys. Go Birds.
pretzels. You got it. Go Birds. He's all over, man.
Dude,
What a
that's
great
amazing.
story.
Yeah.
What a great story. I'm so happy for him.
I mean, I want to make a pretzel. Really hadn't done it before. Nails it. And then Guillermo del Toro's house is like a museum of stuff from Hellboy and all the movies that he's done and Pan's Labyrinth.
Well, I also have to mention that Guillermo del Toro has or at least had a display. What do they call that at the New York Metropolitan Museum of Art? What's that called? Not
an exhibition?
Display, an exhibition.
Okay.
And he insisted that our friend David Seidman have a couple of his pieces actually at his exhibition. So David Seidman, who did work for us on the show years ago.
All kinds of great photos.
You know what's amazing? We are surrounded by incredibly talented people. We are the sort of eye of a storm of talented. There's nothing happening here.
No,
but we're
no.
surrounded by super talented people.
It's amazing. Well, you know what I'd like to do? I know we ran way late with that, but
Yeah.
he said it's a great story. And we have, is Jeff here? Is Jeff
He's
Ross
here. He's
All
here.
right, he's in the Acme Lounge. We're going to get to him in a second, but we got to give away these Springsteen tickets.
We do.
I'm going to take the first caller right now, 215-263-WMMR, who can identify these 10 songs, and we will set you up with the tickets to the show tonight. 215-263-WMMR. I'll play it one more time. This is Bruce on the road. So Bruce mentioning locations all over the country in his songs. These 10, identify the titles. You win the tickets for tonight. Here they are. All right. So we need to get all 10 of those songs. If we don't get, we're going to take one caller now. If we don't get it in a single caller this time around the following segment, we'll have to take multiple callers. So we have our first caller in. It happens to be Robert. Robert, morning, brother.
Hi, how you doing there?
Awesome, man. All right, so we've got 10 songs here. I need the titles. Can you name them for me?
Okay, it's Johnny Bye Bye, Streets of Philadelphia, Thunder Road, Rosalita, Wrecking Ball, Spirits in the Night, Born to Run, Hungry Heart, Incident on 57th Street, and The Rising.
That is incorrect. I think you got 7 of them.
7.
Yeah. All right.
Just a couple more.
Couple more. That means we'll have another shot at it. Maybe Jeff could do it. He's a big Bruce Springsteen fan.
He's a big Springsteen fan.
See about that. All right, we're going to take a break. We'll come back in a second. Jeff Ross will be here in our studio. He's going to be playing at Punchline tonight and tomorrow night. Is it tonight or tomorrow? No, tomorrow and Saturday. I keep thinking it's Friday. It feels incredibly like Friday, doesn't it?
Well, whenever you talk pretzels, it's always Friday.
Or maybe there's a show tonight.
I think there might be a show
When we
tonight.
come back, we'll
We're
ask
gonna
Jeff
find out.
Ross
Yeah.
live on the air. Stay with us.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
As Bruce Springsteen
And I think one evening he whispered in my ear what they were paying him. I think the next day I called up Volvo and told them I did a really good Donald Sutherland. I'd do it for half the money.
Undercutting your dad.
Which I don't think he really appreciated. I thought it was a lot funnier than he did. But it's its own thing. I mean, when I think of someone like Mel Blanc, who did all of those cartoon voices, and which, Monsters versus Aliens, I hope I don't get sued for this, but I completely ripped off Yosemite Sam. Bring on the fearless freak. I hate rabbits. But it's an awful lot of fun, and it takes you back to being a kid and just loving cartoons and listening to cartoons, and so it is a lot of fun to do. But they're very, very separate kind of entities.
You have lived a very, very interesting and full life, and obviously voiceover actor, musician, but you're kind of a cowboy too. You've competed in rodeos and have won roping championships. What's that? And do you still do that?
I do not. I think 24 kind of put an end to that. I'd been doing it for a decade, and I had two partners that I would rodeo with. One guy named John English, just an amazing all-round cowboy, and a guy named Mike Wolf, who has since passed. Really loved it. I mean, it was kind of like being in a band. You and about 3 other cowboys kind of load your horses up onto a trailer and go from town to town, doing rodeo after rodeo. We had more fun than we probably should have. And it was a great experience. And it was so nice to do something kind of different. I did that for about a decade, and I did films at that time. But it was a great kind of refresher, because when I went and started 24, that was going to be a whole very intense decade of just doing that show. So the rodeo actually kind of helped cleanse my palate, if you will, for a lot of work. And I enjoyed it immensely. And I got to see parts of America that I don't think I would normally have seen.
Right. I wanted to go back to the songwriting and having songs kind of just present themselves to you. And, with two-stepping in time and having it be so quick and present itself and you write it. Did you get a chance to see the Peter Jackson Beatles documentary?
I sure did.
I mean, for you, that had to be, as it was for us, to see the creation of songs that have become so iconic, what a mind blower.
Yeah, I mean, to have Ringo Starr kind of doing an interview saying, I could just listen to Paul play piano for an hour. and in the background, Paul's working out the opening chords for Let It Be. I mean, are you kidding me?
One of the greatest songs ever written coming to life right there. It's insane.
But what's really, really funny is kind of as iconic as they are, there's always going to be something really personal that you watch in a movie like that, and especially one that's documented 6 hours. My phone rang off the hook somewhere in the third episode when they all started drinking J&B Scotch. Now, J&B Scotch is certainly now not considered to be very highbrow on any level, and you'd have to find a pretty dirty bar to find a bottle of it anyway.
Yeah.
That was always kind of my drink of choice for a number of years. And literally the fact that they had all drank it together, kind of sitting on the floor working out, the long and winding road, somehow gave the beverage validity. My friends finally, after 20 years of drinking this swill, have forgiven me.
It's good enough for the Beatles.
I love it. Yeah, I thought, if John Lennon could drink it, and apparently I make the same kind of disgusted face that John Lennon makes when he takes that first pull.
That's great.
We laughed about that.
If you're just tuning in, it's Kiefer Sutherland that we're speaking to. His album is called Bloor Street, and he's going to be performing at Ardmore Music Hall coming up on March 12th. Tickets go on sale, I believe, tomorrow, by the way. And I didn't even realize this is a bizarre coincidence, Kiefer. I right before you came on, I go to Casey. I go, oh, my God. I'm wearing my Castle Rock Maine shirt.
You are, yeah.
And you were Ace Merrill in Stand By Me, who lived in Castle Rock.
It's my favorite movie of all
It's Casey's
time.
favorite movie of all time. And I wanted to ask you about that character and other characters in your acting career, because that one was earlier on in your career, and he was so nasty and so mean. That as you've gone through and formed other characters, if you've ever gone, I think I'll throw a little Ace in there, or do you do that? Do you mix and match and borrow pieces from characters and maybe put them to construct others together?
No, they kind of, each character is inspired and informed by the script that you have in front of you and the experiences that you've had as a human being up until that point. The thing that I've always been amazed about with films like Stand By Me that I've been so lucky to be a part of was the seemingly how unaware I was that it was great, when I look back, I think, man, you have been lucky because, when I first read that script, it was just a job. I didn't think it was going to turn into this amazing thing that Rob Reiner and the other kids turned it into. So I've been very fortunate to be along for the ride on some of these things. And I also remember it's the first and only time that I went on an audition where I was hired in the room. And that was Rob Reiner. And that was like the most incredible feeling to go in for a meeting. And then by the time you're going back to your car in the parking lot, you've actually got the job.
Yeah. No callbacks, no we'll get in touch, none of that.
It was, I think it almost made me cry when I was a kid. I mean, it was just because it was such an important thing to get the first couple jobs down here in the States. And I'll always be grateful for Rob for doing that.
And that movie has hit me in different ways over the years, because I first watched it as a child, and there were things about the movie that I didn't get or understand because I was a kid at the time. And you seeing these four kids going on this amazing journey, and then all of a sudden at the end, like, they're not friends anymore. Like they went to middle school, and then as an adult. Yeah. And I actually have a friend of mine. I was just talking to him about it on Sunday. I went to kindergarten with this guy, and we're still friends to this day, but we were lamenting over the fact that, like, there were people on our last day of 8th grade. That was the last time I ever saw them. And, these are aspects of these child's lives that Stephen King was well aware of as an adult. And so it's my favorite movie, and it has always been, will always be my favorite movie of all time.
Well, it's certainly one of my favorite to have made, because I was so young again, but all of a sudden, I'm in Eugene, Oregon. I've got my own hotel room. I'm being paid. I'm 17 years old. This has nothing to do with my parents. For all of those reasons, again, talking about the firsts that you do in your life. It was an incredibly exciting time.
As you moved through your career, and I mean, it's an amazing career, on the screen, because you've played William Burroughs and Jack Bauer. Which are, as you know, author of The Naked Lunch and one of the great action guys of all time. And I know you have a very good work ethic, and the mindset early on was to just get the role. But as you were able to have some impact and weight and make the selections, what informed what you chose throughout your career?
Just whatever moves you. It's not more complicated than someone picking up a book and for whatever reason this book moves them and makes them inspires them more than the other book. So generally, if I'm reading a script and I can't put it down, it's going to be something I'm interested in doing. And having said that, I've made close to 100 films, so I've made mistakes. There are a couple films I'm sure that I read that I didn't understand, and when I see the movie, I'm like, "How did you not get that?"
Is that a liability? And you mentioned, you didn't realize what you had with Stand By Me. Mm-hmm. I would think it'd be hard for an actor who's doing the job to be in it, surrounded by all of this stuff that's going on, and to be very aware, completely aware of how something is turning out. Is that?
Yes, I mean, that's a very fair statement. I mean, and there's some people that are clearly must be better at it. Like, I think Tom Hanks must have some inner gene that's like, this is going to be a huge hit because he keeps making them. I wasn't given that gene, and having said that, so many things need to go right for a film.
Traffic on 93.3 WMMR.
All right, thanks, Kath. We got a last-minute call from a buddy of ours who happened to be landing in our city this morning for shows tomorrow night, by the way, at Punchline, and also Saturday, and there are scant few tickets available. In fact, he was telling us almost all sold out, except maybe late show tomorrow night.
They're going to go quickly.
Yeah, please give some love to our friend, Mr. Jeff Ross.
What fun, guys.
How you doing, Jeff?
Been too long. I landed, and I knew you guys were on today, and I don't know. When I get to Philly, I think of Preston and Steve. And I was like, I looked at my phone. I was in the cab with my buddy, and I was like, I got the direct line right now. I wonder if they're around. And I just called from a cab.
It was great because the time you're calling, we were waiting for Bert Kreischer to call.
Right.
And so Marissa's saying, that doesn't sound like Bert.
Yeah.
But
I came in early. I'm seeing Springsteen tonight. Little
nice.
Steven invited me.
No way.
Whoa. So I was like, I got a day off. Let me just see what Preston and Steve are around. Because I remember doing appearances at your outdoor rock events and stuff.
Yeah.
I remember either emceeing or just showing up, and I was like, man, rock and roll's still alive in Philly. I want to go say hi.
Well, this is a great town for Springsteen, which is about any town is. But you were you're not speaking out of turn. You are a hardcore fan. I asked you off air how many shows you've been to. Give us a ballpark.
I bet I've been to probably since the 80s. Close to 100 shows.
Oh, whoa. What is it? Wow. What is it about the band and the live show?
It's Bruce's ass.
Is it?
So good.
That's succulent ass. I don't know why I expected it.
Fine wine. And whenever I make love to my woman, I put on Streets of Philadelphia. She's very thin.
Oh my God!
It sinks up.
I'm a Jersey boy, so it speaks to me. I'm from Newark, New Jersey originally, and Union and Springfield, New Jersey, and I come down to the shore with my family in the summer. So Bruce is the soundtrack of my life.
Yeah, absolutely.
How did you and little Steven hook up?
I got a note from him asking if I would talk to him about his foundation called teachrock.org, where he teaches rock music, teaches music in public schools that don't have music programs. And I went down to the Stone Pony a few months ago. I think it was in November. And I hosted a benefit there with Little Steven and Southside and all the guys.
Southside Johnny, wow, yeah.
It was a wild time. And, Steven and I stayed in touch, and he hit me up inviting me to the show. I have a lot of friends in that band. So
have you been able to make the jump to Bruce himself?
Yeah, well, it's okay. You know, I'm okay hanging out with the E Street Band. You know,
Yeah, it's not shabby.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I only met Bruce once or twice, very briefly, not too long ago.
Oh.
Yeah.
At the Stand Up for Heroes show in New York.
Oh, is that Jon Stewart's show?
Yeah.
And John and Bruce have become friendly over
They
the years.
become really good buddies. It was
Yeah.
actually John that introduced me to Bruce at this event. Yeah.
It's funny because when you watch John interview Bruce, you could tell that he's a super fan. And initially, I think he was really nervous when he met him and would interview him. And now they kind of seem like they have a good rapport.
Yeah. Well, you know, at the end of the day, you become friends with anybody. They're all human beings. But I get starstruck. I get really starstruck.
Oh, yeah.
And, I think I'm actually wearing the Stand Up for Heroes shirt. Like, it's one of my best days. It was a great crowd at Lincoln Center.
That's awesome.
I've never seen Bruce in the wild, but a couple of years ago, before the pandemic, he was spotted in Wildwood, New Jersey, on the Wildwood Boardwalk, because apparently his son, I think, was a firefighter. And so he was down there for some reason, and word had gotten out, and there was a picture of him. And I was like, okay, let me look at the background. Let me see what's going on here. And I knew exactly where it was. And I beelined. I didn't want to say anything to him, but I just wanted to see him with my own two eyes in the wild.
Yeah.
I didn't get to see him. It was such a letdown. I had gotten there.
First time I saw him, you know, other than concerts, was I was in my 20s, early 20s. I stood outside the Asbury Park Convention Center to hand him a note, asking to interview him because I was like guest hosting a talk show.
Right.
And then I remember even before that, maybe I was in college or just after college. He came into a restaurant I was in and lost his gloves under my booth.
Whoa.
And then another time, Nils Lofgren introduced us backstage at a show, and more recently, Jon Stewart took care of me at the Stand Up for Heroes event. So, you know, Bruce is like this, you know, this enigma that walks around. You're like, you know, I'm sure he's like over it already, but I'll never be.
So Bruce is for you like Eddie Vedder is for me. And you posted a photo on your Instagram, Jeff, not that long ago, where it was you, Eddie Vedder, Sean Penn, Wendy Liebman, I think, was in the photo as well.
Yep.
And how did that come about?
We were in Hawaii. I was doing a show. There it is. I was doing a show with Bill Maher and Wendy, and for New Year's, and Sean Penn and Eddie Vedder. Eddie's actually a good friend of mine. Here's a good Eddie Vedder Springsteen tie-in. So I've been asking for years to do the Stand Up for Heroes show.
Right.
And
it's a great event.
It's a great event. Severely wounded soldiers. They raise a lot of money. Jon Stewart puts everything he has into it. He had great lineup, the Lumineers, Springsteen's headlining, a bunch of cool comics. And I get there early, and Eddie Vedder and his wife Jill are in my dressing room, surprise me, along with Gilbert Gottfried's, his widow Dara, my good friend, and Gilbert's little kids. You know, they're like almost teenagers. And I'm so happy to see everybody. I had just flown in from L.A. Here I am at Lincoln Center.
Right.
And I make a joke to Eddie. I go, tonight's the night, man. I'm going to meet Bruce. Like, this is it. Like, this is my guy. I'm from Jersey. He's born to run. If I ever got a tattoo, I'd get born to roast. And Eddie laughs. He goes out in the hallway and he gets a magic marker and he writes born to run, born to roast on my shoulder.
That's great.
You know, just to make the kids laugh, and we're having fun. And I showed it to Bruce later on when I met him, and he looked at me like I was out of my mind. Like, oh, jeez, I thought this guy was cool. And, I go down to the Comedy Cellar after the show was great. Bruce was cool. He's like, very funny, man, very funny. I did my whole thing. And I go downtown, and I'm like, all the comics were like, Jeff, you got to get that permanent. Like Eddie Vedder, wrote Born to wrote a Bruce Springsteen tribute that on your arm. Like,
yeah, that's a story.
And Eddie does calligraphy.
Yeah,
he's done his album covers and stuff like that. So I text Eddie in the morning, and I go, I'm going to go get this permanent. Just letting you know. Yeah. And he goes, no, don't do it. Let me take some time and really draw it nice. And I just kind of forgot about it for a couple months. And then on New Year's, where that picture's from, Eddie Vedder showed up, took me out in the parking lot. He's like, I got a present for you. And gave me this book of art that he did with like my jokes and little tributes. And he did Born to Roast.
What? Jesus.
With calligraphy.
Oh, my God.
So then I'm like, wow. Like, I'm Jewish, not supposed to get a tattoo. This might be the one. You can't be buried in a Jewish cemetery. But then again, I know people. And then I didn't do it. And
you didn't do it.
Then I didn't do it. And then, and no one has seen this. This is an exclusive for the Preston and Steve show. I was in New Zealand a few weeks ago with Chappelle, and I had a day off in Auckland. And I did.
Okay.
All right, this is an exclusive.
All right,
Marissa's
there you
getting
go.
this. Jeff is taking his shirt off.
I have a feeling you can't do the
And I
Jewish
did
cemetery.
it.
Oh,
wow.
Born to roast.
That's really cool.
That is a great story.
Yeah.
Oh
it
my
is.
God.
I mean, you have two giants synergizing for this tattoo. It's amazing.
Eddie is extremely proud of it. Like, I sent him pictures. Danny Clinch, his photographer, captured him drawing it on my arm that night. So it's well documented.
Who did you turn? Did you vet your? I mean, you want a top level ink guy? Who did you?
No,
go
I
to?
was drunk in New Zealand. It was a Sunday afternoon. I was like, screw it. Who's around?
Wow.
And my buddy, ex-Special Forces, Big Jake, who does security, he's like, he's like, I want to go get a South Park tattoo on my leg. And remember New Zealand? I go, what? And he's, we had a couple of drinks. He just takes a walk down the block. And he comes back 20 minutes later. He goes, they're expecting us at the tattoo parlor down the street. But I found this cool guy, Spider, in New Zealand. Spider.
Yes.
Who he was like working on some lady's like boobs. And I was like, all right, well, she trusts him.
Yeah.
And, I got on the plane that night back home with some hot ink on my shoulder. Wow.
It's wild. You do a ton of charity work, and you operate in these circles, and it's funny like seeing you pop up on pop culture. You've worked your way into. I was watching that Pamela Anderson documentary.
Oh yeah.
And there's clips from the roast. And
am I in there?
You're in there. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Good for her. I love it.
Yeah. So there's that just.
She was a great sport.
Yeah. But
that was for PETA.
Right. Yes, that was the main.
I came out in a full fur coat. and they started throwing ice at me from their. But yeah, that was the one where Courtney Love attacked me.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
We had Courtney Love in here one time, and
with Bert Kreischer.
She jumped on Bert's back.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And Bert
He
had no
jumped on
shirt
more
on.
to my back that night, let me tell you.
So we had a tell in here, not in here, but on here not that long ago, and I wanted to ask about Bumpin' Mics because I love that special
it's great.
on Netflix. Is any chance of that coming back?
We're doing a casino gig in California coming up. We popped up spontaneously at the Comedy Store in Hollywood the other night. So it's just this kind of thing we do when we're in the mood.
You guys are just so good off the cuff. Your crowd work and your ability to just improvise is really great.
Dave Attell, he was going off about you, so complimentary. And he was kind of saying, I'll have a reference in mind, and he says, we're getting older. I can't remember the second. I got to wait a couple of seconds, but he's talking about you like laser focus.
Yeah.
And he really admires it. You guys obviously have. It's very fraternal.
I love him so much.
Yeah.
It's funny, he'll say these nice things to me to strangers, but when I'm around, he's like, get out of my way. You stepped on my joke. You didn't make eye contact. I told you not to set me up
Yeah, no.
It's like going on tour with my great grandma. But I love him so much. Check out our Bumping Mics on Netflix. Hopefully we'll do it again. I know we both want to shoot our own specials and do our own thing right now, but Dave's like my he's the best. My comedy guru. When I get on stage with him, I feel like he ups my game.
And you both are super charitable, which like Dave's done stuff for us as well. You pay it forward. I wanted to ask you because there was a story that popped up about the show that you did at the was it Brazos County Jail? The
Brazos County Jail,
right.
yeah.
And there was a story where I think that they used video or something that related to one of the inmates there.
Yeah.
What happened there with that story?
It's kind of a grim story, but
I was like, that can't be true.
It is true. I did a show in a maximum security jail,
and it was great.
It's on Comedy Central or Paramount Plus. You can watch it. And I get to this jail. This is a few years back now, but it's come up recently.
Yeah,
it came up over New Year's.
It was in the news. Yeah,
and there's a kid there who I made a joke with. I said, not my best joke ever. The whole place was white supremacists with swastika tattoos and gangbangers with teardrop tattoos, and this is one little squirrely-looking kid, Asian kid, actually. Not my best joke. I go, what are you in for, hacking a computer? And he kind of laughs and goes, I hacked something.
Oh, jeez.
I find out later that this guy hacked up a beloved college professor and almost killed his wife. He wanted to watch somebody die.
Wow.
Psychopath. And admitted it. And then the prosecution used the video of him making that joke to show the jury he had no remorse. So he got the death penalty.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
So I'm seeing that story, and I'm like, no, because I saw the special, I saw that exchange.
Yeah.
And then so I guess it's true. Wow. That's
pretty
bizarre.
intense.
Yeah.
It's like overly intense.
I know. It's really grim. But the good news is the Supreme Court had to watch my comedy special. I'm performing at the Supreme Court Christmas party this year.
There's the next Shonda Rhimes series.
Is the Supreme Court stand-up?
Yeah.
Supreme Court. Clarence Thomas is now a fan of yours. Man.
God works in mysterious ways.
It's like that guy who was accused of murdering, and he got away with it, and then he was being interviewed, and he went to the bathroom with the live microphone on,
right,
and talked about
talking to himself, and he said he killed him.
That's Robert Durst.
Yes.
The Jinx.
That was it.
Andrew Jarecki's film. Incredible film. Andrew, here's another way to bring it all around.
Yes.
Andrew Jarecki, who directed The Jinx, about the Robert Durst murders, directed Bumping Mics.
No kidding.
What? Yep. He's a good buddy, and I begged him. I said, dude, you do all these dark documentaries. You need some comedy in your life.
Right.
And he's the only guy you tell with trust because he knows him too. And he directed Bumping Mics.
It's funny because you think of something like directing a Chris Rock special, and you got to have a director you can trust. You think, okay, it's a stand-up. I'm going to just point the camera at this stage, and that's that. But there's a lot more, and we've recently, over the past couple of years, come to appreciate more the art of directing a stand-up comedian special. So how closely do you work with the director who's doing one of your specials?
Very, very close.
Yeah.
I didn't have a director on the Brazos County Jail. I always worked with director of photography and that kind of thing, and I would kind of work very closely that way. But as far as like a formal director, it's important, man. You want to get the right shot. You want to be shot from an angle that works for the comedy,
right,
and doesn't make you cringe about looking at yourself. I'm not a big fan of watching myself.
Yeah, likewise.
So yeah, it's really important. Also, there's a real art to keeping it simple.
Yeah.
Not overshooting it, not over-directing it.
What about lighting of you versus lighting of the audience? Because I've heard sometimes if you get too much light on the audience, people when you're watching it at home, you end up focusing on the people in the crowd rather than focusing on the comedian.
My comedy's interactive, so for something like Bumping Mics, I like some light on the crowd because we're talking to the front row, we're walking around the room. So it's a happy medium. You really have to find it. Depending on who you are. If you're really doing a theatrical presentation, you want the audience dark. But I like to see the crowd. I like to be in it with them.
Yeah, yeah.
We were looking at your projects. You've got a movie called Max Dagan that's coming up.
Oh, yeah, that's cool.
What's the story on that?
A little independent film I did, and I just did another Pete Farrelly movie out when I was in Australia. And let's see. Next week I'm in Wilkes-Barre. How do you say it?
Wilkes-Barre.
At the casino out there.
Yeah.
Like a week from tomorrow, I
Mohegan
think.
Sun, I think, right?
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
It's like a sprawling place. I've never been to it, but if you go to it's huge.
Yeah. So that'll be fun. So I'm on the road a lot and working on some new stuff for Netflix, and life's good.
That's
I
awesome,
didn't really
man.
have an agenda. Like I haven't been to the Philly Punchline. I'll be there all weekend roasting volunteers from the audience. I'm doing a very personal act, talking about my own life experiences more and more. I lost some really good friends last year.
Sorry to hear
Bob
about that.
Saget and Gilbert Gottfried. So that's a big part of my show, but it's not sad. It's a very sort of hopeful, uplifting.
No, when you
night
talk
out.
about Saget, they were both friends of the show.
Yeah.
Bob in particular, him being from Philly, and we had just talked to him, and prior to just a week or two before, And your stories, and I think it was you and John Mayer, right? Yeah, I mean, you did some really touching stuff after Bob died. It was. I mean, it's weird to say it, but it's comforting to see people reacting the way you did, And he was a good friend of the show.
He was a great friend, period. Everybody listening, I hope you have a friend like Bob in your life someday. He really was that guy. You guys got to feel for him over the years of what a good heart he had. And I think at his memorial, I said, Bob Saget, America's dad, kind of like Bill Cosby. They're both from Philly, except Bob would put people to sleep the old-fashioned by talking about his charity work for Scleroderma Research Foundation. Yes. So,
oh my goodness,
you could use that one, Bob.
And he would. Too.
And obviously, we'll miss Gilbert coming in here because he came in like clockwork year after year, and he was always great because you had Gilbert, the guy on the air.
I gotta look those up. I gotta see Gilbert with you guys.
Oh man,
he was great.
I gotta look those up.
But when the switch would flick, when he would go into the Gilbert Godfrey,
you come in and go, gotta get a water.
Okay, guys.
It was always hilarious.
Water
fail.
and anything else that there was available to eat.
Yeah, yes. He was famous for taking everything home.
Yes, and he would leave with stuff.
He was the psycho with that. He would have, his wife Dara still throwing out soaps and toothbrushes and everything he found at every Super 8 hotel from
Jeff,
here to.
That documentary about him, when I saw him with him as a family guy with kids, I'm like, oh my God, that's the antithesis of the way I imagined his personal life.
But his kids are they don't look like him at all. I mean, you can see him in there.
Yeah.
But Dara's very lovely, and the kids are beautiful and hilarious.
Yeah.
They're very funny kids.
That's
also.
great.
Yeah. So life goes on.
Yeah.
By the way, I love your Instagram post for the gig here in Philly. You're superimposed on Ben Franklin, and you actually. You segue right into Ben Franklin pretty well.
Yeah, it's terrible. It upsets me how good that looks.
Dude, Michael Ian Black commented, "You were never that thin."
Damn. Yeah, the Life and Death Tour. There it is, coming to Philadelphia.
That's excellent. And then the line that's written by you, I presume, says they call Philly the city of brotherly love because everyone looks inbred.
That's a cheap shot.
Yes.
Yeah.
I love the cheap
I was
shot.
just talking about you guys.
Yeah, no, that's true. That's on the money.
Hey, you know what? Let's have Jeff be a listener in this contest because I want to take a caller right now and see if we can give away these Bruce tickets because you've been to 100 some odd shows, and so I just want to see if I'm not going to ask for your answers, but I'm going to see if you think you could identify all these songs.
I think I can. Can I get a pen? Should I?
Yeah.
There we go.
We have 10 songs. I'll play it for you.
How much time for each song?
It's like a second. So each song is, how Bruce mentions locations around the country in the song. So each one of these is just a segment of him mentioning a town or an area. So I'll play this for you. And by the way, get a caller on the line. We'll take caller number 5 at 215-263-WMMR, and we'll start with that. But I'm going to play this for him.
This should not be allowed.
I know.
You're ruining 10 Bruce songs.
I'll play it again. One more time.
Play it again.
Here we go. It's a tough one, man.
Well, we had people and got 8 of them.
I heard that. I was really impressed.
Well, let me go.
I heard Philadelphia. Yeah.
Let me
I don't
go
know if Greasy Lake is a real place.
I don't know if it is or not.
Who would want to live at Greasy Lake?
Yeah, I bought a beautiful plot on Greasy Lake.
Yeah.
All right,
it's on Grimy Beach.
Let me go to Paula. She thinks she knows. Hey, Paula, how you doing?
I'm well, thank you.
Excellent. So we got 10 songs here. Go through the titles. I'm not going to tell you if you're right or wrong until we get to the very end here. So just rattle them all off. What do you think we have?
Bye Bye Johnny, Streets of Philadelphia, Spanish Harlem, Wrecking Ball, Spirit to the Night, Rosalita, Born to Run, Hungry Hearts, Lost in the Flood, If I Were a Priest.
Oh.
She got 9 on that. Paula, no. I am so sorry.
God.
I am so sorry, but thank you for the call. I appreciate it. All right.
She missed Greasy Lake.
Wow.
Lost in the Flood is one of the best
no.
Bruce Springsteen songs.
What song?
That one's poetry. Lost in the Flood.
Yeah.
I once asked Brandon Flowers from The Killers what his favorite Bruce song, and he's the only other person that told me Lost in the Flood.
Yeah.
They just jammed together, didn't they? Brandon came out with Bruce, or Bruce came out with Brandon. I think they did.
Brandon's a huge Bruce fan, so I'm not surprised.
I'm a massive Killers fan as well. So yeah.
Pretty cool.
Where is Greasy Lake, Nick?
Well, there is. I don't know if this is the one that Bruce was referencing, but there's one in the middle of Oklahoma.
Okay.
You'd figure.
Yeah.
You just pick the fish off the top.
Yeah. I feel like she, this really, really sucks, but I think the one that she didn't get, I think she said the lyric and not the
name
song
of the song.
title.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you just heard, at least 9.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's what we'll do. We'll break and we'll come back and we'll start taking caller until we get a winner.
If we can't, then Preston, you'll just have to take him.
I'll just yeah. That's all there is to it. So, well, listen, Jeff, this is a great surprise. Thank you
Are
for
you
coming
kidding
by
me?
here,
Thanks
man.
for letting me bum rush your show today.
Anytime.
I had so much fun.
Yeah, anytime.
If any of you guys want to come out to the show tomorrow or Saturday, let me know. I got you.
We're going to be actually in Florida. We're doing spring training with the Phils tomorrow.
So we're leaving today.
Yeah, and then
then on Monday we're at Universal Studios. We're going to do a show from there in Orlando. So
Are you kidding? You
Our
guys are all
little
over the
FLA
place.
trip.
I love it.
You know what, though? If you come back to Philly this summer, because Bruce is doing 2 shows at the ballpark, come see us then. It'd be cool to have you back.
For sure.
2
Anytime
shows
I'm in
August.
Philly, man, this is a real treat. This took me right back to the days when we used to run around Philly. So it was great to see you guys.
Love it, man.
Very
Great
cool.
to see you.
All
Jeff
right.
Ross, everyone. We'll take a break. We'll come back in a second, and we will give away those tickets, I guarantee. Stay put.
Preston and Steve.
On 93.3 WMMR.
And for instance, 24 was a perfect example. It was my first foray into television. And for those out there that don't know, you make a pilot, you make the first episode, and then if it gets picked up, you then go make the first season. But if it doesn't, you still get paid.
Right.
And when, I thought the likelihood of 24 getting picked up was pretty minimal. So I thought, I'll go do the pilot. It won't get picked up. I'll still get paid. No one will know. And, it was the luckiest gift I've ever had as an actor, and did it for a decade. So,
wow.
So I don't know if any of your kids want to get into film, probably the best bet is to not send me the script and ask me what I think.
2 real quick things, Kiefer. My mom drinks J&B, so you're not alone. You, my mom, and the Beatles. And you do play a great dick, because in A Few Good Men, you were really not likable at all. And you pulled it off successfully. I think you're a really likable person. I'm loving this conversation with you. But that movie, was it fun to be kind of a villain in that movie?
Well, it's those characters, and especially by design, like Ace Merrill and Lieutenant Kendrick in A Few Good Men, they're just designed to be that. There's no real depth to them. There's kind of a black and white character that this is who you're against.
Yeah.
And so the fact that they are so pointed as characters makes them very fun, because all your energy goes into that. There's no complex layering. He's just, as you said on your radio station, he's a dick. So lean into it.
Yeah, that makes total sense.
So that's fun.
Yeah.
It's got to be. All right, well, listen, Kiefer, we know you got to run. This has been so much fun to talk to you. We really appreciate it, and excited about the fact that you're coming into Philadelphia. Kiefer's show is going to be at the Ardmore Music Hall. It's on March 12th. Tickets go on sale tomorrow at 10 a.m. at ardmoremusic.com. The album is called Bloor Street. Some great music. It's got a country vibe to it. If that's your thing, then you're definitely on board.
Yeah, it's very, very solid.
Yeah, so thanks so much, man.
Man, thank you guys so much. And Steve, I believe it's your happy birthday. So
No, it's
happy
Preston. It's Preston, but thank
Oh, is
you.
it Preston's
Yeah,
birthday today?
Yeah. But I get
Oh,
one.
man, I'm so sorry, but happy birthday.
Dude, you wish better. Thank you. I appreciate it, Kiefer. Good luck with everything.
Cheers.
Thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Okay.
Kiefer Sutherland. Wow.
And there's so much more that we could have covered.
Oh,
Even
we could have
have gone another hour.
Yeah.
Just talking to him about all his movies, TV
it's,
shows.
It's still an interesting thing though, because you have a guy who's of the vast movie career, but he is passionate about the music, and he really is sinking a lot into it. And if you do give it a listen, I mean, you did mention a little bit of Springsteen-esque. There's even a bit, I think, of Warren Zevon, and there's and it's personal, and he does a good job relaying that through the music.
I meant to and wanted to ask him about. He performed at the company's Christmas party. We weren't at that, but it was for national sales and.
No, you didn't want to bring.
Yeah,
that
were
up.
you in here when we were talking?
Well, no. So I wanted to ask about Matt. So Matt Capper was the
organizer.
He was the master of ceremonies, and he wore a bright red.
I
fitted.
saw you in Stand By Me. That was sick. Was that dead body real?
Played eighth.
You played eighth. That was sick.
Oh my God!
Are there really a few good men, or is there just one good man? Sick. Were the boys really lost?
Wait, he was wearing a red outfit,
A red
suit?
blazer, like
red
almost like a
blazer.
Santa Claus, but it was fitted perfectly to or imperfectly to his body.
I had a tailor made, so I can show my V. Sick.
Your feet.
Casey, I was glad you got to bring up Stand By Me, because I think now you've been able to ask Rob Reiner, Will Wheaton, Jerry O'Connell.
Yep.
Now Kiefer, Corey.
Probably Corey Feldman at some point, because we've had him on. We had him in studio back in.
But you could have asked River Phoenix if he was still alive.
By the way,
covered everybody
on. I think it's Hulu. Hulu has a series. It's a Vice series, and they touch on there's a whole episode on River Phoenix, the Viper Room.
Heard about I heard it's really good.
It's really, really good.
I'll tell you the thing about Stand By Me, and there are other movies like that you watch it and you dread almost the end of Stand By Me, because it's a wonderful thing, and it's the way life works, but the sadness of what you had and
the
what
Sandlot, things like that.
It's the way things are.
Yeah,
And
it's what's important to you as a kid at that time. I mean,
it means everything.
They're sitting around the fire, and he goes, "We talked about things that are important to kids at that time. What's your favorite flavor Pez? Or candy and stuff like that." And it's just a simpler time that's great to reminisce about, and that's done so lovingly well. In that movie, so it's cool. I'm glad he had noticed. I said, "Yeah, I'm wearing my Castle Rock shirt." He's like, "Yeah, I noticed." Very cool, man.
Yeah,
He was
awesome. Great guy, great guest. I'd love to get him on again.
Our next guests are here to promote a movie of which the trailer is one that has made me laugh out loud. This morning, I kept watching this part over and over, absolutely cracking up. And we're going to ask these guys about it because I was just dying. And we welcome back a Philly boy to our studios. He's been here before. We love him. He's so great to this city. Kevin Hart is here, and Ice Cube is here as well. Hey, guys.
What's your man?
How you feeling? Doing great, man. Thank you guys for coming in.
Oh, thanks for having us.
Kevin,
hey, that's my line, homie.
You didn't work this out ahead of time?
Nah, man. See the problem I had to deal with?
There you go. Something tells me this was a lot of fun to work on the movie right along.
Yo, it was a lot of fun to work with. As soon as we can get Kevin, into the set, what I'm saying, to work, he did a pretty good job, you know what I mean?
You have no problems.
Getting him out them strip clubs is murder, you know what I'm saying? Picking glitter out his face, it's just not cool.
You're not a regular at the Purple Orchid, are you, man?
Yeah, don't listen to this nonsense Cube is talking about. Dude, let me tell you something. Right now, we couldn't be more excited about a movie in our life, man. Me and Cube got the opportunity right now to have a film jump in the same conversations as these other buddy cop movies that have done so much. When you think buddy cop movies, you think
48
Bad
hours,
Boys, Rush Hours, 48 Hours.
I love them. There's a great dynamic, but the key with any movie like this to work is the chemistry, and it seems like you guys hit the ground running with it.
Instant chemistry, and that's kind of weird because with the other comedians that I've worked with over the years, we've had to build to a cool place. But it was instant with Kevin.
You in the plot conceit here is that you're an actual detective.
Yeah.
Kevin, you're a
I'm a pain in the ass.
a school cop. But you're going to marry your sister,
Yes.
who's your life. Your one connection through to the real world.
Yes, you know, my character has taken care of my sister. You know, our parents are out the picture, and
Right.
you know, so you know, she's almost like a daughter. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And you're very protective,
overprotective, and I'm on a big case. You know, I'm trying to track down the biggest drug dealer in Atlanta. So the last thing I need is this fly in my ear by the name of Ben bugging me trying to marry my sister. You know, and he's just not what I think he should be.
So you decided to take him on a ride along, which might kind of scare him out of this whole thing.
That's the plan, man.
Right.
Just scare the hell out of him.
Right.
You're Denzel to his Ethan Hawke.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Training day upside down.
Yeah, upside down on his ear.
You know that's funny though. There's an aspect to it. I'm a gamer, so you know, and you, Kevin, your character believes sort of in a way that because you're accomplished at video gaming, that would translate into the real world.
Yes, I solely believe that this is a real thing.
And I guarantee you, there are a lot of dudes, because you'll hear it when you're playing.
I can promise you there are.
There are a lot of dudes that think they could be dropped down in Fallujah and have no problem.
I can assure you that I've met these guys.
Yeah.
We were doing a press junket, and one of the guys, this guy, the blacknerds.com
Oh,
guy,
yeah.
He has a website called blacknerds.com.
Right.
And he was serious. He was like, yeah, you know, I'm basically here for all black.
To line up some callers right now, 215-263 WMMR. We have these Bruce tickets to give away. We had Jeff Ross stop by, so we didn't even do the bizarre file yet. So we're going to do bizarre file, lesson question, trash, music, news, all that stuff. We're going to have to, before we go to the bizarre file, try to give these away now because I start tying up the phones with the lesson question and all that stuff.
Let's do it.
I would like to attempt to give these away now. There are 10 songs. This has proved more difficult than I thought it would.
Well,
now we've only taken like 4 calls.
True, and people have been getting a lot of them. In fact, the last contestant got 9 of them.
There's one of them that no one has gotten all morning long, and it's not a deep cut either.
No.
It's a well-known song, which I am very surprised. So we'll have to see.
Do you want to describe generally?
I don't.
Okay.
No. All right, 215.
Would you like me to sing some of it?
No.
263 WMMR. While we are waiting for these calls to get put up here, I do want to mention this again. We want to send you to Universal Orlando Resort. All right, starting on Monday, March 20th, listen, weekday mornings at 8 a.m. for Preston and Steve's Photo Hunt Challenge. You'll get the clue on air, then check out the photo gallery at WMMR.com. You'll be the correct number caller later in the show and correctly identify the photo and answer from that morning's clue. You could win a trip for 2 to Universal Orlando Resort with flights provided by Spirit. All right, for more information, go to WMMR.com. And we'll be broadcasting live from there on Monday.
Wow.
We are leaving like right after the show to get to the airport and fly out today. So
all of us, but Casey's going to get a workout.
Casey's going to get a quick workout in.
I got to get a pulp in, babe. Come on now.
If people see you out and about not looking totally jacked, they won't know.
It's got to happen.
Right.
All right. Let's see if someone can identify these 10 songs. All right, 10 songs. Name them. Win the tickets for the show tonight. We're going to go to John. He's our first caller in. Hey there, John.
Hey, how you doing?
We're doing good, John. We would do better if you would name all 10 of these songs and win these tickets. You ready?
I'm ready.
Go for it.
Memphis is Johnny Bye Bye. Bronx, Lost in the Flood.
Hold on. Just say the name. Just say the name of the song, please.
Okay, sorry.
It's going to throw me off. I'm trying to keep track. All right, go ahead. All right.
No problem.
All right, you said Lost in the Flood. We left off there.
Johnny Bye Bye, Lost in the Flood. Does This Bus Stop at 82nd Street? Born to Run, Rosalita, Spirit in the Night, Hungry Heart, Wrecking Ball, Streets of Philadelphia, If I Was the Priest.
No, you got 9. You got 8 of them.
8
or
of
9.
them.
You got 9 of them.
You got 9 of them.
Everybody's missing this one
song.
9 times. Sorry, John.
It's the same one everyone's missing, right?
Yes.
Has
And Preston described it. It is not by any stretch a deep cut.
No. Has anyone gotten it?
No.
I'm sure when Bruce composed
No,
it.
it's correct. I
We
made
check-
Marissa go
okay.
check it.
All right.
Yep.
And then this last time that I listened to it, I'm like, yeah, that's it. There's a little, okay. There's a little piano part and behind it that is clearly the song.
Okay.
And that
So I have a group of friends that are huge Bruce fans. They did a Bruce performance at her wedding.
Right.
I kind of want to have them listen to this and see if they can, just on the side, if they can get it.
All right, let me go to another caller. We're going to try Taylor this time. Hi there, Taylor.
Hey, how are you?
All right, good, buddy. So we're going to give you a shot at winning these tickets. You ready to try this?
Yes, sir.
All right, name all 10.
All right, Johnny Bye Bye, Streets of Philadelphia, Thunder Road, Wrecking Ball, Spirit in the Night, Rosalita, Born to Run, Hungry Heart, In the Flood, If I Was a Priest.
You got 8 of them. Well, actually, technically, no. You got all 9. You left a part of a song title out. But Marissa, you're absolutely sure that one that I checked on?
Oh, my God. Good.
Okay, because that's the one he didn't get.
I'm so scared for all of us.
I know.
I saw the lyric.
And mostly for Marissa, in case it's wrong.
Okay.
There's no, listen, she's got to have the right.
No, she double checked.
Yeah, it's absolutely. If you know us, you know that we are perfect.
All right, let me go to let's go to our next caller. It's Joe. Hey, Joe.
Hey.
All right, Joe, you ready to do it?
Yep.
Give us the 10 songs when you're ready. Go ahead.
All right, Growing Up, Streets of Philadelphia, Born to Run, Rosaletta, Hungry Heart, If I Was the Priest, Johnny Bye Bye, The Promised Land, Wrecking Ball, Spirit in the Night.
No, that is incorrect. Nope, sorry. All right, we'll go next to Kelly. Hey there, Kelly. Good morning.
Hello, good morning.
All right, Kelly, do me a favor. We are pulling for you. Name these 10 songs. Oh, wait, hold on.
Johnny,
Hang on.
Bye Bye.
Hold on, Kelly. Listen, your signal was breaking up, so we lost the beginning of that. Say that again, please. Go ahead. Start from the top.
Okay, it's Johnny Bye Bye, The Streets of Philadelphia, Jungle Land, Wrecking Ball, Spirit in the Night, Rosalita, Born to Run, Hungry Heart, Lost in the Flood, and If I Were the Priest.
We got Yes!
And the song Preston was?
The one that everyone was getting wrong was Jungle Land.
Yeah.
Everybody kept saying 10th Avenue Freeze Out.
Jungle Land was easy for us because our bridal party walked down the aisle to Jungle Land this June.
Wow, it was meant to be.
You are a diehard fan, obviously, Kelly, right?
I am a diehard fan because my husband is a diehard fan.
Oh, that's great.
We're
Well-
so excited.
Well, this is going to be a great gift for him and you. You're going to see Bruce Springsteen tonight at the Wells Fargo Center.
How awesome.
How
Thank
awesome,
you.
right? All right, our pleasure. Hang on just a second, Kelly. We'll set you up with those tickets.
She did it.
I'm really happy then.
Yeah.
Stop it.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me go to the 5th caller here. Hi, Joe. Are you there?
I'm here.
Normally, I would say, man, I'm so sorry that you were the 5th caller in, but tell people who you are.
So Kelly is my amazing wife.
Hey! They did this together. They were calling and they got in side by side. That has never happened as far as I know.
The odds are staggering. Yeah.
Dude.
I don't know if you can tell on my voice, but I'm pretty damn emotional.
I love it. All right, congratulations, Joe. We want to hear about it, so tell us how the show went after you guys go, okay?
We will. I listen to you guys every morning. You guys rock.
Oh, we love you. Thank you. Joe and Kelly going to the show. Awesome.
That's so perfect.
Brent Porsche is going to be broadcasting from the event tonight.
Jeff Ross will be there.
Jeff Ross will be there.
Bruce Springsteen's going to be there.
I heard tell that Bruce Springsteen is going to show up tonight. I'm trying to see where you can see Brent. I'm not really sure. I do know that tomorrow Brent is got a live broadcast, and he will be doing a St. Patrick's Day gig at Dolan's Bar in Ridley Park. That's from 3 to 7. So if you don't see Brent tonight at the show, go see him tomorrow for St. Patrick's Day.
Maybe he'll convince Bruce to go to Dolan's.
Maybe Sue. Maybe
It's great
so.
to be here at Dolan's. Maybe some really good wings. Baby Sue.
Baby Sue.
Baby Sue.
All right. We got a plane to catch, and we haven't even done the bizarre.
Come on.
Now,
Let's
move
do
it.
WMMR presents Preston and Steve's Bizarre File.
All right, it's brought to you. We're going to keep this one short, by the way. It's brought to you today by Liberty Safes of New Jersey. They offer delivery and in-home installation. The box stores don't. You can visit them on Route 130 in Bordentown or Route 173 in Marlton. Online at libertysafesnj.com. Let's start. Oh, this is messed up. This is in Indianapolis. A bus driver is facing felony charges following accusations he assaulted and choked a student on the bus. Leslie C. is now facing felony charges from an incident that played out in front of a bus full of students.
The hands on your neck go round and round.
So the boy's mother, Ashley, said that her son was left traumatized after the incident last month. She said he had scratches all up and down his neck.
How old are we talking, kid-wise?
I think these are grade school students.
Oh, my God.
So it all began when the bus driver had to reroute due to an accident. The bus driver refused to answer the kids' questions, Ashley said, like, where are we? Why are we turning around? And he wouldn't say anything.
They're getting scared.
Or she wouldn't say anything. The mother said that her son, who has special needs, by the way, became confused and attempted to get off the bus at an earlier stop. According to police, that's when C grabbed the student. Ashley said she grabbed him by the neck, pushed him into the seats, put her hands around his neck, and started squeezing and scratching. The other students were trying to pull her off. Police and school officials were called. At the time, officers were under the impression that the driver was assaulted. So the director of transportation met the driver, and they finished the route to get the kids home safely. And then after that, they found out what really happened.
Yeah.
And C has been placed on administrative leave pending an investigation. That is just...
Might not have the disposition for that job.
Yeah, that is messed up. All right.
Another bad one?
Well, yes, it's bad, but I need... the only reason I mention this story is because of a name in here, okay?
Oh, yeah.
The Diocese of Buffalo placed Monsignor Peter J. Papadick
What?
on leave for the second time Wednesday after previously allowing the priest to return to ministry.
When you enter the diocese, that's when you have to change that name.
In a statement, a spokesperson for the diocese wrote that Papadick was placed on administrative leave after it received a child sexual abuse complaint.
This is all just bad.
Papadick serves as the pastor of St. Alicius Gonzaga. The claim is more than 20 years old, by the way. Bishop Richard Malone placed Papadick on leave in 2019 after a lawsuit was filed under New York's Child Victims Act. He was accused of molesting a boy in the 1970s. But Papadick had served a long-term...
You need to talk to Kid Toucher.
Oh, Jesus. Listen, Father Papadick, talk to Father Kid Toucher.
Kid Toucher. That's just wrong every which way.
I mean,
I agree.
Peter Papadick.
Everything.
Is it Peter
everything's wrong.
Papadick?
Yeah.
Yes, you said Peter.
I didn't even realize
I don't know
that.
what his middle name is, but if it's Jack.
Yeah. All right. One more story is all we're going to have time for today. Let's end with something that at least had a happy ending.
Yes, these
to
are
it.
horrifying stories.
This is a bad story.
Oh, all right.
But it has a happy ending. A missing 13-year-old girl from Texas was found.
Yes.
Over 1,000 miles from home in a locked outbuilding in North Carolina.
I saw this.
Well, the reason why they thought she was dead.
Well,
Yeah.
and they met playing video games, right?
Yeah. So the teen was found outside a home in the city of Lexington. Authorities said the teen was taken from her home from the Dallas area from a 34-year-old man later identified as Jorge Camacho. They met through social media, it says, Kathy.
Okay,
But
I heard a video game that they were playing together.
That might have been it as well. And they have been communicating prior to her disappearance. The content of the chat was consistent with grooming and enticement, they said. He enticed her to actually leave the home where he picked her up in the area. The Dallas Police Department was investigating the disappearance when officers found video camera footage of a truck in the area registered to an address in North Carolina. They got in touch with the officials there. They found the guy within 10 minutes.
Yeah, no, thank God they did.
The report was put in, but they learned that the teen was in an outbuilding at the registered home. Camacho was taken into custody. Sheriff's emergency response team went to the home. They located the building, and they found her.
This guy had been receiving counseling from Father Papadick.
Oh, my God. Camacho is facing the multiple felonies charges and being held on $1.25 million secured bond because it was bad. But
he's a lunatic.
I add that it was good because she's safe and they found her, and it could have been a lot worse because a lot of times you end up hearing of finding a body.
That's what they were
finding
thinking.
A body after
Yes.
something like that. All right, so we're going to move on to the lesson question. Nick, I'm going to have you pose that question, which, by the way, going to give away a pair of tickets to see Cats tomorrow night at the Kimmel Cultural Campus. So what are we asking today, Nick?
Which real estate phrase was originally coined by Bruce Springsteen?
Okay.
He had a phrase, and he was the first one to ever say it.
All right, 215-263-WMMR. I remember now.
Okay.
All right, which real estate phrase did Bruce Springsteen invent, coin for the first time?
We listening?
Let's see if you know the answer. Thank you, Bruce. That's why we do this, see if they were listening. And we'll do the trash while you call in.
The trash business is a gold mine. 93.3 WMMR with Preston and Steve's Hollywood Trash.
All right, brought to you this morning by it's by Red Robin. So the March College Basketball Tournament is here, and Red Robin is offering 10% off all pickup catering orders throughout March using the code MARCH10. Order today, and you can do that at order.redrobinpa.com. Yum. What's going on this morning, Steve?
Okay, former Bears quarterback Jay Cutler is putting the Tennessee estate he shared with ex-wife Kristen Cavallari on the market for $11 million. Cutler says the house has too many bad memories, like the one where he needed to sell it to eat. And you don't know if you saw about this. The city of Glendale, California will temporarily change its name to Taylor Swift Eras to honor the beginning of her worldwide tour. During this one-week period, officials plan on seizing all 192,000 private homes, as none of their deeds will be legally binding.
Oh, my God.
And finally, Ben Affleck was spotted meeting with contractors at a house in Pacific Palisades on Friday. Affleck apparently asked the contractors to price out the installation of a subterranean cave with a crime lab and a large stealth. He is Batman!
All right, we're going to see if we do indeed have an answer. Bruce Springsteen coined a real estate term. What was it? 215-263-WMMR. We'll go to Craig and see if he knows. Hey, Craig, morning.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it.
Good morning, it, my man. All right, so what is that real estate phrase, brother?
Location.
Nailed it. Yeah, hang on, Craig. Going to see Cats tomorrow night, Kimmel Cultural Campus, and Cats is at the Kimmel Cultural Campus on Tuesday. It's going now through Sunday. Let's put it that way. Tickets and information at kimmelculturalcampus.org.
He's a cat.
Music news time. Here we go.
Now, Preston and Steve's Music News on 93.3 WMMR.
What is that?
I have no idea. It wasn't me.
It's this button that I pushed.
Do it again.
It wasn't quite right.
What's that labeled as?
Squeaky Mike. I hit it accidentally, but I never realized that was.
All right. By the way,
like it.
Music News brought to you by 80 Moyer Lumber. Trusted experts since 1939. 80 Moyer Lumber is your professional source for decks, windows, doors, kitchens, millwork, and more. Visit them online at admoyer.com. Foo Fighters, Green Day, Tool, Avenged Sevenfold, Godsmack, Pantera, and more are all confirmed for the 2023 Louder Than Life Festival. It's happening September 21st to the 24th at Highland Festival Grounds at the Kentucky Exposition Center in Louisville, Kentucky. A lot of big acts on this. So I'd mentioned all those Foo Fighters, Green Day, Tool, Godsmack, Pantera, all that, but Queens of the Stone Age, Weezer, Limp Bizkit, Megadeth, Turnstile, Rancid, Falling in Reverse, 311, Pierce the Veil, Run the Jewels, Swallow the Gravy. I made that one up.
Yeah.
Corey Taylor, Coheed and Cambria, Royal Blood, bunch of bands. So that's coming up, like I said, Thursday, September 21st through the 24th at Highland Festival. I don't have on-sale information, unfortunately. What are you giggling at?
There's a band called Viagra Boys.
The Viagra Boys.
They're playing on Sunday.
I love that. A concert to benefit the late Ronnie James Dio. It's going to take place in California in May. Rock for Ronnie in the Park is scheduled for May 7th.
Rock?
Yeah. May 7th at Los Encinos Historic Park in Encino. And the event will consist of live rock music, silent and live auctions, food trucks, and fun for the entire family. Rock for Ronnie will also benefit the Ronnie James Dio Stand Up and Shout Cancer Fund. Okay, so there was a death in the world of music. A guy by the name of Jim Gordon. Actually, we have a couple of them here. Prolific and in-demand session drummer for dozens of acts, who joined Eric Clapton in helping write Layla for Derek and the Dominoes, and later was convicted of murdering his own mother. He died Monday at the California Medical Facility in Vacaville, I think is how you say that.
Vacaville, yeah.
Vacaville. He was 77 years old. But he has played on so many different songs. It's crazy. He had been in prison for 40 years, struggled with mental health.
Like really profound mental health
Yeah,
issues.
he had schizophrenia.
Yeah.
And he died of natural causes. He was part of the Wrecking Crew, which is the core group of studio musicians who played on just tons and tons of hit records for dozens of acts. So he was behind the kit for such memorable 1960s albums as the Beach Boys' Pet Sounds, Crosby, Stills, and Nash's debut.
Yeah.
Also, Joe Cocker and his tour that produced the live album Mad Dogs and Englishmen. The 6'4" Gordon was also the drummer on Clapton's solo debut, which included such popular tracks as After Midnight and Let It Rain. And that's a mere sampling of his session work. He went on to play on George Harrison's All Things Must Pass before convening with Clapton and others in Derek and the Dominoes. According to a 2016 memoir by Rita Coolidge, she and then boyfriend Gordon, this is the part about Layla, she and then boyfriend Gordon had written a piano progression in 1970 for which she composed lyrics, and they recorded a demo that was titled Time, Don't Let the World Get in Our Way. She said they offered it to Eric Clapton, but nothing ever came of it. About a year later, Coolidge heard the piano coda in Layla, and we have a little clip of that, which obviously you know this part. And so she heard that and recognized it as repurposing of the work that they had recorded. And Derek and the Dominoes keyboard player Bobby Whitlock confirmed Coolidge's story about uncredited work on the song.
Isn't that wild?
Yeah.
It's one of my favorite songs.
Now, her relationship with Gordon, this is Rita Coolidge, would end after he punched her at a hotel during the Mad Dogs and Englishmen tour. So Derek and the Dominoes imploded not long after that release. And then he joined Traffic, and he played on Low Spark of High Heel Boys.
Another great masterpiece.
But he also played music with and did session work with John Lennon, Barbra Streisand, Neil Diamond, Merle Haggard, Harry Nilsson, Cher, Alice Cooper.
Josh Groban.
I don't know about Josh Groban or not, but...
Wow, that was quick.
Randy Newman, Judy Collins, Steely Dan, Jackson Brown, Joan Baez. He played on You're So Vain, Sundown from Gordon Lightfoot, Rich Girl with Hall & Oates, Rock the Boat with the Hughes Corporation. He was the guy that played drums on all that.
Don't rock the boat, baby.
But in June 1983, he killed his elderly mother with a hammer and butcher knife. Oh, my God. In her North Hollywood Hills home. And
probably just needed one.
Now, after his arrest, he told police he heard voices in his head, and they ordered him to do it. He was diagnosed with schizophrenia. But because California's then evolving laws regarding insanity pleas, he was convicted of murder in July 1984 and sentenced to 16 years to life in state prison. And he was denied parole, and he died in prison, which is just, that's wild. And then... one other story, and Steve, you sent me over. I forgot about this guy.
Yes.
Bobby Caldwell.
Love this guy's voice.
Best known for his 1978 hit called What You Won't Do for Love. And I'll play a little bit of this because the title may not ring the bell, but you may recognize this song.
Sounds like the Too Close for Comfort theme.
Kind of, yeah. R&B singer, the whitest looking guy you... Wow. That last part was not him. But he passed away. He was 77 years old. But at the time when that song came out, he was a skinny, white, bearded dude.
Yeah.
And you never would have guessed that voice came out of that body. And he was a great songwriter, too. He actually got his start as a rhythm guitarist for Little Richard in the 1970s. And then he went solo.
With Little Sweet.
And he wrote What You Won't Do for Love. And that hit number 9 on the Billboard Hot 100. And following that success, by the way, he had said in an interview, he goes, he said, the most wonderful people I've gotten to know in the radio business, they all said the same thing. It's like a universal language, and it should be no barrier. There should be no barriers. But he had said that, people couldn't believe. People would show up and go, they couldn't believe that he was a white guy.
The Rick Astley effect.
Yeah, there you go. He wrote a number of songs for other artists, including Chicago, Boz Scaggs, Neil Diamond, and Al Jarreau. And he wrote the hit The Next Time I Fall for Amy Grant and Peter Cetera.
Yeah.
Which was
Next time I fall.
Yep. Over his career, he released more than a dozen albums, including Cool Uncle in 2015. He passed away from a rare side effect from an antibiotic, unfortunately. Fluoroquinolone is what it was called. So sad news, but great song.
Yeah,
And,
absolutely.
wanted to pass that along. All right, there you go. That's the last item in music news. We have one last break to take. We're going to do that very thing. Come back in a second. Letter of the day for the Word of the Week prize, and then we're on the way to the airport.
Yeah.
We'll be back in just a moment. Stay with us. Or we might be going to the gym. I haven't decided yet.
Preston and Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
93.3 WMMR. He's talking about himself as a gamer. As a gamer, I'm a different type of person. This world that I'm in, Kevin, I respect you for going there because it's me. I'm above a platinum level. I'm actually on the game that I play. There's a diamond level, and there's only and we didn't know what the hell he was talking about. Hey man, ask me about the movie, man. I don't know what you talking about, man.
The scene I was referring to when I introduced you guys is you're both interrogating this guy, and Cube, you're saying, you better tell me what I need to know. And Kevin's scared to decide to act like he's the crazy cop and just starts wigging out on the guy and accidentally shoots him. Your reaction, Kevin, your face, just the immediate switch it went off to, oh my God, I just shot this guy. And then Cube, you pick it up. He just shot you. That's right, how serious we are. When you did that scene, were you the one who pulled the trigger on the gun, or did they surprise you with that bang? Or
no? Well, on the day, actually, we were trying to figure it out because first of all, they don't like me with guns on the set. I'm the last person they want with the gun just because I just don't know how to handle them in real life. So the Cube's like, Kev, hey, make sure somebody check Kev's gun, show me that it's blank. His thing is me shooting him by accident. So on the day, of course, it's empty and we just sound affected.
Okay,
so we just it's just physical, and then after that, you sound affected at the end.
Damn, that was funny.
And the director is
Tim Story,
who did
Barbershop, Fantastic Four, and Think Like a Man.
Great movie. Now, Barbershop, I assume there was an improvisational atmosphere. Did you get to do a lot of improving on a movie like this?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. I think when you get it right, you start off with a funny script that you're laughing at out loud when you're reading it, and you make sure that script is tight, but you do leave room for the actors to play. And Tim says, get it off the script once, and then y'all can have fun with it. And then, this dude, he don't stop. You know what I mean? He don't stop.
I improv because I can't read. So I basically, I have problems with my T's, H's, and R's. So I'd rather just wing it sometimes.
You got the Danny Glover thing going on.
If I don't recognize the word, I just go off book. That's my motto.
Kevin, I have to indicate how proud Philadelphia is of your success.
Thank you, man.
I mean, because you've been here in our studio before, and I remember last time you were here was back in 2009. You were playing the Tower Theater. That's a big room, and we were all impressed at how you were, continuing in your success on the way up. And then the next thing, you're selling out the Wells Fargo Center, man.
Yeah.
Dude,
it's
amazing.
It's unheard of, man. I try not to think about it because I don't want to go crazy.
Well, you know what? To me, you're doing it the right way because it seems like you keep you enjoy your work and you enjoy your personal life and you keep them both. Yeah. Because you don't, you're not. They don't get blurred. I think guys who let that get blurred end up.
I like Steve. I like Steve, man. Steve gets me. I like Steve, man. I don't know where Steve got his research from, but he ain't been wrong yet. Steve is all right, man.
Y'all should do the sequel together.
Me and Steve chemistry is great, man.
Well, you guys are riding along too.
Right.
Maybe you're listening to the radio while driving through Philly.
I think so.
I'll take that. Or Steve is the gamer. I don't know, something, man. We go to Steve's house. He's got all types of weird gaming artifacts.
You and I are drinking milk together.
Something. I like it.
I did want to say, though, on behalf of the city and everything, your generosity has been fantastic.
Thank you, man.
A whole bunch of computers. And there was that little incident where some of them were clipped.
Yeah, they stole them.
Stole computers. You're trying to do something good for the city.
Oh, son of a...
Steve, I mean, Kevin, you didn't donate the computers and then steal them back.
No, listen.
That ain't cool.
I didn't steal them back.
That ain't cool.
Here's the thing. Let me tell you something about old Kevin Hart. See, here's the thing. You can't keep old Kevin Hart down. At the end of the day, I bleed Philadelphia. So at the end of the day, I step up for my city. And I understand where our public school system is, and I understand the problems that we're going through. So rather than being a talker, I took it upon myself to take my own money, $250,000 I did. I took it out of my account and I bought the computers. I didn't want any help. I didn't go after sponsors. So being that somebody came in and stole them, all you do is motivate me to do more and to do it bigger. And at the end of the day, my job is to just give kids hope that are in the same position that I was in, that are coming up in the same community that I was in, to show them that, hey, look, you know what, guys care, people do come back. These guys don't make it out the city and just go on to do whatever. The fact that they still physically see me and they can still talk to me and reach me, that's all I need. I know that I'm reaching somebody and giving them that motivation. Cube, I'm such a good dude.
Yeah.
You are a good dude. You are a good dude.
All right, well, listen, the movie is opening up on the 17th. Like I said, it looks hilarious. And as Steve said, we're looking at a franchise, I think. I mean,
it looks that way,
question. It looks great. It's called Ride Along. Make sure you go check it out. Thank you, Kevin Hart and Ice Cube. Good luck with everything.
Thank you, guys. I appreciate it, man.
You bet.
This was
Let's
fun.
hear it, man. Ice Cube.
I had somebody tell me yesterday, I'm going to bring it back to this. They were like, it was so enlightening to hear you guys talk about a female-based product, the menstrual cup, not fart jokes and porn.
Here we are.
We're back.
And we just did it all.
Don't worry.
We did it all.
Absolutely.
Hey, this might be the perfect opportunity. All right, Marissa, I sent you guys this instructional video.
Oh, my God.
Oh, yeah.
Yesterday. Did you watch it?
Well, I heard you watching it in the office, and I could hear it, and I'm like, what? It's got to be some sort of sex toy or something.
So it's this bizarre product, and I sent it to all of you guys. And the subject line I used was instructional video. Please watch. Nobody got back to me. Like not one person responded to me, and I'm like,
yeah.
Did I offend Marissa and Kathy? Well, I know I didn't offend Kathy because she was in the same room. But
that's a terrible feeling when you send out something you think, oh my God, did I cross the line?
Right.
And I wanted to watch it, and you were making such a thing about it that I wanted to not be distracted, and I never got around to it.
Marissa, see if you can grab the audio from that, and I don't know if it's fully. If we can play it or not, but there are specific body parts. I don't think it talks about insertion or anything like that, but it is this quote-unquote massage piece of machinery that is one of the most involved-looking things I've ever seen. If it's indeed made for, it has to be.
Back here is the carburetor.
Oh my God,
Yeah, it's complicated.
Oh,
It is.
yeah, and it is there for pleasure, right? You know, if you make it all the way through, okay, you know, because things go in things and other things go in other things, and
there are some things that and we've talked. I remember one time we did. I think we were doing an appearance at maybe Risque's store or whatever when it existed, and there were things in there I would have thought were actually involved in construction that were that. There's no way that is a sexual thing.
But Kath, when we're talking about sending things to people, and I have done that, I've sent things to you, and I'm like, oh, I shouldn't have done that. And then I go, oh wait, no, she has sent me the picture of that guy sitting on the on the side of his bed
with his giant penis.
with his giant thing hanging out. I'm like, okay, I think I might be safe here.
I love when they will insert. They will have like a dignitary at some meeting, like a parliament, and they will insert that picture in one of the frames behind him.
Dude, the latest one, it was a COVID test.
Yep.
And I sent it to Kathy. I'm like, dude, I think I came back positive, and she's like, dude, I got this like 3 days ago.
I didn't say that. I sent you a screenshot of the text that Preston sent me
I had
that
already
said,
said
I
it
think
to
I
her.
tested positive.
There was only one person I wanted to send that to, and that was Kathy. Yeah, listen, I bought Kathy for one of her birthdays, like a butthole polisher one time. Right?
Yeah,
I thought it was nice.
Right?
Yeah. So you can't cross the line with her.
No.
I don't think so.
No, I don't. Yes, I don't get offended by anything. I don't think it's all funny, but I don't. Right. You know what I mean?
Yes.
But I don't get offended if you get me a butt plug.
Like I've lost. I traded in, and I've always said this. I say of offensive things all the time. I do not have the right to get offended. You know, it's just it's my deal.
Right.
If I dish it out, I have to be able to take it.
Right.
But if Kathy ever wanted to get us fired,
Oh my God!
Jesus. Oh yeah, there's so much ammo. It's not even.
I mean,
then all you have to do
remotely
is
funny.
show the text from her on the phone.
Yeah.
You'll be reinstated.
I will also
my mind.
I will also think of the time that you put a Sharpie in my butt crack, and you don't remember that, but I do. I'm
No.
like, yes.
Did I draw on your butt?
No. I was like bent over, and my crack was showing, and you were like,
Wow. Okay.
Do we have it over the audio?
No, I don't. Are you editing it?
It might
Marissa?
have.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
It's you don't need to. We don't need to hear all of it. It's just I want to get the tone of this guy that is doing the narration for it. That is actually the the instruction. It's like he's being as serious as you can possibly be about it.
I love that.
And talking about this stuff that's just like
it's like these things we never played this
93.3 WMMR. It's an MMR fave with Dead Don't Die. Love those guys. It is 10:43. Wrapping up today's program. Been a hell of a show today.
It's been unbelievable.
We had some surprises. We gave some cool things away. We made some new friends. We talked to some old friends.
Yeah.
This has been a really, really good show to end on it before we take the thing on the road.
And we're very excited. A lot of guests dropping by tomorrow in Florida.
Yeah, absolutely. So I want to thank the guests that we have had on today. Thank you to our longtime and good friend, Mr. Bert Kreischer, on the program. And you heard him say that he will fly each one of us out on his dime. That's what I'm using his words, to the premiere of his film when it opens, when the machine opens.
I feel like maybe we should take that clip and tweet it out to him every single day between now and the time of the premiere.
At least once a week.
Yeah. So his new comedy specials on Netflix. It's called Razzle Dazzle. Make sure you check that out. And then we made a new friend, Adam Shapiro.
Yeah.
He's an actor in Los Angeles. His wife is also an actor, very successful in her own right. But during COVID, he wanted to do something else, and he started making pretzels. He's from Abington. And all of a sudden, they became this hit. Everybody wanted him.
Yeah.
He was selling them out of his driveway. There was lines down the street. And he's like, all right, I need to really do this. So he got his hands on a bakery. And the next thing you know, he's supplying 4,000 pretzels for the Academy Awards because Jimmy Kimmel asked him to deliver it to everybody. And they were under everyone's seats at the Oscars.
Guillermo del Toro gives him a shout out.
Yeah. And he's a super nice guy, and he grew up listening to our show.
Love it.
So thank you, Adam Shapiro. And it's called Shappy's Pretzels. And you can do a search on that. And he loves his Instagram account. He has a blast doing that. So do a search on Shappy's Pretzels. And then had no idea he doesn't even have gigs till tomorrow night. They're sold out, and he didn't need to come by and promote. But we got a call from Jeff Ross.
Yes.
And he had just landed and said, can I come by the radio show? And we were, absolutely, please. And we spent a nice long time talking to him today. And he's going to the Bruce show tonight. Which is fantastic.
100 shows plus.
And then
Took his shirt off.
He did, to show us a tattoo.
Wow.
That was Bruce-oriented and designed by Eddie Vedder. He's just great stories.
Name dropper.
Yeah, big time.
I wish I could drop those kind of names.
You could drop names.
Yeah, I was just going to say you can.
Not that many. Not like that.
You know,
like
Kathy?
Eddie, like when he said, he said, I texted Eddie.
Yeah, I
and
caught
go,
that.
You dirty bastard. You've got Eddie's cell phone number. And
Eddie texts him. That's really what solidifies it.
Right.
Yeah.
Like he's not just annoying. Eddie Vedder enjoys his company.
Right.
And we know that guy.
Yeah.
So
there you
that's a Kevin Bacon thing.
Totally.
Yeah.
We're just a couple degrees off.
And I know you, so therefore I know them through you, and I was at the Academy Awards.
There you go. Perfect.
Eating pretzels.
Yeah.
Eating pretzels.
Okay,
I think we all do. All right, shall we get the letter of the
Yes.
day? Here we go.
Steve on 93.3 WMMR.
Now, the Daily Letter.
All right, the President and Steve show brought to you today by the letter
H as in happy.
All right, H, and we have one more to go, which we'll bring to you live from Florida tomorrow. But we're going to give away a Piezik round barbecue and fire pit kit from Landis Block. Landis Block, you can start imagining your own backyard paradise by looking at the photo gallery online at landisbc.com. So we give that away tomorrow. What's up on today's show?
Well, we'll have another pair of government mule tickets to give away for the Hard Rock in July. And yesterday I had the close to the last Bruce tickets. You had the final one. That was really, I didn't think it would go as long as it did.
Neither did I.
It was really amazing, but it was cool that last guy or the last girl got it, and then her husband was on the other line. It was so great. I was so happy listening to that. It made me, because they were both, firing on two different phones trying to get through, and it was great. That's for those guys. I forgot what your names are. Come by the booth while Brent is on. Brent is going to broadcast from 3 till 7 at the show tonight. I'll be walking around with our Roving Rock microphones, and we'll be calling into Jackie afterwards.
It was Joe and Kelly.
Joe and Kelly.
So make sure you find the broadcast and go by.
Joe texted in a little bit ago, so
cool.
I'll show you that.
Okay, yeah. Get in touch with me, Joe. I'm easy to spot. Short, bright blonde hair and blue eyes.
Can't miss him.
Strong resemblance to Brad Pitt. So you'll find me easily on the floor. Anyway, on the program today, not only is there Bruce, there is a killer show in Atlantic City.
Nice.
And God, they put on a great show. And I might have gone I would have gone definitely were it not for Bruce. But the Killers will be in AC, so we'll do a block of the Killers and then a gigantic block of Bruce. And Brent will also do a 12-pack of Bruce from 4 o'clock through 5:30. So, and we'll have it going into the show. So it's going to be a good day to spend with MMR.
Love it, man. Thank you, Pierre. And I want to thank our sponsors, too. Our program, Preston and Steve Show, is brought to you today by Duncan. And the Preston and Steve Show runs on Duncan. Also brought to you by Villanova University's College of Professional Studies. Pursue the next you. And also by Meineke for tires, brakes, batteries, exhaust systems, and more. Meineke doing car care right. Tomorrow.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yeah.
Do you guys want me to drive you to the airport? I could
please.
I could put Jungle Land on, and I could get you down there.
We could do that.
I got to stop and pet a puppy on the way, and then rub my feet in the grass. But with that exception, it wouldn't take long.
All right. We'll be down in a minute.
Okay, good.
All right.
I'll be ready to go.
We're headed to FLA in Clearwater and then over to Orlando, and we are happy to have you along with us. So that's it. We're done. Rage on. Have a great day, and we'll see you tomorrow, friend. Bye-bye.